Hello everybody, how's it going? It is another fateful Friday. Not really much going on outside of starting this up that I really need to address at the top this week, I don't think. Obviously, work on my new video continues. I've actually done some pretty cool stuff for it this week. Some more stuff ahead that I have to do for it before I can actually start editing it, but I'm pretty happy with the direction it's going in. So hopefully that'll be coming out sooner rather than later. But obviously I'll keep you guys posted about that whenever we get closer to that being a thing. But yeah, exciting stream material to get to tonight, so I'm sure that it would probably be more prudent to just go ahead and get onto it instead of wasting time, and if I think of anything that I had to say before that I didn't remember, then I'll just talk about it later. So yay, let's get into it.
Servant, assassin, Sasaki Kojiro.
The servant's reply is given in a sing-song voice. What? Saber cannot help but be surprised. Servants generally conceal their identities. What sort of servant would so bluntly and proudly give his name?
You... Why? Why? What a boorish question. It's only polite to introduce myself before a duel. All the more so against an opponent so beautiful as you. How odd, then, that you should react as you have.
The man who introduced himself as Sasaki Kojiro, the assassin, appears to enjoy Saber's confusion. There's no way Saber knows. She has no idea this servant is a swordsman who wields a longsword called Monohoshizawa, and was rumored to have been an unrivaled swordsman during the Keicho era in Japan. Sorry, I don't know why I read it like that. I think I just kind of got that little bit there, like, scrambled in my brain for a second. Knowing, of course, would change nothing. The man's origin is unknown, and even his existence is uncertain. His story was told only by word of mouth, and there is perhaps only one person in the world who knows the true identity of the man who was hailed as the greatest swordsman in the world, the man who never left a mark in history, but was Sasaki Kojiro's arch-enemy, and the only one to have ever defeated him. So how can this man be called a hero? So let's take a look at the... Oh, no, wait. I thought we got that a second ago, but I guess we didn't. Maybe I misread that. Well, we'll get it soon enough. The assassin, Sasaki Kojiro, is a presence far removed from Saber herself. Who among heroic spirits could know the abilities of a swordsman who could not himself normally be a heroic spirit? However, two things are clear for her. One is that the man before her is an enemy, and the other is that he has willingly identified himself. You are certainly correct. A knight's honor demands revealing oneself when addressed, and that one should return the gesture in kind. Saber's voice is grave. Revealing her true name poses an immense risk. She cannot reveal her true name, even under torture, nor does she have any intention of doing so. However, this is only in the name of her pursuit of victory. For this same reason, she cannot tarnish her knight's honor. Kojiro, you said. Assassin, I am.
Say no more. I know you are the sort who must give your name in kind if I do so first. It was I who was boorish.
The man descends the stairs gracefully. Assassin confronts Saber, taking slow steps down the stairs.
I need not know my enemy in this way. If we are to battle, we shall speak with our blades. Am I wrong, Saber?
What?
This should be no surprise. I do not know what you are holding, but the murderous intent surrounding you most certainly belongs to a swordsman. That beautiful, dazzling aura of a swordsman. You can only be Saber.
He takes a step closer. Assassin descends the stone steps, and he points his sword at Saber.
I do not care to know your true name. All that matters to me is that the servant known as Saber falls by my blade. There is nothing to discuss. Is that not what it is to be a servant in any case?
The swordsman laughs joyfully.
I see.
Yes, that is true. As Saber speaks, she readies her sword.
That's the spirit. Then let us duel, Saber. I must see your swordsmanship, said to be the greatest of all servants.
A silver light leaps, solid and soft. The battle between two very different swordsmen begins under the moonlight. Okay, yeah. The servant and weapon data was added just now, so I guess we'll look at that for just a second. So, servant, assassin, Sasaki Kojiro. Here is his hero info. Again, if you want to read this yourself, you can pause and look at that on your own at a later time. I'm just gonna slowly scroll that down. I'll probably start reading these out loud when we get to stuff that I haven't seen in the routes after this, but for now, since I've definitely read these already, it's like just kind of, yeah. And then there's his weapon. And now back to it.
I wake up to a searing pain in my chest. It feels like I've just had a bad dream. Why does my chest hurt? My heart feels like it's burning. Actually, it feels more heat from outside has been forced into my body. From outside? I doubt myself briefly. But before I can think of what it might be, I find myself rushing outside. Saber! Are you here? I open the sliding screen door to Saber's room. She's not here. Don't tell me she... No, there's no doubt. She's not here. She went to Ryudo Temple on her own. That idiot! Why? She hasn't healed, so why would she... I'm so angry, my head is starting to hurt. I didn't tell her I wasn't going to fight. I just didn't want her to get hurt like that again. There's no point in fuming here. I need to hurry to Ryudo Temple. I can't let Saber fight alone. Well, I don't know what good I can do for her, but if I can get there, maybe I can do something. She's a girl. Why can't she just behave herself? Shitto. Shitto. I run. I don't even take the time to change. Out front, I grab a bike and pedal as fast as I can. I pedal down the hill without braking. It'll take at least 40 minutes to Ryudo Temple, even if I rush. I don't know how long it's been since Saber left, but I need to get to her as fast as I can.
The blades cross. The edges of both swords come into contact again and again, stroke after stroke. Sword and katana alike spark as they strike and parry. Several dozen exchanges like this later, and neither opponent has changed position. Assassin, standing higher on the steps, holds his ground. Saber, who is trying to advance up the stone steps, can't get any closer to Assassin. Over time, she bleeds more and more energy. One of Saber's many attempts at rushing in. Assassin effortlessly swings his long blade, fully 1.5 meters, and halts Saber's advance. No, he's not simply preventing an advance. If Saber's blade is lightning, Assassin's katana is a hurricane. Though Assassin may be no match for her in strength or speed, the flexible trajectory of his blade sweeps aside Saber's every attack. The ricocheting katana gains speed and flips back towards Saber's neck like a gust of wind. Even as Saber dodges the blow by only a hairbreadth, the long katana flicks back toward her, giving her not a moment's rest. In contrast to Saber's straight sword, Assassin's blade is curved. Assassin's cutting edge is graceful, but it also draws a long, extended arc. He shouldn't be able to match Saber's sword as it moves in a straight line, but he somehow cancels out that difference. She suddenly stops. Her blade isn't moving fast enough to block Assassin's counterattack. She falls back a pace, knowing it's the only way she can avoid the incoming strike. Assassin's katana traces a fascinatingly beautiful arc, but at the same time it is so fast that it's nearly impossible to follow. Is this seeming impossibility owed to Assassin's skill, or is it owed instead to Saber being at a disadvantageous position in their battle? Unable to reach a clear conclusion, Saber continues dodging Assassin's strikes and turns aside the blade as it arcs towards her neck with her own weapon. The next thing she knows, she's retreated a few more steps down the stairs. That's the extent of his long katana's reach. It would be easy to rush up to him once she sweeps his sword aside, but for some reason she just can't do it. It must be owed to the enemy's superb skills in her own position below him, which puts her at a disadvantage. Saber bites her lip, thinking she wouldn't have such a hard time against that long katana if they were on flat ground.
This is certainly a...
Oh, wait. Oh yeah, okay, it's it.
This is certainly a problem. I'd not expected fighting against an invisible blade would be so challenging.
Assassin is unmoved. He's fighting purely to defend. He need not chase after a retreating Saber, nor does he have any reason to give up the advantage of higher ground.
This must be the first time you've seen a katana, yes? My sword's quite wicked. An ordinary opponent would fall to but a single blow. You, on the other hand, have evaded it spectacularly. This pleases me, Saber. Additionally, your cut-in technique is marvelous. You're able to do much with that small frame of yours. You must be impeccably trained.
Assassin watches Saber, his posture relaxed, perhaps simply because he needn't go on the offensive. The tip of his blade wavers, losing strength, but Saber cannot seize the opportunity. The man is not holding a stance. A long katana like that can only be wielded as long as the wielder is able to swing the sword from any position.
Is something the matter? Surely you're not done. That invisible sword's not simply for show, is it?
You do not know when to stop talking! The sword and katana clash.
Ah, I have you now!
The longsword stops mid-swing. Assassin grins, glancing at his katana where it stopped the invisible sword, then parries again, while Saber catches the flash coming at her neck. Even Saber knows. She's been able to block Assassin's unfamiliar sword work thanks to her invisible sword. Her invisible sword can confuse the opponent's senses, both offensively and defensively. Assassin not following through on his attacks is proof of this. Not knowing how long Saber's sword is makes it too dangerous for Assassin to close in on her. If Assassin were to step back in to attack Saber, he will do so when Saber tries to smash Assassin's forehead. That attack. Assassin dodges it completely as he takes just a step back.
I have a good idea of its length now. It's roughly 3 shaku, 90 centimeters, long, and 4 sun, 12 centimeters, wide. Its shape, let's see, as befits your name, is that of a typical Western sword.
Assassin may have spoken calmly, but his exceptional skill at appraising the blade is clear. Saber's strike had been so fast that even were her sword visible, it should have been almost impossible to see. And yet, not only has he managed to defend himself from the invisible blade, he's also figured out its size and shape.
I cannot believe it. You've measured my sword without employing any magecraft or having a satisfying exchange with our blades. Surprised? However, this is but a trick of a mere street performer, in my opinion. As a wielder of a wicked sword, such tricks are the only thing I get to practice. I see. Your strategy was to simply parry my strikes to avoid being wounded. I can see now why a coward like you would call himself a wicked swordsman. Well, you must forgive me for not properly trading blows with you. You see, I have this long katana. Were I properly to lock blades with you, it would certainly break. You must be the sort to go all out, but I cannot. I'm unable to put my full might into every strike with this katana. So it has always been with the katana. Western swords cut with sheer weight and power. Our blades, however, rely upon speed and technique. Do you see now how different our fighting styles are? But then again, it would be disappointing to leave matters like this. Now, Saber, I believe the time has come to stop concealing your true power. Assassin, do you believe I'm taking it easy on you? Are you saying you're not? I do not know what your intentions are, but for you to fight with your sheath on is somewhat insulting. Do you believe that I'm unworthy of being taken seriously as your opponent? You do not seem as though you intend to comply. Very well. If you decline to reveal your own, then I shall show you my secret technique first. And with that, the swordsman with the long katana drifts down next to Saber. What? For an assassin to give up his advantageous position is as good as inviting defeat. He may be a superb swordsman, but it was the landscape of their battleground that gave him the advantage. If the two were to fight on level ground, Saber should have no trouble repelling Assassin's attack and taking his head then and there. Assassin should know this as well. So why? Brace yourself, or you will die, Saber. Saber instinctively reacts to the smoothness in his voice, for he is speaking the truth. Assassin descending the steps has not put her in an advantageous position. Her intuition, which has enabled her to triumph in so many battles, warns her of her mistake. She readies her invisible sword. There's no room to hesitate. What matters is that she has to attack with her sword before Assassin swings his long katana. Roughly 3 meters separates the two. He readies himself. The stance he takes now is one he has not taken in their battle so far. Secret technique. Saber charges. The long katana is meaningless now.
The moment she draws near Assassin, the katana will become a liability to him. And yet,
Swallow reversal.
such logic means little to a swordsman like him. Lightning strikes. Faster even than Saber's blade, the demonic blow strikes down in a single straight line. But it's not as if Saber cannot block such an attack. She quickly raises her sword to defend, repelling Assassin's attack.
I got you!
Even Assassin will be left open after an attack like that is turned aside. In that split-second interval, as Saber attempts to cut through Assassin's stomach. Swiftly, trusting in her instincts, Saber rolls down the stone steps. She rolls away as if she's fleeing. She makes no effort to even soften her landing. All Saber does is frantically hurl herself down the stairs, slowing for nothing. Saber stops rolling and gets to her feet. Above her on the stairs, she sees the swordsman standing at his ease.
Ah, you managed to evade my secret technique. I should expect no less, Saber. You're far and away the superior of a swallow. I cannot believe it. That was... it's nothing to be impressed by. It's something I thought up when I considered how to slay a swallow.
He raises his long katana up high. The motion is done as if to mimic the demonic sword's motion, as he demonstrated earlier to intimidate Saber.
Can you see this, Saber? Swallows avoid attacks by trying to catch the wind. Fast or slow, it does not matter. A sword always disturbs the atmosphere, no matter what sword it might be. Swallows feel that tremor and react by changing the direction in which they're flying. And so, no attack can slay a swallow. A sword can only move along a single line. It cannot catch a swallow, which can fly through the air in all directions. So your only option is to deny them any path of escape. The first sword attacks the swallow, and the second sword surrounds the escaping swallow as it reads those movements. But they're fast. Long as this katana is, the second sword will surely not reach the swallow in time. If I hope to capture the swallow, I'd need to strike with the second sword at the very same instant as the first, but such is well beyond human ability. I accepted the truth of this impossibility. However, unfortunately for you, I had nothing better to do with my time. They say determination is the key to success, and the next thing I knew, I'd managed it. A simple, worthless idea like killing a swallow became a secret technique that created a prison by employing multiple simultaneous strikes of the sword.
Saber cannot help but disagree with his matter-of-fact narrative. It is untrue. His technique is not as simple as he claims. Execute 2 attacks simultaneously? Impossible. The 2 blades struck at exactly the same time. In that moment, there existed 2 separate katana.
Kisher Zelrich, a multi-dimensional refraction phenomenon. A servant whose skills reach the level of a noble phantasm without using magecraft, but by skill alone.
It is most certainly to be admired. That single blow made it very clear. Sasaki Kojiro does not possess a noble phantasm as heroic spirits typically do. All he has is his magical sword and its sheer power, reaching the realm of the gods. What's astonishing is that this man, a mere human, has managed to stand on equal ground with the heroic spirit who possesses a noble phantasm.
But my footing was bad. My swallow reversal typically employs 3 slices. If I had more room, I could have added my horizontal slash.
I would assume so, otherwise the attack would be incomplete. If everything were to happen at the same time, the second sword's trajectory would naturally slow down. To compensate, there must be a 3rd horizontal attack to prevent the opponent from escaping to the side.
Ah, quick study indeed. No wonder you managed to evade my secret technique. How wonderful, Saber. I had so cursed my summoning to this material world, but that lament ends tonight. An opportunity to face an opponent that would have been impossible in my lifetime, and a chance to use my secret attack on them is enough to make this summoning well worth it.
Assassin readies his sword again and descends the stone steps. He must be after Saber's head. Saber is not confident she will be able to dodge that secret technique again. Like Lancer's Gaebulg, Assassin's Swallow Reversal is a technique that cannot allow the wielder to use. Except unlike Gaebulg, against which one can defend once they understand what it is and know that it will strike at the heart, there's no defense against Assassin's secret technique. It cannot be evaded, even when one knows what it is. Armek with the Canadian $10. Using Super Chat as a microtransaction to explode Jam Jam with my mind. I know they're here somewhere. Anyways, I'm gonna go back to wrapping up Higurashi. Love this show, though. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Have a good time with Higurashi. If there is a defense, it lies in preventing him from using the attack. The only way to defeat him is to deliver a devastating blow before Assassin can unleash his secret technique.
I see. I should not have taken it so easy on you.
She lowers both her hands. Saber drops the tip of her invisible sword as if driving it into the ground, and glares up at Assassin as he approaches.
Oh? So were you finally resolved to go all out, Saber?
Assassin stops descending the steps and readies his secret technique once more. Saber looks at him bravely.
I too have no complaints. Will you be able to endure my attack, Assassin?
Saber releases her own restraints. Tsuke plays with the $20. Thank you, Nezumi, for being a great storyteller. This is for the hours of fun. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. The air trembles. As if responding to her will, her sword releases a torrential gust of wind. Assassin retreats several steps. The gale force winds released from Saber's sword are extraordinary. Even the thick trees on either side of the temple gates creak and groan. So strong is the wind it all but explodes outward from her blade. The atmosphere sealed within is released and roars outward in all directions. Saber's sword releases a gust of wind that could easily carry off a human being. This is her blade's power. The invisible air is, as the name implies, a sword that is sealed up wind. The sword, sheathed in compressed wind, reflects and refracts light to give it the appearance of being invisible. This is what happens when the wind is released. The released air seeks escape and dissipates into its surroundings and in chaotic gusts. During that time, her sword's commanding magecraft allows her to freely manipulate the raging wind. As Saber possesses incredible amounts of magical energy, she should be able to maintain the bounded field for a few minutes. The truth of this is made apparent by the fact that her sword, even after releasing so much energy, remains invisible.
This is like a typhoon. However,
the howling winds do not die down. The unleashed winds are about to engulf Assassin.
This cannot be all of it. I shall see every skill you have concealed. Saber!
Assassin closes in, despite the raging, blinding wind. Saber's arm moves. The wind-infused blade roars, readying itself to intercept Assassin, who advances calmly, slowly, in spite of the gale force winds, strong enough to prevent most people from even approaching. New servant data added. Probably gonna look at... Yeah, let's see. I would assume it's... They added it to Sabers? Yeah. Yeah. Also, probably did add something for Kojiro as well. Yeah. We got Swallow Reversal on there now. Probably nothing under the Noble Phantasm tab because, yeah, he doesn't have one, so...
What the hell is that? When I reach Ryudo Temple, I'm greeted by the sound of air rushing at me like a typhoon. That must be Saber over there. At the top of the stairs, in front of the temple gates, I see an armored figure who must be Saber fighting someone wearing a kimono. The wind swirls around Saber, and the surrounding trees creak under the gale force intensity. Wait, damn! I don't think I can get close! The wind is so intense I can't even keep my eyes open. Head down, I manage to fight my way closer to the stairs, but the wind only gets stronger. I can't... At this rate, I can't get closer to Saber. Far ahead, I can see Saber fighting someone, but I can't do anything. No, even if I manage to get closer to Saber in this wind, I'll only hold her back. My left hand hurts again. The command spells engraved on the back of my hand tingle. I don't know what that means, but every time my hand tingles, I can't help but to remember that scene. Damn it, screw this!
I close my eyes and stretch my hands towards the stairs. I get down onto my hands and knees, hoping to avoid being blown off my feet, and begin crawling up the stairs. The wind intensifies. Even a novice mage like me can tell incredible amounts of magical energy are raging above me. My command spells tingle. The roar of the wind warns me something is happening up above. Wait, could this be Saber's magical energy? If it is, why would she need to do something so why would she do something so reckless in her state? No, should she even be doing something like that? Saber can't recover magical energy. She shouldn't be wasting it like this. I need to step in and handle the fighting and have Saber support me instead, or else she might run out of magical energy. I stand up and start running up the stairs. Now's not the time to be crawling. I don't know what Saber has in mind, but I have to stop her. Huh? As I try to dash to the temple gate, something like a dagger flies right by me. I don't know what miracle let me dodge it. Who's there? I turn to look away from the stairs into the trees. There's no doubt about it. I didn't notice it in this torrential wind, but there's someone hiding nearby. You coward! Quit hiding and come out! I shout for whoever's hiding in the tree line. The strong winds should have drowned my voice out. To my surprise, my voice echoes up the stairs. The wind died down? I look up toward the temple gate. There. I see a man in a kimono wielding a longsword, and Saber's back. That's enough, Saber. Someone's trying to steal a glance at your secret sword. The man in the kimono smiles as he speaks. Like me, he's staring out into the forest. If we continue, neither of us will emerge victorious. Whoever hides so cravenly in the trees may attack whoever survives our duel, or they may simply be observing, hoping to learn about your hidden blade. In either case, I do not care to involve myself. The man turns to climb the stair. Oh, wait. The man turns to climb the stairs, seeming totally disinterested. Stop! Oh, wait. Stop! Do you not intend to settle our match, assassin? Should you attempt to pass through the temple gates once again, we shall settle things. I will not allow any to pass this gate, no matter who they may be. That, unfortunately, is my only rule. If you plan on turning back, I have no intention of stopping you. That fool hiding in the trees, though, is another matter. Should I find myself disliking them, I will not allow them in, even dead, nor will I let them leave alive. Assassin continues up the stairs. You were manipulated, Saber, but the same goes for me, as I did not notice whoever's lurking in the shadows. Had we continued, I could have shown you the power of my secret technique, but we were interrupted. You should consider yourself fortunate. A second. Water. Saber hangs her head in regret. Her intent to kill fades. Not because of Assassin's words, but because Saber must have realized that keeping up the fight would leave her at a disadvantage. Come now. Your escort's here too. That boy over there must be your master. I suggest you leave this place before the fool spying on us decides to target him. And just like that, Assassin disappears. It must be his way of telling us that he won't attack unless we keep going. Saber says nothing. She just stands there silently, her back to me. Hey, Saber? Even when I call to her, she doesn't answer. It seems strange, so I begin climbing the steps. What? Saber's armor vanishes. Defenseless and in her simple blue clothing, she sways on the spot without turning around. I catch Saber in my arms as she falls backward down the stairs. She doesn't move a muscle. She's unconscious, eyes shut in pain. We finally get home. It took me 2 hours to carry Saber back from Ryudo Temple. I was worried the whole return trip, but we managed to get back safely. I lay Saber down in the hallway. Saber was really light. She probably only weighs about 40 kilos, so it shouldn't have tired me out so much. Or it wouldn't have if she'd been still. I had no idea that carrying a sleeping person, even a girl, could be so much work.
My fatigue is more mental than physical. The feel of her soft skin when I picked her up, her quiet breathing on me, it was also distracting. Why'd she just faint like that? I look at Saber as she lays there sleeping. She's probably not completely unconscious. Even if she looks like she's out cold, she might open her eyes the moment I call her name. Damn. There was so much I wanted to tell her when I left the house, but I can't say anything with her sleeping, looking like that. Fine. I'll give you an earful after you wake up, Saber. Even now, I keep my voice to a whisper. The moment I reach out to pick her up again.
Look, I don't care what you're into or what you plan on doing next. It's really not my business, but...
For some reason, Tosaka is in the hallway watching, even though it's after 2 in the morning. Tosaka!
What? You look like you just saw a ghost. I'm not gonna say anything, so you just go ahead and do whatever you were gonna do. I just got up to get a glass of water.
You got it all wrong. This isn't what you think, really. I mean, it's a long story, but the short version is that I was just trying to take Saber back to her room. Are you even listening to me?
Well, yes, sort of.
You're lying. You sound like you don't understand at all.
I got it, okay? Saber went out to fight on her own and you rushed off to stop her, right? Something bad happened, then you both came back after Saber fainted, so... Did I nail it?
Yeah. That's amazing. That's exactly what happened. But how did you know?
How could I not? Saber was obviously going to go off on her own, and the master is immediately alerted to a servant entering battle. Wasn't hard to figure out.
I see. I guess that's fine then. So Tosaka knew Saber would go out by herself.
So, what are you gonna do? Aren't you going to take Saber to her room? If you let her sleep here, I'm sure even a servant would catch a cold.
Well, yeah, that's why I was going to take her to her room. I tried to lift her up, but... It's kind of awkward with Tosaka watching. Tosaka, would you mind carrying Saber?
Me? I mean, I guess, but would you make some tea then? I want to hear what happened.
Tosaka picks Saber up. Her being so understanding has me a little worried, but since I asked her for a favor, I'd better go make some tea. Tosaka carries Saber off toward my room. Meanwhile, I work on preparing tea in the kitchen. She said tea, but I'm assuming she doesn't want green tea. But the only black tea I have is from tea bags. Well, if I don't have it, I don't have it. I tell myself she can complain all she wants and start pouring the hot water over the bag.
Shido, do you have a minute?
Tosaka comes back. Yeah, hold on a minute. I'll be right there. I put 2 teacups on the tray and carry it out to the living room. And there, sitting next to Tosaka, is Saber in her normal clothes. Saber? Why? I thought you were asleep.
She was, but it's not like she was going to sleep forever. She woke up.
Looks like she used a ton of magical energy.
Looks like she used a ton of magical energy at once, and just temporarily shut down. It's kind of like an electrical breaker tripping before it shorts out.
Saber's quiet as Tosaka explains. Seeing her back to her usual self, all the frustrations I had earlier come rushing back. Saber, do you have any idea what you tried to do?
Of course I do. I made my way to Ryudo Temple and fought Assassin. During our battle, we noticed the presence of a third servant observing us, and so suspended our battle.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I want to know why you went and fought.
Are we to revisit this once again? A servant fights. It is what we do. What I would like to know is why you, my master, keep telling me not to fight.
Well, I do understand there's no way around fighting since I've decided to participate in the Holy Grail War. And I know me telling Saber not to fight is me contradicting myself. But even so, I don't want to see something like that happen to her ever again.
I would like to ask you instead. You seem to dislike combat. Do you truly expect to survive the Holy Grail War with that attitude? Do you not see that if we continue to follow this policy, we will only end up suffering defeat at the hands of other masters?
It's not like that. I'll fight off anything that might pose a risk to us. I certainly don't intend to just let myself be killed so easily. But aside from that, I just don't want Saber to fight. Wrong. It's not that I dislike fighting, I just This is much simpler than that. You see, girls shouldn't get hurt. I'm a guy, so I can't let that happen. So I'm going to fight rather than let you fight.
What? Are you saying I cannot fight because I'm a woman? Are you out of your mind? A servant protects her master. We will be hurt in the doing and are summoned for that precise purpose. One's sex has nothing to do with being a servant. More importantly, are you treating me as a warrior or as a woman? I insist you take back what you have said, Shido. Please.
Saber leans toward me, her eyes blazing with fury. But I won't let her change my mind. It's absurd for her to say she's a warrior before she's a woman. How could someone so frail, light enough for me to carry easily, go and behave so recklessly? No way in hell will I take back what I said. Sure, you might be strong, but you're still a girl. Don't get worked up over something so pointless, you fool!
What? It's you who are getting worked up over something pointless. Are you saying you refuse to let a woman protect you? I'm already a heroic spirit, so you must let go of such trivialities.
It's not trivial at all. Even if you think it's important, if you don't think it's important, I do. Besides, it was a mistake from the beginning to have someone else fight on my behalf. I can't allow someone to protect someone as helpless as me. I don't want someone to get hurt in my place. I'm the one who should be doing the saving. I've been working so hard to become the kind of person who can help people, just like my old man. Damn it, listen, just don't fight, Saber. I'll do the fighting. You shouldn't have a problem with that, since it'll be the fighting you want, Saber.
Atropos with the $2. I'm going to kill you, Shido, me when woman. Yeah, it's painful. As has been said before, all will come to light eventually. There is a character thing going on here, but yeah, it is still painful to read through in the moment. What? That's absurd. Do you think a human can fight a servant? You should already understand that you're no match for a servant. Please recall what happened when Lancer attacked you. Had I not appeared, you would have been killed, so it would be against any servant. You can't know that for sure unless we try. I just wasn't prepared, but now I can come up with tons of strategies. I might even be able to ambush one of them too. Do not make me laugh. Any defense you employ would be no more useful than a sheaf of paper. What? I can't believe you'd say that, Saber! You're insulting servants. How can you possibly be so conceited as to believe that you, a mere human, could defeat a heroic spirit? Ugh! Saber and I glare at each other. Our conversation is going nowhere, and there's no sign of reaching any kind of compromise. You've got it wrong, Saber. Shido isn't insulting servants. This isn't going anywhere so long as you don't understand that much, so I'm stepping in. Rin? What do you mean by that? Well, you see, Shido genuinely doesn't want you to get hurt. I don't know why, but Shido's just a giant ball of dedication and goodwill. Am I right? Saber's more important to you than yourself, right? That's not true! I never said Saber is important to me. Spare me. You wouldn't be ready to fight yourself if that weren't true. You know damn well you can't beat a servant, right? But saying you'll fight even so means Saber's more important to you than yourself. Huh? I mean, if she puts it like that, maybe, but... That's why you'll fight even if it sounds absurd. You'll just try to win even if you know you don't have a chance, and you don't care if you die in the process. Because, and I don't really know why, in that twisted little mind of yours, other people are more important than you yourself. Well, I don't mean it to be like that. So there you have it. Now you understand, Saber. He's enough of an idiot that he'd try to even protect you against Berserker. So yeah, he's serious when he says he's going to fight. I don't know how much of Tosuka's words actually make it through to Saber, but Saber takes a deep breath and turns towards me. Shido. What, Saber? I acknowledge that you have the will to fight, and as such I have an idea. What is it? You must train with the sword. I shall teach you as much swordsmanship as time permits. If you accept that condition, then I shall accept your way of thinking. What?
Does that mean that she's going to train me? Is this because she acknowledged my will to fight?
Hold up, Saber. That whole line of thinking is pointless. Like emotional flap. Teach Shido the way of the sword? There's no way he'll be able to go up against a servant. True, but it's better than doing nothing. At the very least, it should minimize the hesitation he has in battle. I can only bet on Shido's will and determination, but such is the nature of a real battle. One will never learn if they have no aptitude for it to begin with. Well, I guess if you put it that way, you're right. You're never ready for a fist fight unless you've actually experienced one in the past. Yes, that is why I would like to try once, nay, as many times as time allows. I'd like Shido to experience what death in battle feels like so that he might grow accustomed to battle.
The two of them are talking pretty casually about some scary stuff. Hold on a minute, I never agreed to any...
Okay, then I'll teach him about magecraft. If Saber's going to train his body, I'll enrich his mind. Well, that was part of our initial plan anyway, so I guess we'll begin the formal training tomorrow. Yes, please do so. If you can do that, I can concentrate on training him with the sword. Good. Now that that's settled, let's break for tonight. Looks like tomorrow's gonna be busy.
Tosuka waves goodbye and disappears into the outbuilding.
I shall rest as well. You should do the same, Shido. I intend to work you hard in the dojo tomorrow.
She gives a short bow and goes back to her room. All that remains in the living room is 2 cups of untouched tea and 1 dumbfounded boy.
Philip with the 8. I think what gets people about this scene is that because we're in Shido's POV, some that think he's being positioned in the right when he isn't. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's the thing. As was said before, this is a character flaw. Like, just because this is what Shido thinks doesn't mean the book itself is being like, yep, and he's right to do so. Like, it is very much something he is going to have to contend with in the future.
I never agreed to this. My words go unheard. Anyway, what was already a confusing situation has grown a hell of a lot more complicated. I can't even begin to imagine what will happen today. I'm going to sleep. I should at least save my energy. Everything starts with the body. Well, yeah. The only thing I can do is cling on to my fragile hope that as long as my body's strong enough, I'll be able to endure whatever torture they might throw at me.
Alrighty. Save. Whew.
I wouldn't want anyone to get sad, if I can help it. If I just use my own limited powers to make the people around me happy, the world will be a better place. That was always Kiritsugu's favorite saying. The man who I saw as a champion of justice was saying he thought he was a failure, that he wasn't good enough. He didn't need to explain it to me. The worlds the young me and the grown-up Kiritsugu lived in were too different, and so the standards for being a hero of justice were different too. When I was young, this house was my entire world. So my old man, Fujine, myself, and my favorite shed were the only things that needed protecting. All I thought I had to protect was what I could see around me. But Kiritsugu wanted to do something for those he couldn't see or reach. I was reckless when I was young. I built myself up by cursing the cruel world. The world was so cruel, so I became cruel as a way to make my ideals a reality. There will always be those that can't be saved. You just can't save everything. If in the process of trying to save 1,000 you overlook 500, then I'll abandon 100 to save 900. That is the most efficient way. That is the ideal, Kiritsugu once told me. Of course I got mad hearing that. It really ticked me off, because I didn't have to be told that since I knew that already. Because I knew firsthand that it was that very ideal that led to me being saved. I didn't need to be reminded about something so obvious, but I still believed that a hero of justice could save everyone, despite those limitations. Because that's what a hero of justice was. Someone who could still perform miracles no matter how idealistic or unattainable they may be. You're right, Shido. Results are the most important thing. But apart from that, what's even more important is to have the heart. What did Kiritsugu say about heart again? I don't remember. It's not often I reminisce about something from so long ago. I must be in a deep sleep. Otherwise, I wouldn't be dreaming in the first place. Shido, wake up. Oh, Shido, wake up. It's almost time for breakfast. See? Saber is waking me up. It's pathetic. What? I bolt upright and out of my futon. It's 6:30 in the morning. Fresh sunlight pours in from outside. Shido, it's morning. Do you need to prepare breakfast? Saber is staring right at me. I overslept. Sorry. I'll get up right away. You have nothing to apologize for, but you have no time to relax. It appears Sakura and Rin were arguing earlier. Sakura and Tosaka are arguing? What's going on? Hold on, don't throw me into a situation I don't understand just as I'm waking up. Is that happening in Tosaka's room? No, the living room. I just passed by, so I do not know the details. Got it. I'll head there now. Oh, but there's something I forgot to do. What is it, Shido? Good morning, Saber. Thanks for waking me. I greet her and then I head out into the hallway. But seriously, what the hell did Tosaka do to start an argument with Sakura? Tosaka! In the living room. There's no sign of Sakura. Tosaka is alone, casually watching the weather forecast on TV. Morning. What a way to start the morning, shouting my name like that. She turns around as if to ask if something had happened. Huh? That's weird. Doesn't look like she was fighting with Sakura at all. Morning. Hey, Tosaka, I heard you and Sakura were arguing. Is that true? Huh? Oh, from Saber. Yes, it may have seemed that way to an outside observer, but it was nothing really. I just told her not to come here for a while. She's so casually about basically banning Sakura from my house. That's ridiculous. Sakura already said no to staying away from this house, so there's no way she would even agree even if we asked again. She wouldn't agree, but she went home after I presented her with a compromise. Told her I'd go back home without argument if she stays away for a week. She agreed to those terms. She went home, even if she was a little reluctant. Oh, right. She sends her regards. You did what? Why would she do something like that without telling me? Actually, I shouldn't yell at her for it. Tosaka's just done something I should have. You're right. Sorry for making you be the bad guy so early in the morning. You must feel terrible, Tosaka. Huh? No, it wasn't bad or unpleasant to me. Why would you think that, Shido? Because weren't you and Sakura friends? Telling Sakura to leave not once but twice doesn't sound like a fun job. That's why I feel bad. I'm the one who should take charge, but I made you do the dirty work again. That's fine. I just kicked out Sakura for my own safety. There's no reason for you to apologize. Huh? What do you mean for your own safety? Well, you said Shinji is a master, right? Knowing him, if Shinji finds out Sakura comes here, he'll target this place. So it's best to keep Sakura away from here until we finish dealing with Shinji. I get it. She makes a good point. Shinji said he doesn't tell Sakura anything. I don't think he was lying. But if he finds out his little sister comes here so often, he might get the wrong idea. You're right. It could look to Shinji like we're taking Sakura hostage. Exactly. But more importantly, this place is still dangerous. I wouldn't want her to be walking around at night, so it's best for her to stay away from here for a while. This is for Sakura's own safety, as well as ours. Yeah, you're right. I feel bad for Sakura, but I'll just have to apologize and ask her forgiveness later. Though I won't be able to explain myself when the time comes. This is really getting to me. I feel really bad about turning Sakura away like this, even if it's temporary. She's been so unselfish about helping me for all this time. Oh, you look really down. What happened to all that energy you had when you shouted at me earlier? Are you all sad and lonely not having Sakura around? Tosaka grins maliciously. Oh crap. I've known she'd tease me whenever I show vulnerability, but I went and did it again. Leave me alone. Sakura was the symbol of peace at our house. She offset whatever Fujine and I were lacking, so of course I'm down about us sending her away for our own selfish reasons.
Oh, so you do understand. If you can say that much, then you pass. I'd say you're starting to get more determined.
Huh? What are you trying to say?
Don't you get it? Once this war ends, Sakura will come back. You say you don't want the Holy Grail, but that just means you should fight to take back the peaceful life you had before. See? Now you have a clear goal.
Tosuka smiles her very biggest smile. When she puts it like that, I really have no choice but to agree.
Damn,
I don't know what to say. What she said there confirms that she's both mean-spirited and ridiculously awesome at the same time. So it's just ridiculously awesome. I mean, true. I do also think that Rin is ridiculously awesome, I guess. It's just a funny way to say it.
What? So Sakura won't be coming here for a while?
Okay, yeah, it is. It is, Taiga. Yeah, that's what's going on. Why don't you do your parents a favor and go home once in a while for a change? Gramps was complaining about his daughter neglecting him.
Leave Dad out of this. He's not gonna die or anything, whether I'm there or not. And with Sakura gone, I have to be even more vigilant. You're still a boy, so if anything fishy happens here, I'll be the one who gets in trouble and even loses her job. If that happens, are you going to take responsibility, Shiro?
That'll never happen. Sadly, since I'm a man, I can't really confidently deny that.
Emiya, why'd you just stop? She glares.
Tosuka's eyes bore into me from one side. I don't think anything would happen. Tosuka's not staying here for fun, you know. I sure know that.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. Sounds like Emiya's trustworthy, Miss Fujimura. Of course. Even from my point of view, Shiro is really composed. So much so that he might be overdoing it.
Saber continues to eat in silence as she observes the two interacting. It's been 2 days, but I don't think I'll ever get used to this.
Oh, I forgot to tell you, Shiro. It's about the Kudo Club. Did you hear Mitsuzuri got hurt?
Mitsuzuri? Did she pick a fight with someone in another club again? Honestly, she really needs to calm down. She's going to be a third year soon. So, how's she doing? Is she hurt bad?
No, she's fine. She just sprained her ankle. She was apparently attacked by some shady guy on her way home. You know she runs fast. She made a mad dash, but it sounds like she fell and got hurt.
I see. I'm glad nothing bad happened, but honestly, whoever tried to attack her is either a real daredevil or they're just reckless. Either way, they were a fool. I just thought...
You thought she would have knocked the culprit out rather than run?
Fujine grins. Yep, she sure knows Ayako Mitsuzuri well. Yeah, it's rare for Mitsuzuri to run away. But I guess she's not so tough against thieves. Suppose things worked out for the best. Something like that will probably teach her a thing or two about being femme.
God damn it, Shiro, you were really not doing yourself any favors, man! Ugh!
I munch on my rice, nodding approvingly.
Hey, Emiya.
Suddenly, Rin Tosuka slaps my shoulder, smiling at me.
I have some news for you.
Huh? What? Doubt it'll be more interesting than what I just heard.
Yeah, I never mentioned this before, but Ayako and I are real good friends. Do you know we're close enough that we hang out on the weekends?
Wait. Why are she and Mitsuzuri friends? Come again?
Oh, don't worry, I'm gonna make sure that I tell her every single word you just said. I'm sure if I tell her about how happy Emiya was when he heard about her predicament, why, I bet she'll break 10 stacks of tiles from sheer delight.
I would like to amend my statement. See, it was a figure of speech. It's not something I'd be proud if people heard, so I would really appreciate it if you kept it to yourself. Harmony of the Canadian $2 blows up shit with my mind.
Oh, really? Well, I could keep quiet about it, but it'd be really hard for me to do that unless there was, you know, maybe something in it for me. I might just accidentally slip up, you know?
I can't believe this. Sure, you sound sincere, but I'm not buying it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Don't get me wrong. I'm not playing around here. Yeah, there's no
misunderstanding here. She's enjoying this. Got it. I'll start making Western-style breakfasts from now on. You said it earlier. You mentioned that breakfast should have bread.
Good. And I think some jams, apart from marmalade, would be nice, like strawberry jam.
I don't know what you have against Japanese breakfasts, you foreigner wannabe. I can't believe you should radically change our breakfast just to suit your needs, you tyrant.
That is not entirely true. I would also be pleased to have bread served at breakfast. Soft-boiled eggs would also be an excellent addition.
Saber jumps right into the discussion.
Is that so?
Oh, is that so? Fine, you all want Western-style food, damn it. Sakura makes a Western-style breakfast one time and it goes right to all of your heads. Fine then, I'll serve bread for tomorrow, so no more complaints, right? So what was said here, stays here. Don't you dare blab about this to Mitsuzuri. I huff and shove rice into my mouth without looking at either of them. And then...
Why would you be doing something so pointless?
Fujine, who had been watching our conversation with a look of wonderment, finally speaks up. What? What do you mean, pointless?
Even if Tosuka isn't going to say anything, I'm going to tell Mitsuzuri anyway. No way I would pass up talking about something so interesting.
Fujine shakes her head disapprovingly as she eats. Actually, I need to think of a way to deal with her or I'm really in trouble. Breakfast ends and it's 7:30. Fujine surprisingly stays back and suggests that the three of us walk to school. But we can't do that. I made a decision last night. Now that I said I won't rely on Saber, I can't afford to take it easy anymore.
Then let's go. Did you lock up, Shiro?
No, don't worry about locking up. I'm not going to school today. I wave Fujine and Tosuka off. Fujine freezes, stupefied for just a few seconds.
What? What do you mean you're not going to school? Huh?
Tosuka beat Fujine to the chase. Oh, okay, that was Tosuka.
That's right. You don't look sick enough to miss school today, Shiro.
No, but my scar hurts. You know how scars hurt when the weather changes? It's like that.
You're lying, Shiro.
Yeah, but let me off the hook for just today, Fujine. It's not that I don't like school. There's something I have to do, and it's just more important right now. So let me go.
Oh, come on. How can I respond if you're going to put it like that? You always were cagey when you had something really important to take care of.
Fujine's complaining, but at least she understands. So there it is. I'll leave the school to you, Tosuka.
Okay, not much is going to change because you're not there. That's not a bad idea, Emiya.
Yeah, we'll leave the house to me. I'm not going to work for a while either, so I won't be leaving the house much.
Got it. Then I'm heading out, Shiro. If you're going to skip school because you're hurt, you shouldn't leave the house much.
Well, see ya. I'm giving you...
Oh, well, see you. I'm giving you a pass today, but you're gonna have to discuss this with me beforehand next time.
I should probably clean the floors. I told Saber to meet me here a little later. I always just do the bare minimum of cleaning in here. It's been years since I sparred with anyone in this place. It'd probably be rude to both the dojo and Saber if I don't clean up a little. But honestly, I don't know what she's going to do for sword training. I've sparred using a shinai with Kiritsugu many times, but Kiritsugu and I never really cared about proper form. It was more like a couple of amateurs beating each other up.
Philip with the 3, I swear the Ayako line is the worst he gets, lol. Yeah, I mean, to my recollection as well, that's about as bad as it gets. That one in particular is, like, really fucking groan-worthy. I was not looking forward to that.
I never really had any plans to practice kendo seriously, and I was really only taught how to fight opponents wielding a sword. I was never keen on using tools in a fight. My interest was always making and fixing them. In that sense, this might be the first time for me to learn proper swordsmanship in any serious sense. Saber swordsmanship is different than kendo, but I'm sure there are some things in common, and I don't think they're so different that I won't be able to keep up. I hear the door open. Saber arrives precisely on time. That works out well since I've just finished cleaning. Sorry I made you wait. I was thinking of having you teach me here.
Yes? Is something the matter, Shiro? You feel like you look like you've just seen something unusual.
Oh, it's nothing. I was just surprised that you're in the same clothes. Still in the same clothes. I thought you were going to wear your other outfit. We're training with swords, so I immediately thought of Saber in her armor, since that's what she always wears when she's fighting.
If you prefer me armored, I can change. You're right, I was not thinking. Even should we only be practicing, I'm disrespecting you by not wearing my armor. My apologies. I'll change right away.
Oh, that's not what I mean. I just misunderstood. It's fine. I actually prefer you in this outfit to your armor.
Are you not saying my outfit is unsatisfactory?
Unsatisfactory? I mean, you don't look like you're dressed for a bout right now, but it shouldn't matter as long as you're comfortable. Wearing armor all day will just tire you out.
That may be true, but don't you think this is an inappropriate look for wielding a sword?
Why would you think that? It's not weird. You look good. I think you look better right now than you do in your armor.
I do not quite understand. This outfit is certainly easy to move in, but it's ill-suited for combat. I believe this is quite an inadequate look for a saber.
Don't you dare wear that outfit in a fight, dummy. You're a girl, Saber. Girls look good in outfits like this, so this is fine. And then, I return the rag I'd been cleaning to the bucket, and I bring back 2 shinai that'd been leaning against a wall. So, what are you planning for training, Saber? I'm leaving everything to you to decide, so tell me anything, no matter how absurd it might be. I toss her the bamboo sword. Saber seems distracted as she catches the shinai and stares at me quietly. Is there a problem with bamboo swords? Don't tell me you want to use wooden or even real blades. He's really a tough instructor. This is beyond anything I imagined.
Oh, no, that is not it. They are certainly excellent. These are certainly excellent mock swords for practice sessions, so let us use them.
Saber draws in a deep breath. 1 second. I have to check something real quick. Okay. Just wanted to make sure that those notifications weren't anything important. And take a drink. Okay. And goes right back to being the normal Saber as I know her. That's a relief. It'd be too noisy to spar with wooden swords. So, what are we gonna do? You gonna make me strengthen my body by swinging the sword 500 times or run laps?
That will not be necessary. From what I've observed, your athletic abilities are above average. If we intended to further fortify your body, it would take more than a day or 2. You may be unskilled as a mage, but you're not bad as a warrior. You must have trained hard from a young age.
Well, that's all I was really good at. You don't have to be talented in magecraft to work out physically.
That must have worked out in your favor. One of the reasons you survived Lancer's attack must be that very training. But it will not be enough for you to defend yourself. Humans are bound by limitations. Your body's not yet reached its limits, and breaking through that limit would be difficult. That's why I'll be teaching you only one thing: how to fight.
What do you mean, just fight? Based on your tone, it doesn't sound like you'll teach me how to fight.
Of course not. The techniques employed in battle cannot be learned overnight. All I can do is make certain master experiences as many battles as possible. I'm not a skilled teacher, so I'm baffled that you would seek my guidance.
Hello? Having her sound so proud about that makes it a bit awkward for me as her student. So we're just gonna have a bunch of matches?
Yes, that is all, Master. We shall not soften our blows, but we will fight as if we mean to kill each other. Well, you will understand after perhaps an hour.
Saber readies herself, gently gripping her shinai. Huh? I tilt my head, wondering what she means, but I also grip my shinai as Saber does. In that instant, my vision goes black. Saber's teaching me one very simple lesson. No matter what I do, no matter what strategy I come up with, none of it will change the outcome of a fight against someone I just don't have a chance of beating. Ouch! That hurt! It's definitely broken!
If it were broken, your arm would look far worse. It may be a bad bruise, but you'll recover soon.
Okay, then let's keep going.
Do you intend to continue, Shiro? It may be a bruise, but you should not move again so quickly.
It's just the person who didn't hesitate to charge at my arm. Fine, if you don't feel like it, I'll use this opportunity. I got her! Nope, obviously.
Please listen to me. You are obviously fatigued. You must rest or all of our training will be in vain. but it's disgraceful for you to beat me so badly when you're so obviously taking it easy on me. If I can't get you so much as to raise a brow, I'll be too frustrated to even collapse. If you want me to be surprised, I am plenty surprised. I knew you were stubborn, but I entirely failed to anticipate the extent.
Well, sorry about that. I hate losing.
Yes, you have demonstrated that many times, so you needn't say so. We will be taking a break, so please put your bamboo sword down. The floor is slippery with sweat. We're not trying to carry out mock battles in extreme situations, so there's no point in carrying on while we're exhausted and on unstable footing.
Why not? I thought combat training was supposed to simulate worst-case scenarios. If not...
That is even more pointless. Listen, Chiro. If you say you're going to fight against a servant, doing so will be pointless unless you're in peak condition, have the best footing, and a prepared path of retreat. Unless the conditions are perfect, you will not be able to fight against a servant. Your desire to fight while you are in the worst possible state is foolish in itself.
So what you're saying is that I shouldn't even bother trying to fight in situations like this?
Exactly. In a situation like this, there's no miracle which would save you, Shiro. Your best way to fight should be to fully prepare yourself, then pursue the best course of action in a given situation.
Got it. Then I'd like to take a break. I slump against the wall and slowly slide down to the floor. I exhale. Air should be what I feel coming from my lungs, but instead there's only heat. Ouch. While my body is throbbing with pain, I glance towards the clock on the wall. It's a little past 11 o'clock. We started around 9, so we've been sparring for about 2 hours. During the first hour, I was just getting beaten up. Saber struck suddenly, then I blacked out. I woke up thinking I would be more careful, and then just got knocked right back out. After getting beaten up repeatedly, my body seemed to get used to it, or maybe my anger just triggered some latent power, but eventually I did manage to block the first blow. The problem came after that. Here's a thought. Would humans dare to, or even be able to fight back against an opponent who's so much stronger and more skilled? You Oni. The answer was no, because I blacked out the instant I flinched. After that, it was just a repeated show of a cat cornering a rat. If no matter how I tried to block the attack, I was just going to fall, mortally wounded, then I had no choice but to attack in desperation. Of course, she deflected my attacks easily and knocked me out, but as I got used to it, I started getting enough time and awareness to intuit the next attack would kill me, so I had just enough time to think to myself, oh crap. I guess in a general sense I was getting into the swing of things. So after that I went on the defensive. My intuition kept screaming that the next attack would knock me out, so I tried to avoid it like any living thing would. I managed to parry Saber's Shinai attacks as they rained down upon me, and while I waited for an opening to counterattack, she struck a fatal blow. I managed to stand up and think the next time I'd last longer, then think maybe I should go on the offensive before she can strike, since I couldn't hold out anyway. And that went on for 2 hours. I'm not sure this is going to make me stronger, but I do think it's helping me get used to fighting. Practice so I'm neither confused nor too calm in the face of the enemy. Master 3000 with the $5. Compared to Battler and Keiichi, it's fascinating to have such a self-serious protagonist like Shiro. Yeah, it is sort of a that's kind of why I've tried to take that typical sort of like protagonist boy voice I usually do for main characters that I've done so far, and kind of give it a little bit more of a what's the word I'm looking for, like kind of a more like stoic-ish lean, kind of a more like tired, like it's still sort of the same voice archetype, but there's a little bit more of a rasp. I guess is one way to put it. All I'm doing is teaching myself that I'm a single mistake away from death. But if you asked me if I thought this was meaningless, I'd say no. With no effective weapon to use, the feeling of constantly being on edge is the most important thing I have.
A job well done. Are you hurt anyway, Shiro?
The next thing I know, Saber's right next to me. I'm so exhausted. I'm dripping sweat all over the floor. Saber isn't even breathing hard. It'd be hard to find anywhere that doesn't hurt at this point. You really didn't hold back, Saber. It actually felt extraordinary having you just come at me without even having a chance of defending myself. I have to admit, I'm saying that entirely because I'm a sore loser.
Yes, I did try to bring myself down to your level, but I also tried to show you no mercy. No real battle will ever involve making things easy for you.
Yeah, Thanks to this training, I think I can calmly deal with a Doberman running at me with its leash off. Then again, I wouldn't be good enough yet if it's just a Doberman, so I'll still need more training. I'm in a moment of honest reflection.
Near, hey Marcia, I watched the Fate anime or visual novel a better experience the story. Just wanted to know it's confusing where I should start. You should just start with this stream series, because this is the first entry in the series. This visual novel was the first thing that was written in the entire franchise. If you wanted to get into Fate, just start at part 1 of this series that I just started and just keep watching. That's pretty much what I'd recommend. Because there's no Fate anime adaptation that actually covers this first route, at least not straightforwardly. It's generally accepted to be a much better experience for all of Fate Stay Night if you just read the VN.
I've always thought I trained myself more than the average person, but now I'm ashamed for throwing in the towel after just 2 hours of sparring with Saber.
That's not true. Your attacks were all quite powerful. I was so enthused by your efforts that I forgot to strike back at times.
Oh? I'm suddenly embarrassed again. For a while, we'd just been 2 people sparring with our Shinai with no thought given to being a man and a woman, but now she's caught me off guard. Hold on. I'm going to go get some water.
Water? I'll fetch you some. Please stay here and rest.
Saber goes to get some water. Phew, that was a close one. Close? What was so close? I drink the water Saber brings me. It must still be break time, as Saber's sitting formally in a kneeling position. Saber is so beautiful when she does that kind of thing. I'm not saying that as a man finding a woman attractive, but because I find her beautiful as a human being. It's still strange to think that she's Saber, a servant, and someone dedicated to fighting. Right now, there's only me and Saber. This might be a good opportunity for me to strike up a conversation, so I'll ask...
Yeah, gee. I wonder what we should ask about. But, I think there's one thing in particular on the mind that we need to talk about.
Why does she want to fight so much? I might be able to understand her convictions a little more if I find out why she wants the Holy Grail. But can I really ask her that? Saber, can I ask you something?
Yes. What is it, Shido?
Well, there's something I forgot to ask. You're lending me your power because you want the Holy Grail, right? So, what is your wish for the Holy Grail?
Why I seek the Holy Grail? Will you be satisfied if I simply tell you that I want it? The Holy Grail is an omnipotent vessel. There's no wish that cannot be granted once you obtain it. One should hardly need a reason for seeking such a thing.
No, that's not what I'm asking. Saber, you're dodging the question.
Shido,
I'm not asking why you're seeking it. I want to know the wish you want granted. But if you don't want to tell me, you don't have to. Wishes aren't always something to be shared. Saber closes her mouth, embarrassed. I'm not surprised. Saber didn't form a contract with me to help me. Masters are the only ones who can obtain the Holy Grail, so she's only here to assist with that. And that's why she's hesitant to tell me her wish. But most of all, I don't want to hear her tell me about her selfish wish, so I shouldn't have asked. Besides, it's disrespectful for someone without a clear wish to ask about someone else's wish. Shido, are you commanding me as my master? That catches me off guard. Saber turns to look at me, her gaze as serious as her tone. But no, I'm not. I didn't mean it that way. I was just curious. Sorry for asking such a dumb question. No. As a servant, I do need to disclose my desires to my master. Shido, I seek the Holy Grail to fulfill a certain obligation. I desire the Holy Grail's power to fulfill the responsibility I failed to see through to the end in my lifetime. She looks straight at me. I see no deceit in her eyes. Fulfill an obligation? And when you say lifetime, do you mean before you became a servant? Yes. In all honesty, I am uncertain of my own intentions. Perhaps I only desire to do things over. Hi, Demeline.
How's it going?
Saber looks down quietly. For a moment, she looks like a lost child seeking repentance. Okay. I'm actually relieved. I was worried you were going to say something Tosaka would say, like world domination. Rin would be angry if she heard that.
But she's not the type to say such a thing. She may use the Holy Grail for herself, but her wish would certainly not bring chaos upon the world.
You think so? I still think she probably shouldn't be the one to get the Holy Grail. I nod to myself.
Doing good. Streamed Metal Gear, and I'm gonna see a concert tomorrow. Haven't had much time to read Umineko, lol. I figured as much, but that's pretty cool. Love Metal Gear. What concert are you seeing?
All the while, Saber watches me, her expression gentle. This conversation ends here. I should never have brought this up. The mood between the two of us eases thanks to the mention of Tosaka, and I decided it'd be best not to pry.
Ah, okay. Local funk rock thing. That sounds cool. I haven't been to a concert in a while. I should look to go to another one sometime. I had a really good time when I went to see AJJ last year, so I would really love to do that again.
The ache in my heart still remains. Even though I was relieved to know Saber's wish was not a materialistic one, I felt there was still something amiss with it. Anyway, now that we've talked a bit, my body's cooled down, so we should get back to training. Saber, let's go again. I've had a chance to rest.
Ever since I started learning guitar, I've been telling myself I should go see local bands regularly. That's a pretty good idea, actually. Yeah. I need to get on the instrument grind at some point. I really have been meaning to. It's just, I'm so busy with so much other shit all the time. But I would like to, though. I would really like to.
Are you sure?
You do seem to have cooled down, but you also appear to be in pain.
It's fine. Just bruises, so I can deal with it. Besides, I'm healing automatically now anyway.
But if it gets worse, this training will be pointless. I believe we should wait longer and see.
It's fine. I want to do more before Tosaka comes home. I wouldn't want her seeing me in this state.
I understand. It would not do to have Rin, who will eventually become our enemy, learn about your abilities. Reckless though it may be, I suppose we should pick up the pace a bit.
Saber picks up her shinai from the floor, but then, a really out-of-place sound echoes through the dojo. Saber? I think her stomach is growling.
It seems I'm hungry. I had not noticed, engrossed in our training as I was.
Oh, yeah, now that you mention it, it is lunchtime. I can't blame her for her stomach growling. I'm not that hungry yet, but if Saber is, we should have lunch. And if during that time I heal more, that's even better. Hey, it's lunchtime anyway. I'll go buy some groceries so you can rest in the living room.
Shido, if you're going out, I will accompany you.
I'll be fine. I'm just going to the shopping district nearby. No one would attack me in broad daylight, and you might just attract more attention if you did come with me.
Are you sure it will not be dangerous?
I'm sure. Just wait here. I'll be back. I'll be right back. I grab my wallet and head out. It doesn't take more than 10 minutes to go to the shopping district by bike. The bicycle I take from the garage today is Unit 2. Unit 1 is still parked in front of Ryudo Temple. I bike down the hill. I haven't gone to the shopping district midday on a weekend since I was a kid. The intersection is packed with housewives returning from midday shopping. They're coming from the neighborhood shopping center Sakura and I frequent. I finish buying a bag of groceries, enough food to make lunch for 2 and a light snack. I don't buy anything for dinner since Tosaka's in charge of that tonight, but I do buy enough bread for 4 for tomorrow's breakfast. I don't know how to make strawberry jam, so I reach for the cheapest. Well, no, that might get some complaints, so I should go for an expensive jar instead. Damn, this is really eating into my wallet. Why the hell do I have to spend 1,000 yen on something so sugary? I load the groceries onto my bike as I grumble. But then, I feel someone tugging at me from behind. I turn around, wondering who it is. Standing there is a silver-haired little girl. You're... I stumble backward, knocking over my bike. While I brace myself, the girl just looks up at me with a smile. What? I can't sense so much as a hint of animosity or murderous intent from her. To top it all off, the little girl says,
I'm glad to see you alive, big brother.
She looks so happy. The hell? She's definitely Berserker's master. She's the master of the monster who almost tore me in half with a single blow. Not the sort of person I'd expect to just run into in the shopping district in the middle of the day. You're not planning to fight here, are you?
Why would you say something so silly? We're not supposed to fight while it's still light out.
The little girl pouts. She's certainly acting like the little girl she seems to be. I have no idea what she must be thinking. I can at least sense that she doesn't pose any threat, though. You're...
Ilias Vale von Einsburn. You can call me Ilya for short. What's your name?
Me? I'm Shidoemiya.
Shidoemiya? That's a tongue twister.
Nobody's ever said it like that. If it's hard to remember, just call me Shido. That's my first name.
Shido. That's easier. Shido, huh? Yep, has a nice ring to it. Simple, but it's also kind of haughty at the same time.
Ilias Vale looks at me suggestively. I find myself shifting my weight so I can be ready to run at an instant, purely by instinct. She is Berserker's master. If she gets it in her head, she can probably just order him to crush me along with the florist next to me.
You don't have to be so tense, Shido. I left Berserker at home today. You didn't bring Saber with you either, so we're even.
Ilias Vale looks up at me cheerfully. Well, I'm not sure even is the right word.
Hey, let's talk. There's so much I want to talk to you about.
The little girl tugs on my arm as if she were taking her father's hand. Wait! What's the big idea? Is this some weird new strategy you thought up?
What do you mean? I just want to talk. Kids make friends and talk with them all the time, right?
That may be true, but that doesn't really apply to us. We're both masters and we've already fought each other before. We're actually enemies.
That's not true. I don't have any enemies. The other masters are more like, pests to me. But if you're good, I might let you go.
She smiles wide as she says this. Just stay back, okay? What's wrong with you? I jerk my arm to throw Ilias Vale's hand off. Kit! She's about to fall. She nearly falls flat on her back because of how hard I shook her off. Oh, crap, Ilya! I don't know why I did that. The next thing I know, I'm reaching for Ilias Vale. Her name is too long. Ilya's waist, and try to catch her before she falls to the ground. I lower Ilya to the ground without saying a thing. Ilya's silent. I don't know what to say myself, so I just stand there looking down at Ilya. Well, this is awkward. So awkward, in fact, that I'm about to turn around and leave, but then...
Why? Do you hate me or something?
She asked with the same glow in her red eyes that she had when she spoke to me the other night, when she was with Berserker. A chill runs down my spine. I sense no danger earlier, but she's just reminded me that she's still Berserker's master. If I cross her, I'm dead. I'd never be able to face Saber if I died in vain here, and everyone in the shopping district would get dragged into this as well. Yeah, that's a safe bet. Ilya's willing to use her powers anywhere. Fine. You just want to talk, right? I'll do what you want then, so will that be alright, Ilya?
Yep, then let's go to the park. I passed by it earlier and there was nobody there.
Ilya skips off toward the park.
Come on, hurry! If you don't, I'll leave you behind, Shido!
Ilya spins around as she runs through the shopping district. She really did go ahead without me. I'm more moved than I am confused. Apparently, once you promise Ilya something, she treats it as the absolute truth. And that's why she just skipped off so happily. It's also why, even though she left me behind, I don't even consider taking the opportunity to run for it. I'd already promised her I was going to talk with her, and she clearly trusts that. What's with her? She sure is unstable. But then again, I haven't yet gotten to an age where I'm so cynical as to betray a little girl's trust. Ilya and I were the only two in the park a little ways from the shopping district. Kids are in school at this hour, or maybe the park's not as popular anymore. Our conversation begins in the tense, wintry air of the park. So, let's talk. What do you want to talk about? Do you want to know about Saber?
About Saber? Why?
We're masters. Don't you want to get information about the other servants?
I don't want to talk about that kind of stuff. I'll get bored if we don't talk about something funner.
I don't really find anything in particular boring, but okay. What do you think is fun?
I don't know. I haven't really talked to people much, so I don't know what to talk about.
So you brought me out here not knowing what to talk about? Didn't anyone teach you how to think before you act? They didn't, did they? Then from now on, you're going to be a proper thoughtful adult.
No thanks. I'll leave all that to you, Shido. Isn't it a man's responsibility to escort a lady? So I just have to follow you.
She smiles and leans against my shoulder. She doesn't seem like she's being touchy-feely. If anything, it's like a small animal huddling against something to stay warm. Huh. Now that I'm paying more attention, she does look cold. Ilya, are you cold?
Yeah, I am. I don't like the cold.
She breathes out a puff of white mist. Though she says she doesn't like the cold, she seems enchanted by her misting breath. I see. It's a lot colder than usual today. You'll just have to endure the cold for now. But where did you come from? Your name sounds kind of noble or something.
I'm not kind of noble. I am noble. I am a noble. I was born in an old castle owned by the Einsburn family. It was always cold and snowing, so I'm used to it being cold like this.
Huh? You were born in a cold country? Shouldn't you be used to the cold then?
Yes, but I just don't like it. I like it warm much better. Don't you like it warm too, Shido?
Yeah, obviously. I'd rather it be warm than cold.
Can't agree with the both of you. Can't agree. I am much more of a fan. Well, I guess fan probably isn't the right word, but I much prefer the cold to the warm. Or at least I prefer the cold to the hot. My philosophy is this: you can always put on more layers. You can never strip off, your skin. So, I mean, maybe I'm just biased because I live in fucking Florida, which is a hellscape, an abomination of nature when it comes to the heat. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just it's the cold for me. It's the cold for me.
I know. That's why I like to stay inside and keep warm when it's cold out. But I like snow. It's white, and father said it was like my hair.
I clap my hands together in wonderment. Now that she's mentioned it, I realize something. I didn't know what Ilya reminded me of, but if there ever was such a thing as a snow fairy, it'd probably look like her. Your dad's pretty clever. Your hair is like snow, soft and white.
Right? I'm proud of my hair. I got it from my mother, and it's the only girly thing about me.
Ilya giggles joyfully. Seeing her act this way leaves me numb. If I hadn't already seen it for myself, I'd never believe this girl could be Berserker's master.
What about you, Shido? Did you get anything from your dad? Don't say a magic crest, okay? I want to know what you got from your dad as his son, not as a master.
Me? I guess the last thing I got from him was the house. Before that was my last name, and the first thing I got was a chance at living again when I was about to die. I was the only one Kiritsugu managed to save in that fire 10 years ago. Let's see. I didn't get any physical features like you did from your parents, but I think I got plenty of things that were just as good. Ilya looks delighted, as if it were a story about her. Who wouldn't be happy seeing a smile like that?
But from what you just said, you didn't get his magic crest. That's weird. Does that mean you're not a master?
Well, I'm an apprentice mage without a magic crest, but I'm a master. Now that you mention it, you're a master, which makes you a mage, right?
I'm not a mage, I'm a master. I was never taught magecraft.
Huh? Then you didn't inherit your parents' magic crest? But I thought your family was a prominent one, since you have a castle and all.
That's true, but you don't need a magic crest to be a master, so that's why I'm a master.
Ilya tilts her head in confusion. Huh? Now I'm confused too. Ilya's words seem off. It feels like we're each having a different conversation here. Hey, Ilya, let me ask you something. Where do you live? It sounds like you came here just for the Holy Grail War. Does that mean you're living in a hotel right now? Well, for starters, it'd be bad if she didn't have a guardian. Letting a child like her come to Japan on her own is just terrible parenting.
Hotel? Like a vacation villa?
Yeah, I guess so. Not a house, but just somewhere you stay.
Then yes. Do you see that big forest over there? There's a Western-style mansion my grandfather's grandfather built over there. I was told that the Einsburn family's masters stayed there for the Holy Grail War.
Ilya points west. Yeah, there's a deep forest in the mountains there. The place hasn't been developed yet. It takes about an hour to get to that forest by car. Did you come all the way from there alone?
Yep, I snuck out today. Sella and Lacerit may be my mates, but they're so annoying. I came all the way to Japan, so I think I could go out and do some fun things. I may have always gotten what I wanted, but I've been shut in my room all this time, so this should be my reward.
Huh? You were locked up in your room?
Yeah, I wasn't allowed outside when it snowed because it'd be bad for my body. That's why I usually played in my room. But I'm fine. It's not as cold here as the castle, so I'm fine by myself.
Ilya beams proudly. She swings her legs back and forth, seeming to genuinely be enjoying herself. I find myself reaching into my grocery bag. I take out the dorayaki, a Japanese pancake sandwich filled with red bean paste I bought to give to Saber, and without knowing why, I hand it to Ilya. Want it? It's not the fanciest thing, but it's good.
What's this? Food?
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of sweets, but this is the only exception. This was a favorite tea snack my old man and I shared.
So you're giving this to me?
Yeah, it's not as good if you eat it alone, so let's eat it together. I hand her the dorayaki. Ilya hesitates, but takes the unfamiliar snack.
Okay, thanks.
She happily takes a bite of the dorayaki. She practically devours the thing. I nibble my dorayaki and try to stop myself. What? Huh? Aniplex, what did you mean by this? And try to stop myself, I assume, from being overwhelmed by the shocking thought I've just had. I don't believe myself. For reasons I simply can't understand, I just found myself thinking it'd be nice to have a little sister like her. But honestly, I think Ilya is too innocent. She might really be an innocent young girl who hasn't learned the difference between good and evil. Honestly, I can't even begin to imagine how a mage family raises a child. But I know without a doubt that Ilya wasn't raised in a normal environment. Tosaka may act the way she does, but she's a mage at heart. She understands the gravity of the Holy Grail War and knows that the killings between masters are murder. But this girl may have become a master without really appreciating what it means to kill people. I haven't been talking to her long, but I don't think Ilya is the sort who'd choose to kill anyone. If that's the case, Ilya, there's something serious I want to talk with you about. But then, Ilya suddenly raises her head as if someone's just called for her. Ilya? What's wrong? Did something happen?
Yeah, I need to go home. Berserker woke up.
She jumps off the bench. Ilya runs out of the park without so much as a goodbye. She disappears in an instant. I go back to the house. I decide to keep quiet about meeting Ilya. This is the sort of thing I should be sharing right away, and I know it, but I don't feel like talking about it. Ilya wasn't acting like a master in the park. We talked about trivial things and casually parted ways, so I hesitate to bring up what happened today to the others. I feel bad for keeping secrets, but I don't want to think of the little girl I met today as my enemy. After lunch with Saber, we resume our training at the dojo, and next thing I know, it's time for dinner. I rest, fatigued after my training with Saber, so I take a bath to rinse the sweat off. By the time I head to the living room, dinner's ready. I'm a little moved. It's really nice to come out of the bath and find dinner ready without doing anything.
Emiya, it's dinner time. Why are you standing there like an idiot?
And yet, why does she have to ruin the moment? Nothing. It's dinner, right? I'm ready to eat. Where's Saber?
I thought Saber went to your room, Shido. You didn't see her? That's weird. She was here a second ago. Maybe you two missed each other because this place is as big as a hotel. Fine, I'll go get Saber, so you should go to the bathroom one more time. You didn't dry your hair properly.
Oh, you're right. Okay then, I'll leave Saber to you. I waved to Tosuka and stepped back into the hallway. As Tosuka said, the Emiya house was built with all kinds of passages and corridors. One of the most notable examples of this is the various routes to the bathroom. You can get there from my room or the living room.
I've literally looked at like a I don't know how accurately recreated it is. I assume like somebody like put some thought into it though, because Fate fans are slavishly dedicated if nothing else. But I did come across a VR chat recreation of the Emiya house, and yeah, they're not fucking kidding. That place is really confusing. There's like 5 million goddamn doors, and it's like, where the fuck is everything?
I head into the bathroom. I don't like to use the dryer, so I'll just use the towel I used earlier to dry my hair. And in that moment, I forget everything that happened today.
Shido, I suppose you must be here to take another bath, but I'm doing so at the moment. I'd appreciate it if you could wait until later.
I need to explain myself. I need to explain that this is all an accident, but my mind has gone completely blank. The sight in front of me is enough to erase everything that's happened today from my mind.
Shido, were you in the bath so long that your blood rushed to your head? Even your ears are bright red. If you need to cool off, I suggest you head out to the veranda.
No, yeah, I'll do that, but before I do, I should apologize. I avert my gaze from Saber and try to calm my pounding heart. This was an accident. Well, actually, there's not really much room for me to explain myself now that we've accidentally run into each other like this. So go on, get mad at me, Saber. I try to keep my eyes averted and calm myself down at the same time. Saber thinks for a while, then says,
Shido, please raise your head.
I do as I'm told. Hey, wait! Why are you still like that?
You have nothing to apologize for. I wish to tell you that there's nothing for you to worry about, even having seen what you have.
Come again?
I've told you this before. Gender is meaningless to servants. Seeing my body may have made you panic, but as I've said, I'm a servant before I'm a woman. As such, your consideration is unnecessary.
What? What is Saber saying? Even if Saber insists, the fact of the matter remains that she's a girl. But then again, I don't think it'd be the case, but could Saber be...
Let me ask you something. Are you saying that...
Oh, wait, that's still Shido. Let me ask you something. Are you saying that you're not the least embarrassed about changing in front of me, Saber?
Why would I be embarrassed about such a thing?
I figured as much. It doesn't matter that Saber doesn't care, though. I really do. Sorry, just let me apologize. If something like this happens again, you can do whatever you want to me. I do a quick 180 and rush awkwardly out of the dressing room. Saber stares at me oddly after I leave. We finished dinner. It was probably a typical dinner, except it didn't feel that way. I've lost my appetite since the incident in the bathroom. So cold. I had opened a window from the veranda to let out the outside wind cool my head, but I need to stop. I'm going to catch a cold if I keep this up.
Shido, there you are.
Saber, did you have something?
No, but I thought you did. I thought Rim promised to teach you magecraft tonight.
Oh. I smacked my forehead. I completely forgot. Thanks, I'll head over there right away. I rush to the outbuilding and head upstairs. I knock on the door to the guest room that Tosuka has taken up occupancy in.
Shido? I have my hands full, so just come on in, it's fine.
Tosuka's voice sounds from inside the room, but she sounds a little unnerved. I walk in to see Tosuka holding a jewel in one hand, a syringe in the other, and a handkerchief in her mouth. I have questions, Tosuka. She sticks a needle in her arm as she speaks, her mouth full. She draws blood into the syringe. Tosuka slowly drips blood from the syringe onto the jewel, then grips it tightly. A wave of vertigo washes over me. I can't tell if it's a ripple of magical energy.
Even after all that, it's only at 30%. Guess I'll have to make do with just the 9 I have. Tosuka slumps her shoulders in disappointment and puts the stone back into a jewelry box. Tosuka, I came here to learn from you, as promised. But before we get to that, I'm curious about what I just saw. Yes, I was waiting for you. You fortified your body with Saber during the day, right? Then we need to train your mind at night. Tosuka seems happy, ready to teach. Saber said she wasn't good at teaching, but I'm guessing this will be the total opposite. Anyway. So, what should we start with? You mentioned that you can only use strengthening magecraft.
Actually, before we start, I need to know, or else it's going to bother me. What the hell were you just doing? Sticking yourself with a needle is dangerous.
Huh? I was just making magic bullets. My family's style of magecraft uses the flow and conversion of power. Whenever I have the time, I transfer my magical energy to other objects.
Wait, what are magic bullets, and what's the point of transferring magical energy?
Magic bullets are exactly what they sound like. Bullets filled with magical energy. Have you ever heard stories where jewels contain human emotions and thoughts? Jewels in general can easily store magical energy, and it seems like my family's always been really well suited for the practice. If you don't do anything for, say, a day, you wind up with an excess of magical energy, so I put that extra energy into jewels. I repeat this for days, months, and even years, and that turns the jewels themselves into magecraft. The jewels obviously have limited capacity, and I can't control magical energy outside myself. The magical energy inside the jewels works like an ignition source to instantly activate a large-scale magecraft.
So you're saying you fill these jewels with your own magical energy as a backup?
Backup? Like combat support? That's close, but not quite right. It's more like stuffing something into a disposable pack. Yeah, to answer your question, Evie, since people were making HRT jokes, capsules and syringes are used in pretty much, any HRT treatment. Like, you can do either or. Some may be more effective than others for specific people, but generally there are multiple forms that you can take it in. So it's like you're temporarily expanding a computer hard disk.
Oh wait, I guess that is, yeah. So it's like you're temporarily expanding a computer hard disk. That's amazing. You'll be able to use as much magecraft as you want with that kind of skill.
Hard disk? No idea what that is, but it's also not as great as you think. The moment I infuse the jewel with magical energy, the magical energy is bound by the jewel's attributes, which limits how I can use it.
Yeah, but magical energy never ceases to surprise me. I didn't know you could store it like that. Why don't other mages do something so useful?
The ability to store magical energy is something outside yourself is unique. Even your strengthening magecraft involves infusing your magical energy into another object too, right? Things that pass magical energy typically change using up that magical energy. The effects of magecraft are instantaneous and never permanent. What my family does is to make it so that the magical energy flows into jewels where they become permanent objects, but other mages can do something similar to their own bodies. And that's what magic crests are, a kind of backup magecraft mages possess.
Magic crests. Oh, yeah, secrets that parents pass down to their children. I don't have anything like that, so I'm kind of clueless about them.
Wait, what did you just say?
Huh? Well, I just said I don't have a magic crest. My old man had one, but I didn't inherit it. Tosuka catches her breath, but then the next minute she seems to understand.
No wonder you're such an amateur. So, you really started from zero, and I guess there's no helping it.
Tosuka, haven't you known that I don't have a magic crest for a long time now?
Of course not. If I knew, I would have never let you go out and do stuff on your own. Sure, I knew you weren't fully trained, but if you don't have a magic crest, you aren't even a mage.
She huffs and looks at me, seeming to be complaining. But what is this? Her voice sounds almost warm, like she's a little bit relieved, like she's jealous I'm not a mage.
Well, whatever. This just means I have to teach you everything from scratch. But since you know what magic crests are, you know what a mage is. Okay, sit over there, Shido. I really need you to pay attention because this is important stuff.
Right here? Okay, go ahead. I brace myself and look straight at Tosuka. Tosuka nods approvingly, satisfied by my show of seriousness.
I'll start with something simple. You already know that you need magical energy to use Magecraft. You can actually refer to anything that can activate Magecraft as magical energy. There are endless varieties of magical energy. Some may use Magecraft via their own means, while some may do it by paying a price of some sort. You at least know that, right?
Yeah, you're talking about mana and Odd. Mana is magical energy that's found throughout the world, while Odd is magical energy an individual can create themselves.
Yep, good job. Let me start by explaining the types of Magecraft that use mana. Listen, mages who don't have so much history, like you, employ something that's already taken form to use magical energy. It's a method based on a long-established system of rituals using offerings to make contact with mystics. It's called formal craft, a negotiation technique where a mage prepares a compensation of sorts to make a deal because their own power is insufficient. This way, even a caster with weak magical energy can use Magecraft. They don't need to use their own magical energy because they're borrowing it from elsewhere, from mana, so the caster only has to perform a ritual. But you need knowledge to pull something like this off. You're not at the right level to do something like this. Besides, something reeking of blood probably wouldn't be your style anyway.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to do stuff like sacrifice chickens or pray for a whole night inside a magic circle.
Right? Then let's move on and talk about Odd, Magecraft that uses the mage's own power. This probably doesn't bear mentioning, but it is the basic method for using the Magecraft you and I practice. Your strengthening Magecraft only uses your magic circuits without using anybody else's power, right?
I nod. It seems she's gotten into the nitty-gritty stuff now.
Right. The magic circuits that function to create your own magical energy are a hereditary trait passed down through generations. Magic circuits are forged over many generations and get more powerful as they're passed down to the next generation, and so on. The child of a mage family is already fit to use magical energy because of this. It may not be fair, but you and I had different starting points.
I know that. It doesn't bother me. Keep going.
I wasn't too worried about that either. But whatever. Anyway, other than magic circuits, mage families also have secret magecrafts that they cultivate over generations. It's similar to my jewels you saw earlier. Once a certain magecraft is mastered, a mage can physically hold that magecraft. Do you know that feeling of getting a hold of magecraft, even though it's typically shapeless and simply devised?
I don't, but I'm guessing it's like it becomes part of your body.
Bingo. Magecraft that goes beyond the realm of principle and becomes a part of you then becomes tangible. It's a feat that can authenticate or otherwise unstable magecraft, and at the same time, it becomes the testimony of that mage's existence. And when a mage is on the brink of death, they pass down their great accomplishments to their successor in the form of a crest. It's their way of telling their successor to go further, to places they were unable to reach, and that their crest may be of some use to them. Though to be honest, both the one handing down the crest and the one receiving it knows it's of no help.
What? Are you saying that something so awesome is useless?
It is useful. An ordinary mage would consider a single crest to be like a security blanket. It's that helpful. But then again, it's like getting a car. No matter how fast it is on the road, it's never going to take you to the moon.
Huh?
Just forget that part. Let's move on. You might know this already, but this crest is what's called a magic crest. The head of the mage family spends their entire life completing their magecraft and makes it into a crest to pass it down to their descendants, and the descendant completes another magecraft and adds it to the crest, which gets passed down to the next descendant. The magic crest gets more complex as it passes from generation to generation, but it's also a constraint mages can't escape.
So, what you're saying is that the entire history of a mage family is recorded in these magic crests?
No, that's not it. Family records are recorded in books. Magic crests only contain magecraft. It can cast spells on its own, or it can let you use magecraft you haven't mastered yet. In simpler terms, it's like having magic circles engraved on your body.
Then doesn't that mean that you can engrave the crests onto anyone? If magic circles are all you need, then you can draw as many as you want as long as you know the shape.
That's not how it works. Magic crests are like living things. It's more like transplanting an organ. There's only one organ, so you can't split it amongst other people or copy it. There's no point in splitting a heart in half because it just stopped working, right?
Oh, yeah, you have a point. Does that mean you have a crest implanted in you, too?
Implanted is a pretty backwards way to put it, if I do say so myself. In my case, it's on my left arm. It covers my entire arm from my shoulders to my hand. It doesn't show up as long as I'm not using it, so I don't have to hide it like with the command spells. So that's why a mage family only has a single heir. If a family has multiple siblings, typically any not chosen to be the successor would not be taught magecraft and would instead live an ordinary life. The magic crest can't be passed down to them, so there's no point in them being a mage.
Yeah, Shinji said that too. I get it. So that's why Sakura wasn't taught any magecraft.
Right, but the crest inheritance stopped a few generations ago in the Mato family, so I assume Shinji's only learned about magecraft. Cross-trash, this was the exposition dump that made me stop reading for a month or two, lol. I mean, honestly, I don't know if I'm just, like, a weird person in this regard, but I actually really enjoy things like this. I really like the sort of, like, technically minded stuff like this. It compels me. It doesn't all have to be relevant. It just, you know, it fills out the world in an interesting way to me. I like thinking about those sort of little mechanical things, even if I don't quite understand all of it on first read.
Honestly, those
are the most annoying sorts out there. They can't really feel what magecraft is, but they still try to use it.
Tosuka sighs a deep breath, swearing quietly.
Well, I was supposed to teach you magecraft, but we got a little sidetracked. I'll need to come up with a different approach now that I know you don't have a magic crest. Let's call it a night for now. I'll prepare some things for you tomorrow, so we'll do more then.
Oh? I'll just have to trust you then. And what do you mean you're going to prepare things?
I mean a lot of things. Since you have no crest, you don't have a switch. I'm gonna go in and tamper with your body, so we'll need medicine and other tools.
A chill runs down my spine. What?
Oh, what? What? I'll stop it if you don't want to do it, but if so, there won't be much I can teach you.
Well, I don't want to, but I'm still gonna ask you. Whatever you say is probably the right way to go.
Then that's what we'll do tomorrow. the very subtle, like, grin and then back to the stoic face. She's like, okay. It's like, it's just fun. I love Ren. She's so funny. Oh, right. Are you planning on training with Saber tomorrow, too?
Well, yeah. I'm concerned about the bounded field over the school, but there's still some time before it activates. I want to at least be able to fight by then.
I see. Well, it's not that important to me, but it seems like you and Saber aren't getting along.
Well, that,
You managed to talk normally before dinner, but you got all quiet at dinner. I just want to check. Are you two getting along? If you two end up bickering during battle, I'm going to suffer the consequences too, you know.
It's just that something happened right before dinner and now things are awkward. That's all, but I'm not sure if Saber and I are really getting along. When I spend all day dueling her, I think I got a sense of what Saber's like. I trust Saber as an ally. No question about that. But if someone asked me how I feel about Saber in other senses, I wouldn't know how to answer. Because I lost all sense in that very moment. It's hard to say, but what about you, Tosuka? Do you like Saber?
I do. There's nothing about her I don't like, really. She's strong, polite, and pretty. Huge difference from my Mr. Cynic.
Huh, I see. So you like Saber?
What? All I said was I like more about her than I don't. Quit being so blunt or you'll make enemies.
I refuse. Never been good with words anyway.
I figured as much. You're never sarcastic or cynical. I bet you think of me as loud and annoying.
Why would I think that? I like the way you say things. Otherwise it wouldn't feel like it's really coming from you.
What?
Crap. I might have struck a nerve. Tosuka turns away, pouting. But I have to admit, I feel a little better, even happy, knowing that Tosuka likes Saber. The day ends. I still feel uneasy with Saber sleeping so close by, so I have to escape to the shed. I stop and look up at the wintry sky. Not because the night sky is particularly beautiful. I'm just feeling the winter chill in a daze, doing nothing because it calms me. I don't know how much time has passed. I think I hear footsteps in the darkness. Who's there? There's no answer. Footsteps approach and I feel a piercing presence. I crouch, ready to jump back at any time. Hey, I asked who's there. There's no answer. The footsteps never stop and the person finally appears before me. It's the servant who fought Lancer at school the other night. The red-armored knight's saber beat when she leaped over the wall. Are you Tosaka's servant, Archer? The man's lips curve upward. He smiled. Can I take that as confirmation? Something about him annoys me. For no reason I can really understand, I find myself irritated. I can't make myself like this guy. I've never talked to him before, and he's never attacked me before. But I realize something the instant I see his face. I can't respect this man. There's no reason for it that I can think of, but he and I aren't going to get along. I'm probably not the only one who feels like this. Archer probably feels the same way. There must be a total of 3 people in the world with whom I'm just completely incompatible. That's how bad it is. I wouldn't be surprised if he was irritable around me, too. What do you want? I thought you were going to stay on guard until your wounds healed up. That's my intention. The moment my wounds heal, I'm putting an end to this ridiculous alliance you two formed. So I've remained a spectator all this time since I believed there was nothing for me to say to you. Don't let me stop you from spectating that. There's nothing I want to talk to you about either. As much as I'd like to do that, there's just one thing I cannot overlook. I hear you don't intend to let Saber fight. What's wrong with that? My reply is impulsive. He glares. With a fair amount of hostility, Archer makes it clear he sees right through me. I knew it. Only a brat would do something like that. You won't accept help from anyone. You'll just do everything yourself. On top of it all, you don't want any casualties. That mentality disgusts me. What? You have no right to tell me that! I'm only doing what I think is right! You have no reason to complain! I do, actually. As a fellow servant, I understand Saber's hardship. Saber has a heavy weight to carry with a master like you. He's not lying. But what really ticks me off is that I didn't want to hear this from him of all people. Screw you! I'm not a burden to Saber! I'm going to fight in her place, so there shouldn't be a problem. Are you saying she won't get hurt as long as she doesn't fight? Servants only exist to fight. Forbidding her to fight is blasphemous, though I doubt there's any point telling you that. Having said what was on his mind, Archer falls silent. A few minutes pass. The two of us just stare at each other. I gulp. His cold stare seems to be trying to probe my insides. And then, suddenly... So, what's your plan, Master of Saber? The Red Knight seems calm as he asks this question. What do you mean? Do you really expect to end this war without fighting? Do you really think you'll never fight or kill anyone? I never said I won't fight. I'll fight if I need to fight. I see. But you won't kill anyone when you fight. Yeah. Got a problem with that? I have no intention of butting into your moronic reasons for doing what you do. I don't have the time, and I'm not crazy enough to try. Archer turns his back to me. Don't get things confused, though. This champion of justice you're pretending to be, nothing more than a cleaner. You should know that only the survivor is going to have a chance. You should know that only the survivor is going to have a chance to save anyone that way. I don't know why, but it felt like Archer was just beating up on me for no reason. Wait, what do you mean a champion of justice is just a cleaner? You should have figured it out by now. Listen, your approach won't undo a tragic death. That's the limitation you're working within. A champion of justice is someone who can only clean up a mess that's already been made. You'll never be able to save the very people you're hoping to save. That's not true. The idea that you can't save the person you're reaching out to save is wrong. An ideal is just that, an ideal. As long as you hold to that ideal, the friction between it and reality will only get more intense. That's the path you're on right now. Someday, you're gonna face reality, and you'll have to pay that price. The choices you've made will cost many, many lives. You should at least be prepared. By the time you realize how narrow-minded you've been, you'll have to figure out how to fix it, and who to punish for it. If you can't do that, then I suggest you abandon both your dream and your magecraft right now. Archer disappears into the darkness. Listen. No matter what anyone does, there will always be those who can't be saved. All your ideal will let you save is the ideal itself. There's so little a human can do. But even so, Hey, wait! What the hell are you trying to say? My question is swallowed up in the darkness. Archer's already gone, and I'm just talking to empty air. What the hell is with him? He just showed up, unloaded a bunch of crap on me, and disappeared. He was telling me that my thinking is too idealistic, and I'm going to suffer for it soon. But how can I decide something is wrong before I've ever tried it? I'm ready. If I'm wrong, I'll just have to pay for that mistake with my life. That's my resolve as a mage. Archer doesn't have to remind me that. I really can't stand that guy, but something he said bothers me. No matter what anyone does, there will always be those who can't be saved. There is so little a human can do. But even so, can I keep pursuing my ideal without ever looking back? I muttered to myself. It felt like that's what Archer wanted to say.
February 7th. See you, Shiro. I'll bring something home, so be good.
Fujine waves as she heads out for work.
I'm going to get going too. I need to swing by home, so I'll be a little late. I should be back by dinner, though. Don't do anything rash while everyone's gone.
Alright then. It's 7:30 in the morning. I see the two of them off without incident, so there's only one thing left to do now. Okay, we're gonna continue where we left off yesterday. Let's head to the dojo, Saber.
Oh? Are we going to begin training right away? You've just eaten. Perhaps it'd be best to wait a while.
Don't worry about that. I've trained myself to the point where stuff like that doesn't affect me. And today's breakfast was bread, right? I don't live an unhealthy enough lifestyle for something like that to affect me.
Well, if you insist, I do not mind.
Good. Then let's just go. I spent all night coming up with ways to get at least one hit in, so I want to show you the fruits of my labor. I'm unable to dodge Saber's counterattack. Both the Shinai and I tumble to the ground. My fingers tingle when they grip the Shinai. Saber's counterattack lands as I lunge in with all my might. I figured brute force was my only option. No shock that I dropped my Shinai and fell right on my ass after an attack like that. Damn. Thought that would work.
Shiro, your expectations were unrealistic. Listen, you will not be able to defeat a servant simply by acting out of desperation. It's one thing to be determined, but you must first consider your opponent.
That may be true, but I'll lose if I stay on the defensive. I have to strike if I find an opening.
That's true, but you do not understand how to properly utilize that opportunity. If you're to strike so desperately, you must wait for an appropriate opportunity.
That goes without saying. I saw you looking away for a brief second that last time. I've only seen you do that maybe one other time, so I thought it was my chance.
I applaud you for noticing that and deciding to act, but I looked away deliberately. I did so thinking it would not be sufficient to prompt you to move. I did not expect you to charge straight at me.
That's pretty mean, Saber. You shouldn't mock amateurs like that.
I was not mocking you. It was simply a ploy, and creating an opening such as that carries with it a degree of risk. However, the risk I take by looking away and the risk you take by charging straight at me are simply not comparable.
So what you're saying is I should be less obvious about seizing an opportunity? If I make a big, obvious attack, I'm squandering the opportunity. So you're saying I should be considering the opportunity and acting to suit it?
Yes, you must learn to judge the value of the opportunity you have. However, I must point out that you're much better at discerning the boundaries between life and death than yesterday. As you develop a sense of danger, you'll become more able to determine when to fight and strike on your own.
Saber looks pleased. Unless it's my imagination, she seems happy to see her student improving a bit.
It's almost time to rest. Shall I fetch you some water, Shiro?
No need. As long as it's just water, I filled the whole kettle, so I'll just drink from that. I drag my fatigued body towards the wall. After wiping the sweat from myself with a towel I brought along, I take several gulps from the kettle. Phew. I take a deep breath. It's been almost 3 hours since I saw Tosaka and Fujine off. I spent every minute since sparring with Saber. As usual, Saber doesn't explain much, and I don't ask her any questions while we cross swords. I have pretty much no chance of winning, but I do seem to be moving better the more I fight Saber. I'm not expecting to improve my fighting techniques. The point here is to train my body, not my mind, to get accustomed to battle. It's better than doing nothing, and since I'm starting from basically nothing, there wouldn't be much point here unless I spend time working on this one thing. If all I do is think about how to fight when the time comes for me to face a master, I'm dead. Saber just doesn't even break a sweat, huh? I'm a little disappointed, but I shouldn't expect to be on her level in just a day or two. And just like yesterday, Saber rests, seated in a Seiza position. It'd be a waste to just sit here. I might as well take the opportunity to talk with her. Okay then.
Can you teach me a secret blade technique for dummies? What the fuck is that answer? Anyway, yes, I want to know more about Saber before she became a servant.
Before she became a servant. I wonder what Saber was like when she was alive. Saber is so beautiful, so I'm sure everyone must have liked her. Calling her Saber is what's throwing me off, but I bet she was an ordinary girl who never held a sword back in the day. So, Saber, what were you like before? I'm so curious, I just blurt out what's on my mind without thinking, or even realizing I'm doing it.
Come again? Did you say something, Shiro?
It's nothing. I was just imagining what you were like. I'm not trying to find out your true name or anything, but I just wanted to know what your life was like.
What kind of person I was? You're interested in the strangest things, Shiro.
You can just ignore the question if you don't want to answer. It just kind of popped into my head. I know you're Saber, a servant, but I just thought you must have been a completely different person before you became a servant. That's right. I imagine she lived a peaceful life, as befits a lovely girl like her.
I do not think that's true. One's personality does not change just because they become a servant. I was a knight who was handed a sword the moment I was born. There was never any other me, as you might have imagined.
Seriously? Then you've always been so harsh? That's no good. I kinda sympathize with the people who are around you.
What do you mean by that? I may be stern, but I do not recall being harsh to those around me.
That can't be true. Today's training taught me that you're merciless. Look at this welt. I make one tiny mistake and you happily drive in at every opportunity, you demon.
I did not do it happily. It may be tough on you, but I would not be training if it would not be training if I were not strict.
This is strange. I somehow never expected Saber to make a face like that. What does that look?
Oh, what does that look? I believe it's unfair for you to suddenly fall silent.
Oh, I never thought you would get mad like that, so you just kind of surprised me.
Is that so? I thought I was only asserting my point.
Yeah, but you're not usually so emotional, so that was new to me.
Do you really think so? I was simply expressing what I believe.
But those aren't your feelings, they're your beliefs. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying that you never speak straight from the heart.
Of course not. What's required from me is not my own personal opinion, but rather my opinion based on my standing and position. That's true even now. I'm a servant, a saber, and I will protect Shiro. There's no point in my saying anything unconnected with my purpose, and there's no sense in me thinking otherwise.
That may be true, but that would be boring for you. You might have a role to fill, but that doesn't mean you have to devote yourself to that and nothing else. There are things you want to do too, right?
As I said, my job is to protect you. You're inexperienced as a master to begin with, and so I'm attempting to train you because you stubbornly insist you wish to fight in spite of my warnings.
That may not be entirely true, but, well, if you say so, then I guess it's okay. I feel like this conversation softened Saber up a bit. She looks even more cheerful now, so as not to ruin the moment, I decide not to press the matter. The next thing I know, it's noon.
It would seem to be lunchtime, Shiro.
Yeah, it is. Both our stomachs growl in agreement. Let's eat. Is there anything you'd like to eat, Saber?
Not in particular. I've been satisfied with each meal you've prepared thus far.
Saber puts it kind of oddly. Well, at least she's not picky like Tosaka. I'll go do a bit of shopping. I'll probably come back the same time as yesterday, so rest in the living room until then.
Yes, I'll be waiting, Shiro. I decided to try making shrimp balls for lunch. I've always wanted to try making them at home. They'll be piping hot balls of ground shrimp, a bit bigger than takoyaki. I bought some mustard and I'm all set with the snacks for our 3 o'clock snack time. I load my purchases onto my bike. That reminds me, I met Ilya here yesterday. She's not here today. Well, she probably shouldn't be coming here every day. Somehow not seeing her is disappointing though. I haven't told Saber or Tosaka about meeting Ilya yesterday. She didn't confront me as an enemy, and I'm hesitant to tell them about her in the first place. Just because she was here yesterday doesn't mean she'll show up today. So I really should get on my bike and swing by the park. Let me just go on to this. No. I think you should probably just go home, Shadow. Go straight home. Saber's looking forward to lunch, and I'm not really in any position to make a detour. I don't have the time. So I make the shrimp balls, one of my specialties. It's not really a proper meal. If anything, it's more like a snack to have with alcohol or something. I learned to make it while working in an izakaya bar. Shadow, this is very hot. Saber tries to put the fried ball, which is between the size of a golf ball and a tennis ball, into her mouth. Saber, do you not like hot foods, or do you not like food that looks so crude?
No, neither is an issue. The dish being served so hot is interesting, and while the flavoring seems simple, I can still tell care and effort went into its making.
Yeah? Well, I'm glad you like it.
Yes, it's a shame that we cannot share this with Rin and Taiga.
Saber continues eating in silence. She's eating more than usual, so I figured she worked up an appetite training this morning. This may not be very manly, but I really like having people eat food I prepare, all the more so when they say it's delicious. I'm a poor excuse for a master, so if I can do something like this to make Saber happy, I should work harder on my cooking. Huh?
I can't cook, that's so girly.
Dude. Cooking is fun, regardless of who you are. Well, okay, actually, I mean, I know that there are people that definitely don't think cooking is fun. I think cooking is fun, though. Saber's staring intently at her empty plate. Saber? If it's not enough, I can make more.
No, I've enjoyed plenty. I'm not saying that I did not have enough.
Oh, really? Then let's have our after-meal tea. I'll go make it real quick, so wait here. Baking is fun. I do need to bake more. I haven't, like, I don't bake as much as I should. I do want to get a bit more experienced with it. I'm more experienced with just regular cooking than I am with baking. Oh, whoops. I pick up the empty plates and head to the kitchen. After I've put the dirty dishes into the sink, I put the kettle on to get the tea started. Oh, hey, how about we try a different tea? I stick my head out from the kitchen, but then I hear something.
This is becoming a problem. Shadow's cooking is just too delicious. If he were to stop cooking, I may find my will to fight slipping. I'm still too soft. I've experienced this many times in the past, but I had no idea starvation tactics could be so terrifying.
Okay. I take back what I just said. Time to stop putting so much effort into my cooking. If I make my meals more elaborate, she might end up making me her personal cook. Yep. Too much of a good thing doesn't help anyone. We finish eating lunch, then continue our training in the afternoon. I keep crossing blades with Saber, never getting tired of it. We keep training, and only plan to stop when Tosaka and Fujine come home. But our training is interrupted by the sound of the doorbell.
Shadow, it appears you have a visitor.
Yeah, I heard it. I'm gonna get the door, so you stay here, Saber.
No, it could potentially be an unwanted visitor, so I will accompany you, just in case.
Saber has a point. But while she's right, if the visitor's just a neighbor, they might get suspicious of Saber. The neighbors do think I'm the only one living here. Then again, well, guess I'll deal with that if it happens. Sakura and Fujine have already come and go freely, so there's no point in me worrying about the neighbors. Alright, come with me then, Saber, but if the visitor is just an ordinary person, keep quiet.
I know. I'm supposed to be your distant relative, correct?
Yep, that's our story. Okay, coming! I rushed to the entrance amid the sounds of incessant ringing.
Pardon my intrusion. I heard you were not feeling well, so I came to visit, Emiya.
Oh. It's not an enemy or a neighbor, it's a friend from school. Oh, it's just you, Issei.
That's a pretty rude greeting. Is that really how you should receive a friend visiting out of concern for you?
Even as Issei complains, he hands me a paper bag. What's this? Apples?
A get well soon gift. Considering you hardly ever catch a cold and skip school, I thought I should at least bring something to make you feel better.
I'm grateful for his concern, but unfortunately I didn't take a day off because I'm sick. And besides, a bag full of apples doesn't seem appropriate for a young guy like him to bring as a get well soon gift.
What's wrong, Emiya? Do you not like fruit?
No, I do. It's a little complicated, but I really appreciate the sentiment. I bow to him to show my appreciation.
Emiya, this may be a silly question, but who is the woman standing behind you?
Huh? Saber's standing behind me. Oh, I get it. Issei must have locked eyes with Saber when I bowed to him.
I've not seen her before. Why is a woman like her at your house?
Issei gazes intently at Saber. He's extremely shy and always cold to new people and people he doesn't like. Well, her name is Saber, and, I'm Shiro's distant relative. I got to know the former master of this house, Kiritsugu, when he was visiting overseas. I came here the other day to do some sightseeing, and I was allowed to stay here, given my connections with the family. Saber makes the story sound pretty convincing.
So, you're an acquaintance of Emiya's father. I see. I hear he loved traveling, so it's no surprise he'd befriend someone like you in his travels.
What? Issei, who's supposed to be extremely bashful around strangers, accepts the story so easily.
I see. I understand the situation now, Emiya. Your sickness was just an excuse. You've been showing her around, haven't you?
Oh, yeah, let's say that. Well, in broad terms, nothing I've said is entirely untrue, I think.
Then you won't mind if I come on in. Go prepare some tea for me in appreciation for what I've done for you here. I'd also be happy to tell you about what has happened these past 2 days at school.
Issei takes off his shoes and steps in. He's like, okay, well then you'll have no problem with me coming in. I love him. He's so fucking good.
What do you mean, in appreciation? I'm still kind of busy, you know. We can chat another time. What are you talking about? You were the one who abandoned your bike outside our place.
Oh, right. I did leave a bike up in Ryudo Temple.
Right? And I brought back your bike. I'm busy as well, and yet I didn't go to the student council room. Instead, I went straight home, then brought your bike back here. Are you saying you cannot even offer me some tea after that?
He did do me a favor. I might have 3 bikes, but out of the 3, the one I left at Ryudo Temple is the most expensive, and my favorite. Sorry, Saber, can we take a little break? Saber nods silently. Thanks. Then you and Issei can head to the living room. I'll prepare some tea. Japanese tea for Issei, black tea for Saber.
Am I also joining? I do not think that's appropriate. Surely you would not be able to have a casual conversation with your friend from school if I'm present.
That's not true. Right, Issei?
Girls may be chatty, but I do not mind you, Saber. A woman as humble as you is a precious asset, like a cultural heritage.
Hear that? Okay, so go on ahead.
Yes, I understand, but
What? Is something else bothering you?
if you're to prepare tea, I'd like Japanese tea as well. I do not mind green tea.
Saber's fairly opinionated for some reason. It's odd hearing her say that in her usual tone. Issei, not you too. Issei's just like, at least it's not Rin Tosaka. Because that would be bad!
Yeah, Issei, we get the point. At least it's not Rin. I would prefer if anyone were here other than Rin Tosaka. If she were in your house, then, why, I would just be livid. I would probably burn your house down.
Okay, well that's great.
Hi, Shira, I'm coming in.
What? What is happening? After about an hour of meaningless chatter, Issei decides to head home. Most of the small talk in the living room was about school, and I asked a few sly questions to find out if anything unusual was going on, but it seems like business as usual.
I'll see you. Will you be absent tomorrow too, Emiya? Yeah, I'm not going to school this week. Saber needs to be with me tomorrow, too. Well, it shouldn't be much of an issue if you're with her. There are a few suspicious aspects to this, but I've elected not to ask about any of it. Issei nods as if satisfied. Now that I think about it, how could such a shy guy warm so quickly and easily to Saber? Hey, Issei, for this being your first time meeting Saber, you seem to be in a good mood. What's up with that? What a strange thing to ask. I grew up in a temple, so is it really that odd for me to be able to see the good and bad in someone? I do not know her background, but I saw that her spirit and soul are pure. She cannot possibly be a bad person. Didn't know that you could tell that kind of thing. I'm a little impressed. I normally can't, but even an amateur like me can tell when her spirit is on full display like that. Even a monk in training will notice the holy presence of a divinity standing right beside them. Simply put, Saber is just that beautiful and pure. Well, that's rare. Issei's praising a girl. Got it. So you've taken a liking to Saber too. That's good. I was worried Issei wouldn't like her because all she did was listen to us talking. Of course, she's a good person. It would be hard to dislike her. Yeah, and I know she's a good person, even if she might be a bit aloof. Saber's always like that, so don't take that to mean that she doesn't like you, Issei. Huh? She's aloof? Yeah, never seen her laugh before, and even when you and I were laughing pretty hard, she just kept looking stern. Actually, she was smiling pretty often. Eh? That's ridiculous. Sure, I've seen the occasional warm expression on Saber's face, but I've never seen her actually smile or laugh before. You're kidding me. I can't imagine seeing Saber laughing out loud. No, it's not like that. She was smiling when she saw you smile. Didn't you notice? Huh? She was smiling when she saw me laugh? Was she doing that to make fun of me? Interesting. That's a pretty strange interpretation. But you know what? You really shouldn't worry yourself over something like that. Everything begins with questioning yourself. Issei, priest's son that he is, ends with his usual catchphrase and leaves my house laughing. What's with him? He leaves me with his cryptic comments. Idiot. At least he could have said goodbye. The sun's setting, so today's training ends. I'm practically at my limit, and I still have magecraft lessons from Tosaka tonight. I failed to land a blow on Saber like I'd hoped, but I should save at least some energy for tonight. It's also my turn to prepare dinner tonight. Saber went to wash up after me, so she won't be back for a while.
I'm home! Oh, I see you're making dinner, Shido. Good, admirable.
Fujine bursts into the living room, practically a bundle of energy, and immediately dives onto a cushion on the floor. Unlike Saber, who needs to sleep over half the day, Fujine is like this all day, every day. I bet it's no different when she's asleep.
Hey, Shido, can I have this apple?
She's holding one of many tables on the table.
Holding one of many tables on the table! I did not mean to say that! Oh god. Oh no. That could lead to a very funny art prompt. Okay, anyway.
She's holding one of many apples on the table. Sure, there are a bunch, as you can see. Everyone should eat three a day.
Really? Then let's make an apple pie. And by we, I mean you.
Fujine takes a casual bite of the apple as she makes her suggestion. I had put some apples I had already washed out onto the table, but I guess she's not the sort to care. What a waste of the get well gift. Misunderstanding or no, shouldn't she be a little more considerate about the gift my friend gave me out of concern? For once, I should give her a piece of my mind.
Fujine, where's my gift?
I stop prepping for dinner and take off my apron. By the time I've washed my hands and made it to the living room, Fujine's apple is gone. Fujine, did you eat the apple?
Yep, it was nice and sweet. Tart, too.
Glad to hear that. Then it's your turn. I'll take whatever you got me in exchange for whatever you just ate.
What I got you? Like the tangerine?
I'm not going to ask how you arrived at that conclusion. I'm just asking you to show me what you got for me today. Hope you didn't forget what you said this morning as you were leaving.
How rude! Of course I didn't forget! See? I have it right here!
Fujine drops a suspicious-looking paper bag on the table and its contents spill out. Well, that's unexpected. I actually have trouble believing Fujine managed to remember a promise she made. What even is that? I feel like this isn't anything I would... No matter how I look at it, it's just a mound of trash. Well, a mountain of stuffed toys.
This Aztec stone mask is for you, Shido. Your room's pretty sparse, so I thought it might liven things up a bit.
Nice JoJo reference. She hands me a heartwarming but somewhat scary-looking sun mask. It's about the size of a handball and stuffed with cotton. Fujine, were these all from a crane game?
Yep, I worked really hard to get them. I spent 2 hours and in the end a worker took them out for me.
She's laughing bashfully, but I'm scared to think how much blood was shed in the process.
So there's also a Chinese dragon, a bat, a crab, a cow, a rhinoceros, a snake, and a soldier.
Fujine gleefully sorts out the pile of stuffed toys. A few spill off the table, and the living room quickly grows cluttered with them. It's messy, but Fujine seems to be enjoying herself, so I don't have the heart to stop her. Fine, I'll take them. I want you to clean up after you organize them.
Yep, I know.
I turn back to the kitchen, the stuffed toy in hand, and then I see Saber at the entrance of the living room. She must have just passed by. She looks irritated. Saber doesn't say a thing. She just glares into the living room. Saber, did you take your bath already?
Yes, it was very nice.
After answering my question, Saber heads into the living room, almost like a sleepwalker. Saber walks toward the table, but then stops abruptly in front of one of the stuffed toys.
Taiga, is this doll supposed to be a lion? Yeah, looks like it. That's supposed to be a baby lion.
Saber stares silently at the stuffed animal.
Is this doll yours, Taiga? Like those other dolls? They are. Do you want one, Saber? You can have one if you like.
Fujine's offer is made with a light-hearted smile. Whoa, what the heck is Fujine thinking? Saber's obviously in a bad mood, so why is Fujine asking something so ridiculous? Besides, there's no way Saber would want something like that.
Do you want it? I don't really have any use for it, so you're welcome to it, Saber.
Fujine picks up the stuffed lion, not noticing Saber's distaste. Saber takes it and...
If I may.
She hurries forward and takes it eagerly. Eh? My mind locks up. What the hell am I seeing? Saber takes the completely useless doll and clutches it against her chest as if it were truly precious.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Taiga.
It's fine. It's not a tiger. That's a bit of a weird thing to throw out there, Fujine. But this is a surprise. I didn't know you liked that kind of thing, Saber.
Yes, I've always longed for small, cute things. I had precious few opportunities to hold such things.
As she speaks, Saber looks down at the stuffed lion in her arms. How could I describe her face right now? What was that? I just had the weirdest thought.
Do you like lions, Saber? Are we rivals?
Saber silently nods in affirmation, all while she continues to smile down at the stuffed animal. So by the way, for those of you who were there for Umineko, who remember what I said about a certain character's resemblance to Saber, think about that again, considering this context. Jeez.
I once took care of a lion cub, and I remember being so happy that it bonded with me. Since then, I've had a special place for lions in my heart. By nature, I'm associated with dragons.
A lion cub, huh? Aren't lion cubs like cats?
Doesn't that mean they bite, scratch, and jump? Yes, it was certainly energetic. I only took care of it for 1 month, but I'd like to care for it. I would have liked to care for it till the end.
I see. But it's tough. Lions get really big, so you can't take care of one in an ordinary house. So you had no choice but to let it go. Fujine nods, and Fujine nods her understanding. I wasn't referring to the drawing of Saber and Maria, actually. I was referring to a different thing. But I'm not gonna say it. But just think about the character who looks like Saber, is what I will say. Saber is still looking at the stuffed lion. I'm not sure what kind of spell it cast on her. But something I shouldn't know or be able to see flashes through my mind. It has to be some kind of dizzy spell. But I can't shake the image. It's one of her memories. This is something that really happened. I see an image of Saber rubbing her cheek against a cub, but I'm not sure if this is just some fleeting vision. The only thing I know is that I'd regret shaking off the sight of it. The strange vision immediately disappears. My heart is still racing. The vision I glimpsed remains in my head like a scar that will never fade. I finished preparing dinner. It's past 7. Saber and Fujine are in the living room, and Tosaka, who's usually here by now, isn't. Hope nothing's happened to her. I don't think Tosaka's the type to get into trouble, but I also know that she sometimes makes huge mistakes. I guess I'll go check it out. If it's just looking around the house, I should be fine alone. I head out to the hallway. As I'm about to leave the house, Tosaka walks in wearing her coat. Tosaka.
I'm home.
What, greeting me with your apron on? Looks good on. It's a good look for you. Tosaka jokes casually, but her face is completely expressionless. That's scary. The people who can joke like that with such a straight face are the most terrifying sort of people. Tosaka, what were you... The moment I try to ask her what happened, I spot blood on her hand. It's a small blood stain and her index finger is swollen. Does that mean... Tosaka, I have a bad feeling and I can't keep it quiet. What? I'm not listening if it's stupid. Actually, did you maybe punch somebody?
Bingo! Gave that annoying Shinji a piece of my mind at the end of my fist.
Tosaka huffs and passes right by me. Okay, so she gave him a knuckle sandwich. Then the bloodstain and swollen finger would make sense. Hey, wait! Hold up! What do you mean you hit Shinji, Tosaka?
Why are you interrogating me about this? He pissed me off, so I beat him to a pulp.
To a pulp? What, you mean with your fists? You did it with your bare fists?
Bears can be bare like a grizzly.
Tosaka snorts again. A brief silence. I don't know what to say, so I keep my mouth shut. An awkward silence stretches between us.
Let me get back to the point.
You said you punched Shinji. Why'd you have to do that?
He deserved it. He was saying things like I should team up with him and that I should abandon Shido because he's useless. He wanted to talk to me about a bunch of stupid stuff, so I had to quiet him down by punching him.
Isn't that short-sighted even for you, Tosaka? Or maybe Shinji said something so stupid that he actually pissed Tosaka off, even though she's usually so level-headed?
Why are you looking at me like that? I'm the victim here.
I think it goes both ways. But why would Shinji talk to you about something like that? He asked me if I wanted to team up with him.
Atropos of the $2. Yay! Woo, Rin, thank you so much! That's what I'm saying. Who knows? He might actually think of you as competition. He's been acting pretty weird ever since I told him we were living together.
What? You told him we were living together? You told Shinji about us?
Of course I did. Yesterday morning, Shinji called up to tell me, all proud, about how he became a master, like some kind of hotshot. Kind of pissed me off, so I told him that you were a master too. I thought that put him in his place, but then I found him waiting outside the house just now. So I told him that I'm living at your house and that I had no intention of working with a half-assed master like him. Do you think that was bad?
Yeah, that's pretty bad. Shinji was already smitten with Tosaka, so what she just told him is just adding fuel to the fire. Well, but still, now it all makes sense. I figured out why Shinji's been hostile only towards Tosaka, and why he's been being so persistent about asking her to team up with him. Meaning he...
But that's strange. Why would he be obsessed with me? A guy like him would never think about working with anyone.
Actually, it's because Rin is special to Shinji. Nothing strange about any of this. I think you're special to Shinji. He's originally from a mage family, right? I think he admires you since you're also from a mage family, but you still have power and a proper lineage. That's why he's so persistent with Tosaka. I think Rin's been a target for Shinji's affection since long before the Holy Grail War started.
What? Well, yeah, I'm flattered that he likes me, but...
Must have been a real surprise. Tosuka looks completely bewildered.
Now that you mention it, Shinji asked me out when we were first years.
For a moment, her expression as she realizes what she'd obviously forgotten is almost comical. Ugh, I sympathize with Shinji just now.
Whoa, no wonder he's so persistent. I finally get it.
Well, whatever. So, how'd you reply?
Oh, I guess I rejected him. I'll have you know that I have to be the first to win. If I'm gonna do something, it needs to be my own idea, and if someone challenges me to something, I don't really feel up to it.
Tosuka thinks really hard, but she's acting as if she doesn't really remember. I'm astonished. She might be entirely driven by her emotions. Tosuka, I bet you're really bad at rock, paper, scissors.
What? How do you know that?
I knew it. If she likes to make the first move, she's probably not great when she has to react to someone else.
Use the soy sauce for that, Saber.
Don't you try putting mayonnaise on it.
If you say so. I witnessed Taiga doing it, so I thought I should try it as well.
Fujine's just clowning around. She's hardly a good role model, so be careful from now on.
Is that so? I was referencing Sakura before, and you took no issue with that, so...
Well, I'm not mad about it. It took the time to make the meal, so I just want you to enjoy it. So, back to our conversation.
Shiro, another helping. Fill my soup bowl up. Give me a bit of everything.
Got it. What about you, Saber? We trained harder than usual today, so you might be hungrier.
Not especially, but just to be sure, I'll take another serving.
Got it. If I found you woke up in the middle of the night and raided the fridge because you were too hungry to sleep, I might die of shock.
Why would you bring that...
Excuse me.
Why would you bring that up? That wasn't me. It was a burglar who came in and raided the fridge.
Then go tell that burglar to eat her vegetables as well as meat. And tell her not to eat all the dessert in the fridge. That's what she's really after. Honestly, you're like a hungry wild beast you're not like a hungry wild beast or anything.
What did you just say? Don't call me a tiger! Whoa, I didn't say anything about you. Yow! Who in their right mind would throw a piping hot daikon radish at me, you idiot? Shiro, it appears a pot in the kitchen is boiling over.
Huh? Oh, hold on, Fujine. I need to turn the fire off.
Very well. Hurry up and bring the soy sauce braised chicken and egg.
On it. I'm leaving Fujine in your hands, Saber.
Yes, please do not rush. Focus on the cooking, Shiro.
I get up. Oh, that reminds me. Why has Tosuka been so quiet this whole time? Tosuka, you not liking dinner?
It's not that. It's nothing, so don't talk to me.
She turns her head away grimly. She's not the type to dwell on things like Shinji for so long, so there must be something else bothering her. Fujine goes home satisfied after dinner. Saber and Tosuka are in the living room. At first, that had been awkward, but after training with Saber for the last 2 days, it doesn't feel that way anymore. Saber, you can go to bed. I'll do the rest.
No, I'll stay awake until you go to sleep. I would also like to hear from Rin about your skills in magecraft.
Got it. Then let's go to Tosuka's room early. You don't mind, Tosuka?
No, I don't mind. I have to say, you sure have gotten friendly with Saber.
For some reason, Tosuka says this with the same miffed tone she had when we were eating dinner. I'll be waiting in my room, so come by after you finish cleaning up.
Oh, wait. That was Rin. I'll be waiting in my room, so come by after you finish cleaning up. And I'll take the day off school tomorrow, too. Come to my room in the afternoon. Shiro, what did you do to Rin? She seems to be very angry.
You think that too, Saber? I don't know. I don't think I've done anything to make her mad. Saber and I face each other and tilt our heads. We have no idea why Tosuka is so angry.
Okay, try to strengthen this lamp for starters. You just need to reinforce the glass.
Tosuka hands me an old-looking lamp. I sit on the floor. I cup the lamp with my hands and take a deep breath. Tosuka says it like it's so easy, but I'm all tense from nervousness. I've been trying this every night, but with a success rate below 0.1%. Tosuka says she wants to see what I can do to measure my skill, but there's nothing to measure if my strengthening doesn't work in the first place. I try to shake off any distractions. Right now I need to focus on the lamp. The blueprint of the lamp pops into my head.
The material of the glass, its composition, the flow of its power. I can see it as if it were a network of blood vessels. Then all I have to do is to infuse my magical energy into those vessels. I just have to do what I always do. The sensation of a burning metal rod sliding down my spine. All I have to do is let that burning nerve into myself, however much it shouldn't exist in a human body, and let it fuse with me. As long as that works, all I have to do is pour the right amount of magical energy into the glass. Oh! It shatters. I couldn't control myself, and I ended up using more magical energy than I should have, and the glass shattered. I looked timidly at Tosaka.
Figured. I was afraid this might be the case, and it is.
What do you mean, Tosaka?
Isn't it obvious? I was absolutely baffled by your lack of skill. First of all, you don't even understand the basics. Honestly, I'm impressed you can produce any magical energy at all with a method so completely absurd.
Tosaka, are you mad?
Of course I'm mad. I can hardly believe you've been training when you have such basic problems, and I kind of want to kill your mentor for not correcting you. Why are you doing it in such a roundabout way?
I get it, but don't badmouth my old man. It's my own fault that I don't have talent. He's got nothing to do with it.
He has everything to do with it. A teacher's job is to correct a student's errors, and he took you on as an apprentice. I know it's pointless to take it out on someone who's not here anymore, but your teacher got the first step wrong.
Tosaka, clearly still angry, takes something that looks like a can out of her bag. It looks like a can filled with colorful hard candy, the sort of thing children overseas might like. I've seen similar containers in Japan, too. They hold a variety of differently flavored candies. The white ones are mint.
Shido, hold out your hand.
I do as she asks. Tosaka shakes out the can, and a red candy drops into my hand.
Here, swallow this.
What? Again, I do as she asks. It's not sweet. Actually, it has no flavor at all. And the texture is more like rock than candy. I force myself to swallow it. Oh, ouch! My throat's tingling. What was that, Tosaka?
What do you mean? It's a jewel. Couldn't you tell?
She says it so casually, but it's totally outrageous.
What? A jewel? Why? I couldn't help it. I had some medicine too, but that won't work if I want to correct you. I figured I need to use the strangest possible options to open up your switch. Strongest possible options to open up your switch.
That's not the point! Why did you make me swallow a jewel? I can't digest that!
You know, if you're gonna worry, you should worry about other stuff. That wasn't an ordinary jewel. What I gave you just now is a compulsory learning device. Since you don't know anything at all, it's going to start melting soon, so brace yourself or you'll faint.
You say that I'm gonna faint so casually. Just as I say that, it starts to get weird.
What?
My body is burning. My limbs are starting to go numb. Heat builds up in my back in a flare of what I can only describe as pain. I furrow my brow and try to concentrate, or I know I'll fall over.
What did...
I know. I know this feeling. This is the feeling of failure. This is my body reacting when it fails to construct a magic circuit inside of me.
It's okay. It might be painful, but it should slowly ease up as long as you can maintain this state. Though the heat could last for 2 or 3 weeks.
I really want to respond, but I can't stay composed enough to do it. All I can do is muster the strength to stay balanced so I don't topple over.
Listen, the difference between a mage and a human is the presence or absence of a switch. You already know that this switch is for turning the magic circuit on and off. See the electric kettle over there? Mages are like that. Ordinary humans are just regular kettles that can't boil water on their own, but they can at least keep it warm. That's what we are. Similar, but different. The difference is in whether someone has a switch to boil the water or not. The moment we're born with it, or rather the moment it's made, is when we're separated into electric kettles and plain insulated bottles. Anyone who doesn't have this switch won't ever be able to experience magecraft. You see, you might be an amateur, but you do have a magic circuit. That means you have an affinity for it. It's why once you've created a magic circuit inside you, all you have to do is use that switch. You're just toggling the switch on and off to produce magic energy.
I calm my breathing. Just as Tosaka said, so long as I maintain my composure, things don't get worse.
You only have to make a magic circuit once, but all this time you've been creating a magic circuit from scratch and incorporating it into yourself every time you use it. and that's such a waste. Once you've created the circuit inside yourself, even once, all you have to do is turn it on or off. Normally, those who've created a magic circuit would be trained in how to turn it on or off next. But your mentor didn't do that, so you've been risking your life creating a magic circuit every time. Of course, your father may have been misinformed too.
I exhale. Sensations starting to return to my limbs.
Since you've been training the wrong way for so long, your switch is closed, which means all I can do is force it open and make your body understand it has a switch. You see, the jewel you swallowed forces that switch on, so you'll be like this forever unless you can use your own strength to turn it off and return to your normal state. If you can do that, you won't need the help of the jewel. After that, you should be able to control your magical circuit with some simple mental commands.
I get that, but can we do something about this burning sensation? She keeps telling me to turn off this switch, but how the hell am I supposed to do that?
You can already talk? Huh, guess you're good at controlling yourself. You might get back to normal faster than I thought. As for the switch itself, your body will naturally try to turn it off to calm down and get comfortable as quickly as it can. All you have to do is will that process to speed up. Easy, right?
It's not. I don't get it. You say there's a switch, but it doesn't feel real to me.
You might think that right now, but eventually you'll be able to form a really clear image. It'll be like a button in your mind, and all you have to do is press it. It should open your magic circuit. Easy as that.
I hope so. But I just feel sick right now.
I figured you would. You've always closed your magic circuit after using your strengthening magecraft, right? Now you're doing the opposite, opening your magic circuit up. It's like you're running full speed this whole time, so of course it's tough. But that's all part of being a mage. If you're gonna fight as a master, turning the switch on and off will be a huge help for you.
I know, it took me by surprise, but I appreciate what you did. You're right. Once I grasp the idea of the switch, it'll help a lot.
So you do understand. No need to thank me, though. You're my ally, so I'm only doing this because I can't afford you to be weak forever.
Tosaka huffs and looks away. Maybe it's because my body is all warm, but dazed as I am, I find myself thinking that Tosaka might just be a good person.
What? Why are you staring at me like that?
Nothing. I just thought you weren't really being honest.
I see. You must have a lot of spare energy if you can manage to be so flippant right now. If you're fine, you won't mind me continuing, right?
Tosaka grins wickedly and draws closer. Hold on a minute. I still can't move a muscle, so what is she— Hey!
Try doing your strengthening magecraft again. You might not be able to control your magical energy right now, but you'll be no use in battle unless you can get used to being in this state. It's okay. I brought a ton of lamps. I don't know how many times you're going to fail, but I'm not going to let you rest until you succeed in strengthening.
She smiles, and even though I can hardly move, she hands me a lamp. Ugh. Tosaka, this is brutal. It's like forcing someone to walk a tightrope while they have a 40-degree fever.
Honestly, I didn't think I'd give up before you did.
Tosaka glares at me. Her penetrating stare is accusing. Sorry?
I underestimated you. I never imagined you would destroy all 30. Sorry, but that's it for today's training. We don't have anything else left to measure your skill at strengthening.
Ugh. Come on, at least I tried. I tried hard, even though my body was burning up like I'd been thrown into a boiling kettle. I tried, but in the end I didn't manage to succeed in my magecraft a single time.
You know, if it's just the glass that's broken, you can fix it.
Oh, you know, if it's just the glass that's broken, you can fix it. I saw you fix the broken window in my house the other day.
I can't. That window got broken normally, but these lamps broke because it couldn't hold all your magical energy. It's much harder to work with things infused with someone else's magical energy. Remember that, okay?
Yeah?
That's right. Go ahead and rest, Chido. I'll call this a win since I managed to trigger your switch. Once you're able to control it, I'll teach you the rest.
1 second.
Okay.
Phew. I appreciate the chance to rest, but what else are you gonna teach me?
You can only do strengthening magecraft, right? You said that that's all you can do, so I might be able to kick it up another notch and teach you alteration magecraft. Have you been taught what strengthening, alteration, and projection magecrafts are?
I have, a little.
Strengthening is, as the word suggests, used to strengthen something. Most people typically think of strengthening as just making something harder, but it actually involves enhancing an object's attributes and effects. A sword gets sharper, a lamp glows brighter, and so on. Alteration doesn't need much explanation. For example, you can't start a fire using blades. Alteration is when some ability beyond the object's usual traits is imbued into it. And then projection is... Wait, what is projection again? I remember my old man saying that word a lot, but...
You know what strengthening and alteration are, right? Then I think you can imagine what projection is. Simply put, it's a magecraft that can replicate things. Unlike strengthening and alteration, projection isn't a magecraft that imbues an object with something. It's essentially magecraft that constructs something from nothing, using only your own magical energy. It's one of the most difficult disciplines.
Oh, but you know that magical energy is disposable,
right? Anything you create with projection will quickly disappear. If you project a sword with 10 times the magical energy you use to strengthen an existing sword, the strengthened sword will still be stronger. Strengthening augments something, so it's efficient. On the other hand, projection uses way too much magical energy, so it's not really used all that often.
Oh, I remember now. My old man said something similar. He said it wasn't worth it, so I shouldn't pursue it.
Exactly. Now, if you're done asking questions, let's call it a day. You seem shaky on your feet, so I can help you get back to your room.
Tosuka helps me to my room, and Saber's waiting for me by the veranda corridor. Good work, both of you. I don't even have the strength to answer. I just nod in thanks and head into my room. How is Shido doing, Rin?
Bad. Really bad. He doesn't have the talent.
It's a typically merciless Tosuka response. And the next thing I know, I'm staring up at the night sky. Tonight, I'm not trying to run away because I'm anxious around Saber. I'm just trying to let the night wind cool my burning body, and to think about what Tosuka taught me. Once I can use my switch, then it'll be time to think about the next steps. If I can't even manage the simple task of strengthening, I don't know what the future might hold for me. I try to infuse magical energy into a wooden plank I dragged out from the shed as I mumble to myself. A cracking sound echoes up to me. The plank cracks and my strengthening fails. I can see its structure fine, but I don't understand why I can't control my magical energy. Tosuka said I was putting too much power into it. She even said that I should just use small amounts of magical energy and just focus on reinforcing the object's weak points. So she's basically telling me to take it easy. She doesn't have to remind me. Problem is, I can't manage to ease up. If only there were a good way to relax. The sound of barely audible footsteps just reaches my ears. This is the second time I've sensed that presence. What? I don't need anything from you. The feeling's mutual. Rin, however, is apparently concerned about you. I can't just sit by and do nothing about that. I throw the plank away, glaring at Archer. Archer seems curious about the plank. He picks it up. Strengthening magecraft, huh? Pretty pathetic quality, too, I might add. What? Yeah, I know I'm not a fully trained mage. I feel bad for making your master take on extra work for me. No, that's not it. Even Rin's mistaken on this matter. Eh? What do you mean? Applying new traits to something that already exists? That's just wishful thinking. You aren't skilled enough to do something like that. He's just saying whatever he wants, but I can't think of a response. He's right. I know I'm not skilled, and it's my own fault I can't do magecraft properly. There's no point in taking it out on him. What's wrong? You were more spirited last night. Shut up! I'm just not saying anything because you're right. It's all my fault for not being good enough. I huff and look away. I don't know how he interpreted that, but... In a way, I think you've been cursed with poor mentors. Archer almost sounds impressed for a moment. That's not true. My old man and Tosuka are good teachers. I'm the one who can't learn. That's exactly it. You're better off with a mage who has no talent. Geniuses will never understand the struggles of ordinary people. Rin's far too brilliant to understand the mistake a failure like you is making. I don't really get what Archer is trying to say. I don't get it, but if I had to guess, I don't get it. You just trying to pick a fight? If so, bring it on. Another mistake.
You're not fit for fighting, Shidoemiya. Your battle's supposed to be a mental one. A fight against your own self. They say a mage's battle is a mental one. I already know that. But if we're gonna fight, it should be with our fists. Honestly, you're making things pretty hard on Saber. Archer despises me from the bottom of his heart. I've never seen his eyes like this. They seem filled with real disappointment and anger. I'm only going to say this once, so listen carefully. You haven't got a prayer of winning once the battle starts. None of your skills are worth a damn against servants. Saber already told me that. I won't win in battle. No matter what grand scheme I try, I have no chance of victory. Then at least imagine it. If you can't possibly beat the opponent in reality, then beat them in your imagination. If you can't win yourself, imagine something that can win. It's all you really can do. I don't know why, but Archer's words strike a chord with me. My heart's telling me not to forget them. More than anyone else, I know I should never forget what this man is saying. What a joke. Can't believe I'm giving advice to someone I should be killing. I guess a bit of Rin's softness has rubbed off on me. All of a sudden, Archer disappears. Archer's supposed to be keeping watch. He must have gone back to the roof where he can do that best. What's with him? I complain to the empty air. Naturally, there's no response. While Archer's words echo in my mind, the cold air blows over my fleshed body.
February 8th. Neo! The power of Spamton! Sorry. I can't help myself. Now that the fucking Deltarune jokes have started, I can't stop. Metaton!
I'm dreaming. It must be because my blood is feverish. My entire body is throbbing. Something I'd rather not have to remember plays out in my dream. This is my oldest memory. It's also a memory I can't escape. It's a scene from 10 years ago, and the one I usually try not to think back on. I can't ever erase it from my memory, though. It's not that I forgot. It's not even that I want to forget. It's just that it's already happened. So it's not especially painful, and I don't really feel all that angry about it either. The past is the past. I can't return to it. I can't redo it. All that happened is that I escaped. I lived on. Looking forward is all that I can do. Nobody told me to do that, but I've thought about that, even if just vaguely, since I was a kid. I can't forget or deny the past. The only way to keep the memory of what we lost alive is to acknowledge it. It's hot. I wake up to find my body is still burning up. I must have wound up falling asleep out in the cool air last night. Inside this dimly lit shed with me and... Saber!
You've awoken, Shido. I do not mind you sneaking away from your room, but I do not approve of you sleeping in a place like this.
Oh, morning. Well, I was burning up last night, and when I went outside, I got sleepy.
I can see that. You do not have to explain yourself, but please do be careful next time. My master sleeping in such a place puts me in an awkward position.
Sorry. I'll try to sleep in my own room next time.
That would be very helpful, yes. By the way, Shido, Taiga has been calling you for a while now. Fujine? What's she want? It may be about breakfast. It is long past breakfast time.
Eh? What? It's already past 7? Ah, crap, I overslept!
Yes, it's quite unusual for you to be the last to wake up. Your training with Rin last night must have affected you rather a lot.
Saber provides a calm analysis of the situation, but I don't have time for idle chit-chat. I know you went out of your way to wake me up, but go on back ahead of me. I'll hurry up and get changed, then head to the kitchen.
Very well.
I'll do what I can to calm Taiga down.
Saber turns and heads back to the house. Calm Fujine? Saber sure has adapted well to our morning routine. I dash to the kitchen. I ignore Fujine's jeers and prepare breakfast as quickly as I can. Sorry to keep you waiting. There's not much time before school starts, so hurry up and eat. I plop breakfast onto the table. What? Suddenly.
What the hell is this?
Fujine explodes, practically spitting fire.
What is this? It's just toast, Shido! Why is this all there is for breakfast today?
Hey, I overslept. I don't have time to make anything else, and a breakfast with toast is typically just that. It's just missing salad and eggs, so there's not a huge difference.
There's a big difference. Everyone else agrees, right?
Fujine tries to appeal to Saber and Tosaka, who both eat in silence. This isn't going to go in her favor. Neither of them is as gluttonous as Fujine. She's barking up the wrong tree.
She may be right. I'm not Miss Fujimura, but I don't know if I can tolerate such laziness. I can only assume you're insulting bread as a breakfast choice.
Hey, wait a minute. I thought she didn't eat breakfast to begin with? Now why's she sighing all disappointed? That's way out of character.
See? Everyone thinks you're in the wrong. Majority rules here, so you'd best think on what you've done, then make a proper breakfast for us.
That's so unfair! Besides, if I start making a dish now, you're going to be late, Fujine. It's already 7:30, so you need to do the whole running out of the house with a piece of toast hanging from your mouth thing. Give it up!
Fine. If I have to choose between being late or being hungry, I choose breakfast.
That's nuts! What kind of teacher even are you? Just eat your toast and go to school. I absolutely refuse to make anything else, even if it kills me.
Jeez, you really do get worked up over nothing. Keep talking like an old man and you'll become one real quick.
You don't need to remind me. Thanks to you, I'm practically an old man already. I huff and take a bite of the toast. Okay, she might be right. There is something kind of sad about there being so many people here and then only having toast for breakfast. The sounds of clashing shinai echo through the dojo. Each bout goes essentially the same as they had the days before. Saber casually sweeps my desperate strikes aside and counterattacks far, far more effectively. I barely manage to block and continually strike back, only for Saber to riposte, and I lose. Every time. I stop, breathing heavily, shoulders heaving. Wiping sweat from my brow, I work to get my breathing under control.
Why are you resting? You would not have given up so quickly yesterday. Come, attack me, quickly.
Hold on, I need to catch my breath. A little break, please.
This is so unlike you. If you will not attack, then I will come at you. You do not mind, do you?
Saber stares down at her poor student. My body just won't listen no matter how she looks at me.
What has gotten into you, Shido? You're like a different person than you were these past few days. The way you struck at me so fiercely and determinedly amazed me, but today I feel nothing of that strength.
I know that, I really do. I just can't do almost anything today. My situation's drastically changed since yesterday.
Is your body still burning? That's no excuse for your movements becoming sluggish. You must cool your head and refresh your mindset.
Well, before I do that, can you do something about that first? I point toward our audience standing by the wall.
What? Don't mind me, just continue your training.
Tosaka doesn't get it. I can't concentrate on fighting Saber with her staring at me like that.
Is Rin a distraction? That's only further proof of your need for training. Very well then. I shall make it so you do not need to worry about observers.
Oh, did she? Well, hold up, Saber! I still haven't caught my breath!
That will not be an issue. Breathing is something you will simply adjust to during battle.
Saber suddenly vanishes. Get! The moment I realize I'm in danger and raise my shinai to guard my face, Saber strikes me right on the head. It was a rough morning. After getting knocked out, I stopped worrying about Tosaka watching. My focus went entirely to blocking Saber's attacks, and the next thing I knew, it was lunchtime.
Seriously, you are so composed. 3 hours of fighting, Shido, and you aren't the least bit ruffled. You're usually pretty quiet, but you're much more so in battle. You're almost robotic.
I'm not sure if it's because she enjoyed seeing me getting knocked around, but Tosaka's in a good mood.
The two are resting in the living room. As for me, I'm preparing lunch by myself as punishment for my lax approach to training this morning. Unbelievable. I want to just make something easy, like cold somen noodles. Robotic, you say? You may be correct. It's not something I've ever been conscious of, but perhaps I shut off my emotions while I wield a blade. My approach should not change, whether in true battle or simple practice. Oh? What, is that a mindset you employ as a woman wielding a sword? Are you trying to use your mental state to compensate for your inferior physique? No, Rin. Maintaining one's composure is a key part of battle. It matters not whether you're a man or a woman. I believe you also shut off your emotions in battle, Rin. I know you're the type who can do so. You don't have to just blurt it out, you know. Well, it's true, but you and I are different. What I try to shut off is my tendency to be too soft. I don't see things in such logical, abstract terms as you do. It appears that way, which is why you're so showy and splendid. You're able to maintain your feminine grace even in battle. Are you being sarcastic? I can't come near you in terms of grace. I don't mind admitting it since Shiro's out of earshot, but I was amazed at how beautiful you are the first moment I saw you.
I can hear you, Tosuka.
You mistake me then. If you see grace in me, then you're simply seeing the elegance associated with the saber class, rather than my physical appearance. That's not true. I really thought that as a woman I couldn't even begin to compete with you. I wouldn't have been so shocked otherwise. And that's where you're mistaken. I've never thought of myself as a woman, and I've never been treated as one. I therefore cannot be so elegant as you seem to believe.
Saber's words bring the conversation to an end. As I listen in, kitchen knife in hand, I find myself getting irritated by what Saber is saying. I've always wondered, what does she think she is? I chop the chicken a bit harder than I need to. For some reason, I'm annoyed. I've never thought of myself as a woman. Not that it has anything to do with me. I slam my knife down onto the cutting board as if it were a hammer. It doesn't help me feel any better.
So, this is today's task. I brought more than yesterday, and it seems like your body's calmed down, so you'll probably get it right this time.
I have no idea how she carried them here, but Tosuka reveals about 40 lamps.
I'm gonna step outside for a bit. I'll be back in a little while, so I expect you to be done by the time I'm back.
Tosuka leaves her room. Alright. It's only been a night, but I hope I can succeed at least a couple of times. Think I got half done. I took an hour to work on strengthening about 20 lamps. Half of them shattered, and nothing at all happened to the other half. Of those that didn't change, maybe 5 looked like they'd been infused with magical energy. Now for the remaining 20. Hold on, wouldn't 5 be enough for a test? All the lamps look to be antiques. I'd feel bad about breaking more of them. Yeah.
Well, let's see. What should I do here? Well, I mean, yeah, might as well just get Ren.
I should call Tosuka back. I shouldn't break any more lamps. Actually, I really shouldn't be talking big after breaking over 40 lamps. Hey, Tosuka! I call out to her, but there's no answer. That's weird. Did she step out of the house? Where else might Tosuka go? There's someone in the shed. It sounds like Tosuka and Saber are talking inside. Hey, Tosa! The instant I lift a hand to call out to her, a chill runs up my spine. I think it's because I can feel Tosuka's magical energy seeping from the shed. It pulses with enmity. What the? I immediately stop calling for her. Even from here, I can tell Tosuka is agitated. But I can hear the two of them talking. Before I know it, I'm eavesdropping. What's up with him? Tosuka sounds both angry and nervous. Saber stands silently behind her.
I don't believe it. Saber, did you know about this?
No, I did not. I am a knight, not a mage. I only felt something was amiss. I do not understand the situation as well as you, Rin.
I see. Then let me tell you, he's no mage.
What do you mean by that?
I mean what I said. Magecraft is ultimately equivalent exchange. No matter what kind of mystics you're talking about, all it does is take something from somewhere else and put it to use. But this is different.
He's creating something from nothing. He's taking something that shouldn't exist and giving it shape. That's a concept encroaching on reality itself. His magecraft is nothing but a degraded version of it.
I have no idea what Tosuka is saying, but I definitely shouldn't be listening in on the two of them. I walk away from the shed. I'll be lying to Tosuka, but I should go back to her room and pretend I was waiting for her to come back. It's 2 o'clock. There's no sign of Tosuka returning, so I just focus on finishing my assignment. Oh, the phone's ringing. The ringing just reaches my ears from somewhere else in the house. It's in the living room. Tosuka can... No, she won't dare pick up a phone in someone else's house. I doubt it's an important phone call, but I shouldn't ignore it. I stand up and head to the living room to answer the phone. There's nobody in the living room. Saber and Tosuka must be in the courtyard. Hello, Emiya residence. Is this Himst? Okay, I just needed to make sure who that was.
Hey there, Emiya. Hear you're not at school again today. You sick or something?
All of a sudden, Shinji's voice sounds from the other end of the line, heavy with barely restrained laughter. Is that you, Shinji? What do you want? I don't think we have anything to talk about.
Why the cold reception? I thought I'd call to tell you something.
Tell me something.
Yeah, there was something I wanted to tell you, but you haven't been to school. I don't want to drag this out, so I called. Couldn't wait any longer. Is Tosuka around?
Shinji sounds kind of odd. He seems weirdly excited. I can hear other students in the background, so he must still be at school. It's a little past 2. 5th period should be over, so I think it's break time right now.
Hey, are you listening, Emiya? Is Tosuka there or not?
Not right now, she just stepped away.
Okay, great. I only wanted to talk to you. I'm gonna tell you something real good, so why don't you come to school right now? But come without telling Tosuka, obviously.
I don't know how to respond to that. Shinji's acting weird, and we're already talking. I don't see any reason to go all the way to school, and if I take off without telling Tosuka, it'd feel like a betrayal. Sorry, but I can't go to school. If you have something for me, it'll have to wait until next week. I'll go back to school after the weekend.
Huh? Who put you in charge? And that'll be too late. I just said it can't wait any longer.
Shinji's yelling now. He must be really excited because I can hear his heavy breathing over the phone.
So you're finally using your head. Yeah, you're right. There's no way you would come on your own at this point. This whole conversation's pretty suspicious, so of course you'd think it was bad news.
His tone shifts entirely, and he even starts laughing. Hold on. Hold on a minute. Calm down. You're acting real strange, Shinji. I don't know what's happened, but...
Don't lie, Emiya! Knowing Tosuka, I bet she told you everything. You don't need to hide it from me. Yeah, you're Saber's master after all. That means you're much, much more of a murderer than I am.
Shinji seems to be enjoying himself. I've known him for about 5 years now, but I've never seen him so wound up. Shinji, are you...
Just come to school, okay? And hurry, Emiya. You should be able to make it by 6th period. It's Fujimura's class anyway, so you won't get in trouble for being a bit late.
Well, even Fujine would get mad if we were late for her class, and I might get even more of an earful if I only showed up for 6th period rather than just missing the whole day.
That's your own fault. Oh, and if you tell Tosuka, then I'm ending our friendship for real. I turned a blind eye to the whole Sakura thing, but you can at least fulfill your obligations as a friend in the end, right?
Our conversation ends there. All I hear is the buzzing electronic tone from the receiver. What's with him? But what should I do? Tosuka should be in the house, but I don't see her anywhere, and if I go to school, I can't bring Saber. But then, if I don't do what Shinji asks, I'm worried what he might do. He's probably agitated because of that merciless rejection Tosuka gave him yesterday. If I ignore him, he might get violent with Sakura again. Well, it's still bright out, so it shouldn't be an issue. I should hurry now that I've made my decision. If I hurry, I should be able to make it by 6th period. Alright, I think I'm gonna get up and go to the bathroom and grab a little bit more water real quick, because once we get into this scene, we're gonna be in this scene, so yeah, I'll be right back, in just a minute. See you guys in just a second. Where's my thing? There it is.
You proceed. This is what you need. What you need.
Okay, I'm back, and had a donation in the meantime from Pixie Kicks with the $40. Holy shit, very generous. Thank you so much. $1 for every lamp mercilessly destroyed by Shido. RP in pieces, dear lamps. That's really good. Jeez. Thank you, I appreciate that. All right, let's lock in.
There's nobody at the school gate. From the outside, it looks like the school is deserted, since class is in session. Maybe there's no physical education class either, since there's nobody in the courtyard.
Excuse me. Well, that's going to change in a few minutes. When 6th period's over, school's out. The campus and exits will be overflowing with people on their way out. I head up to the 3rd floor. There's nobody in the hallway either. Everyone must be in their classrooms, so I feel a little awkward walking into Class C. Well, it's not like I'm going to be completely conspicuous, so I should hurry to the classroom. Class C is down the hall. Right now I'm in front of Class H, which is closest to the stairs, so there are 5 classrooms between me and my destination. A wave of dizziness slams into me. My entire body is also overcome with nausea. My stomach churns. My sensors are going completely haywire. Red floods my vision, as if blood were seeping into my eyes. The temperature around me hasn't changed, but my body is suddenly unbearably hot. What the hell is this? I stumble. Strength leaves my body. I feel like I'm withering, and I can't do anything to stop it. In the same way you can't stop sand from falling in an hourglass. I'm suffocating. My throat burns. Is all that air sucked from this hallway? From the entire school? I sway and by accident stagger toward a window. Desperate for air, I jerk it open. What? I freeze. This is so unbelievable I can't even find the wherewithal to get confused. Outside the window, the entire campus is a field of endless red. It looks like the school was carved out of the world and plunged into a sea of red. The school building looks like an altar draped in a red canopy. And then, finally, I realize what's happening. I move away from the window. I muster up what sense I have left and forced my feet to move, heading into the classroom closest to me. Inside, not a single student is seated in any of the chairs. They're all lying on the floor. Even the teacher is on the floor behind the podium. They're still breathing. Everyone is convulsing as if pleading for help. Nobody is dead, yet. The students don't have the strength to get up. They're just waiting to rot away. Seeing their miserable state on the floor, brings to mind the burning ruins from that day. The nausea intensifies, but I can still get a handle on the situation. I take a look at the students on the floor. It's difficult, but we can breathe. They're not dead. If I hurry and get help, there may be a chance to save them. But the moment I check the face of a student nearby, something clicks inside my head. Their skin, it's hard as wax. Not everyone is like this. It varies from person to person, but the most severely weakened student's blood seems to have coagulated around their joints. Oily and glistening. Stiff, motionless arms, fixed, staring eyes, just like wax figures. I know this. I recognize this scene. Stop! This is just a hellscape. I know this site well. I said stop! All that's sustaining me now is anger that has completely eclipsed any fear. My left arm tingles. The command spell on the back of my hand is warning me that an enemy is nearby. I run, though my breathing is heavy and labored. I've long since lost my mind.
Yo, Emiya. Glad to see you're doing better than I expected. So, what do you think of this?
At the end of the hallway, Shinji Mato is standing in front of Class C. My arm throbs. My command spells are screaming at me, telling me the boy just ahead caused all of this. So, this is all you're doing, Shinji? I can't breathe properly, but I glare at Shinji, who's keeping his distance. He must really like what he's seeing. Because the next thing I know, Shinji throws his arms wide and starts cackling in the blood-red hallway.
Of course it is! I knew as soon as you arrived, so I triggered the bounded field. Wasn't easy to time just right, you know. If I did it too early, you'd run away, and if I did it too late, we would have had to face each other. I wanted to see the look on your face myself, so I didn't want to make it too simple. So you were lying about having something to discuss. Discuss? Actually, we're about to start that part. I need to show Tosaka how much better I am than you, and I should apologize for lying to you as well.
See, I didn't tell you that I was the one who put up the bounded field up over the school.
Shinji laughs like it's the funniest thing ever. That, I guess I've learned never to trust him.
Hey, you don't look as surprised as I'd have thought. So when I told you the bounded field wasn't mine, you didn't believe me.
This is too good. So sometimes even you don't trust people.
Shinji's merry laughter bores into my skull like a drill. I have to point out, I'm plenty surprised. I've just been bracing myself to learn who set up this bounded field, Shinji or the other master. That was all. But so much for my optimism. I should have settled things with Shinji the moment I learned he was a master. This is all my fault. Shinji, why did you do this? Were you lying about having no intention of fighting too?
Well, I think that was the truth. I had no intention of activating this. It was really just a negotiation tool. If I set a bomb, Tosaka would think twice about attacking me, and I'd have an ace up my sleeve in case something happened.
I see. But Tosaka said it would take a few more days to activate the bounded field. Does that mean she miscalculated?
She would say that.
But you know, the bounded field may not be complete, but it's already formed. Activating it's no problem.
Okay. I admit that it does make it less effective. At this point, it might take a few more minutes to kill anyone.
Stop it. The nausea's long since gone. That one thing I can think, that one thing is all I can think to say to Shinji right now.
Stop it. Stop what? You're not telling me to stop this bounded field, are you? I can't waste a perfectly good bounded field by stopping it after it's already been activated.
I said stop it! Don't you have any idea what you've done?
You're pissing me off. You think you can order me around? Besides, this is my power. I'm the one who decides whether or not to stop it. And if you really want me to stop it, the least you can do is get on your knees and beg. Honestly, you and Fujimura both need to learn your place.
Hey, what about Fujine?
Huh? Oh, Fujimura? She managed to squirm around even after the bounded field activated. Everyone was dropping like flies, but there she was, still wobbling around. So she hobbled over to me since I was still standing and had the nerve to tell me to call an ambulance. Unbelievable, right? Playing the model teacher and all that. Of course I'm not gonna do something like that. Don't want to. But Fujimura kept clinging to me, which really pissed me off. But when I kicked her, she stopped moving. She'll probably die first!
I feel a switch flipping inside me. Tosaka said something about pressing a switch in my head, but it's nothing like that. There's this echoing clang in my head. A firing hammer strikes inside my head, and the inside of my body suddenly switches over. This is your last warning. Stop the bounded field, Shinji.
You really don't get it, do you? The more you try ordering me around, the less I want to listen. If you don't like what I'm doing, then you'd better try to stop me yourself, Emiya!
Got it. Then it's really simple. All I have to do, I need to stop him so I can stop the bounded field. Something surges inside me. Fiery heat blooms through my whole body. There's no more than 20 meters between me and Shinji. It should only take an instant. My body's surging with vitality. So much more than when I activate my magic circuits.
Ha! You really are an idiot!
A shadow wavers. The dark shape waiting in the corner of the hallway begins to take shape and move. A hard, sharp edge made of darkness itself. It's like a guillotine, ready to cleave anything that approaches Shinji in two. I don't know what kind of magecraft it is. 3 shadows emerge. If that's all there is, I don't need to stop! No, I can't stop. Not now! No matter how strong it may be, if it doesn't hit me, it won't matter. The 3 blades come at me like a blast of wind.
You're the idiot, Shinji!
This attack is nothing compared to Saber's. I pass through the gaps between the 3 overlapping shadows. I don't feel any danger from the shadows. There's no problem then. Saber taught me that I shouldn't hesitate as long as I don't sense that the attack will be fatal.
Shinji!
I close in on him. He has no shadows protecting him. Just a few more steps, maybe 3 more meters, and I can...
Shinji turns and runs. The moment I reach out to grab his back, I feel a chill run through my entire body, and I quickly jerk my arm back. Something cuts through the air. A black blade slices through the space I'd been occupying just an instant before. I stop. I don't know where she came from, but standing in front of me now. I see the woman dressed in ominous black, so dark even the most venomous shade of crimson seems pale in comparison. My mind goes blank with fear. I'm going to die. I don't want to think about it, but the image of my own brutal death fills my head. I sense it. I sense only death. The shadows earlier were nothing like this.
Good, Ryder. Don't hold back. You can do whatever you want with him.
Ryder's form blurs. I need to... This isn't going to be a battle. I retreat immediately. This isn't a good time to fight. I need to regroup and make Shinji stop the bounded field. I'm not sure what happened, but I retreat desperately. Fear makes everything in front of me appear completely white. I don't even know what I'm so terrified of. Without thinking, I throw an arm out to cover my neck. Something sharp buries itself in my arm. The dull sound of scraping bone tells me the next attack will end me. I run. I can't afford to look back. I just cover my vital spots with my hands as best as I can in my frantic retreat. Creak. The sharp edges slowly saws through my body with a horrible jarring sound. A spray of my own blood blots out my vision. Meanwhile, Ryder is rushing toward me so quickly that I can't even see her.
Ugh. Fucking cool CG.
With each cut, I hear sounds I can't even recognize coming from my own mouth, but I continue my desperate retreat, somehow surviving the dozens of fatal blows striking at me. I don't know what I'm doing. Ryder's dagger is buried in my arm, my clothes are tattered and torn, and my flesh is brutally shredded. But I'm still able to shield myself with my own body, blocking the attacks aimed at my neck and head. This isn't a conscious thing at all anymore. Pure instinct drives my reactions as I desperately try to survive Ryder's attacks. My breathing is labored. I'm only running away, rushed along by the imminent death looming over me. Eventually, whatever strength I have left will fade and she'll catch up to me. Then I'm dead. That's what Saber had been trying to tell me. Don't fight against a servant. Fight wouldn't even be the right word for it. She told me again and again, so why the hell am I in this position now? All I want to do is catch Shinji as fast as possible and make him shut off this goddamn bounded field. So what the hell am I doing? What are you doing, Ryder?
What are you doing, Ryder? That's enough. Just end this already. He can't do anything anyway.
Shinji's elated, his voice triumphant. Ryder nods and swings her dagger up in a wide arc. She's striking at my head. I can't dodge. All I can really do is try to prevent her from hitting anything vital. The dagger stabs into my shoulder, right below the collarbone. I hear a high-pitched metallic sound, then the click of a tongue. Eh? What? The end of Ryder's dagger is starting to disintegrate. This is a surprise. I cannot kill you with my blade. Ryder stops. In that instant, I frantically try to come up with a way to leverage this sudden opportunity. Then gravity shall kill you. Something strikes me with the force of a sledgehammer, and I go flying out the window. It had only been a kick to the stomach, but I go flying, shattering the window. We're on the 3rd floor. Left alone, I'll die of blood loss anyway, so a fall from this height will be enough to finish me off. I mean, an ordinary human would be dead on the spot from a blow strong enough to send them flying like this anyway. I reach out. Maybe I'm not falling yet, or maybe I'm just hallucinating right before I die, but my body's still suspended in midair. Ow! I reach out, desperately grasping for something, anything. The sky is crimson. The school is pulsating like a creature's stomach. And am I Am I just going to die? Let something like this happen? Let this happen? Am I going to let myself die without saving so much as a single person? I can't! I grip my teeth furiously. I can't win. This is not even a battle. I knew that going in, but I still screwed it up. There's no more pain. All I feel is my sheer rage making my insides unravel. I thought I could do it alone. This is what I get for saying I won't let Saber fight. It was an idiot. I can't save anyone on my own. If I really wanted to end this war, there was one thing I should have done right from the start. He asked me whether I was really not going to fight, not kill, and not let anyone kill. If I realized my mistake, I should first decide what to fix, then decide who to punish. And then, I see it. There on my arm, still reaching up as if to touch the heavens, my command spells, waiting for an order. I'll summon Saber. Please come. I murmur those words like a prayer. My life doesn't matter anymore, but to put a stop to this savage brutality. No! Come, Saber! I muster up all my strength and call for my blade. One of my command spell strokes disappears. At that very moment, the space around me begins to waver. So this is magic. Saber, clad in her silver armor, bursts through the ripples in space and time to appear before me. My back slams into the ground. I stop breathing. The force of impact jars every bone and organ in my body. Several ribs crack or probably break outright. And yet, my body's intact. My bloody arms are still attached. Sido! Saber runs to me. Forcing my numb limbs to move, I push to my feet to show her that I'm all right. There's no time to explain. You understand what's happening, right, Saber?
Please wait, Shido. I do understand, but first your body must...
Take care of Ryder. Only you can beat her.
I cannot. Treating you is my first priority. You will not survive these wounds.
No, there's something else that needs doing first. We need to beat Shinji and Ryder as quickly as possible. Nothing is more important.
But if I do that...
Saber's focused only on me. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't happy about that, but there's no time to argue. If Saber doesn't want to listen, I just need to use my second command spell. She must have understood my resolve. Saber reluctantly accepts my decision.
Understood, Master. Your orders.
Defeat Ryder. I'll handle Shinji. Saber does not hesitate. She nods and without another word, turns toward the school building like a whirlwind. I run up the stairs. Ryder and Shinji are on the 3rd floor. I can tell Shinji's still on the 3rd floor because of the way my command spells are reacting. The moment I set foot on the 3rd floor, sparks fly. Is that Ryder? I couldn't see, but Saber must have parried Ryder's attempt at a sneak attack from above. Shido, I will defeat Ryder. Please take care of Ryder's master. She doesn't need to tell me. Saber can't possibly lose to Ryder. She won't. I'm absolutely sure after what little I was able to learn of Ryder's abilities during my brief fight with her. Saber's abilities vastly exceed Ryder's. I'm leaving her up to you, but try not to go too far. It'll be over soon once I stop Shinji. I run right past Saber. That same instant, Ryder flings a dagger at me with murderous intent, but Saber rushes in to deflect the attack. I run down the hallway. Ahead, I see a bewildered Shinji. Guess I'll be at a disadvantage if I go at him empty-handed. I need a weapon. It should be long, like the mop leaning against the locker there. Trace, on! I pass magical energy through my body as I run. Maybe I'm not distracted, or maybe I just can't afford to think of anything else. I manage to strengthen the plastic mop as effortlessly as breathing. The shadows begin forming again. I'm badly injured, but I don't feel the least bit sluggish. More than that, I have a weapon now. That means I don't even need to dodge. I use the mop to smack aside each shadow as it flies towards me. The mop breaks, but I expected as much from something done so hastily. Besides, I don't need it anymore. I'm so close. Shinji! I I lash out with a furious punch. The impact jars my arm, which is still practically cut to ribbons, so painfully that I nearly pass out. I punch Shinji in the stomach and then grab him and shove him against the wall. Shinji tries to shove my hand away. Without missing a beat, I kick his grasping arm. I can't even control myself right now. I slam the arm I kicked against the wall and break it. I don't even hear Shinji's screams. This is bad. If I don't focus, it might be me who faints. I should hurry while I can still move. I grab Shinji's hair and smash him against the wall. Scream later. Release the bounded field, Shinji. The hell I will! Who are you to tell me? I grab Shinji by the throat with the arm I can still control. Blood pours from my arm. It seeps through my clothes and it drips onto Shinji's body, staining him. If you won't shut off the bounded field, then I will have to kill you. I don't care which it is, so pick one! Now! I squeeze. It must be all the magical energy coursing through my body. I could snap his neck like a twig. You're bluffing! You couldn't do something like that! Besides, I haven't killed anyone yet! I was just borrowing a little bit of life from everyone! Okay then. Bye, Shinji. I squeeze harder. There's no hesitation. Maybe a little sympathy. I feel bad that as a fellow mage, Shinji was never taught the rules of being a mage, and so didn't have any problem killing innocents. Wait! Hold up! You beat me, Emiya! I'll stop the bounded field, I promise! I loosen my grip around his throat. Damn! You're crazy strong! Hey, Ryder! Stop your blood fort! Your master's life is in danger! There's no response from Ryder. But hearing Shinji, Saber takes a step back from Ryder. Ryder lowers her dagger. I see her mouth move. This is what you want, right? I hear this bounded field is special, since it's hard to reconstruct another one in the same place. So there won't be another bounded field here again. Now take your damn hands off me! That's not how this works. I won, so you do what I say. Shinji, get rid of your command spells. Then we'll never have to fight again. What? That's ridiculous! I'm not doing that! If I get rid of my command spells, I won't be able to control Ryder! If that happens, You won't be a master anymore. Then you go to the church in Shinto. I heard they protect masters who drop out of the war. Or is it something else? Were you lying when you said you made a bounded field to protect yourself? I didn't say that. I just thought if I became a master and controlled a servant... He thought that he could be a mage. But what's the point of becoming one? It's over, Shinji. If you're not going to get rid of your command spells, I'll just have to cut them out. Eh? Cut them out? Shinji tilts his head in genuine wonderment. This isn't an act. Shinji really doesn't know what I'm talking about. Well, you see... Shido, get back! I hear Saber shout. Maybe it's all the training at the dojo, but my body reacts to Saber's words before my brain processes them. I let go of Shinji and jump back. At that moment, Ryder's dagger swings through the spot I'd been standing in a heartbeat before. Ryder? Step back, Master. We're retreating. Shido, please step back! Ryder intends to unleash all the magical energy she used to maintain the bounded field! What? Unleash the magical energy? I look towards Ryder. She does seem odd. The way she just appeared here when she'd been confronting Saber a second ago. The cold air emanating from her. Everything about her is suddenly far more intimidating than she has ever been. Ryder? What the hell are you thinking? You can't even beat Amiya's servant, so why are you taking the reins? Correct. I am no match for Saber. However, please be assured, my noble phantasm is greater than any of the other servants. No matter the opponent, they cannot match my agility. Ryder raises her dagger. What? Everyone gasps in surprise. For some reason, Ryder presses her dagger to her neck and... slashes her own throat. Red sprays everywhere. Blood gushes from the black-clad Ryder's pale neck. What are you... Shinji is just as surprised as the rest of us. No matter how extraordinary servants may be, a slashed throat is fatal. Ryder will bleed out and disappear on her own.
The splattered blood stops midair and slowly forms into a circle. A magic circle, drawn in blood. It's a pattern I've never seen before. The design resembles a creature, an ominous creature. Writers created a giant lump of magical energy. The bounded field from earlier seems like child's play compared to this magic circle. What? I'm being pushed back! This must be a truly massive amount of magical energy. I'm being pushed back as if by a strong wind.
Shido, get away! Ryder intends to use her noble phantasm! If you don't move, you'll be caught in it!
Saber grabs me and jerks me back. She faces down Ryder in her magic circle as she protects me.
Do you intend to run, Ryder? If you're going to drag your master into this, I need only defeat you here. I will not allow you to use your noble phantasm.
Of course not. A servant's duty is to protect her master. I'm just taking master and running. If you do not like that, come after us, Saber. If, that is, you still have the will to fight after seeing this.
A throbbing sound pulses through the school. With the sound of rending flesh, Ryder's hair whirls around her.
Shido, get down!
Saber tugs my hand and drags me to the ground. There's a roar and then a flash. I close my eyes against the raging wind, but even with my eyes closed, I still feel its intensity. Something white streaks by. A huge bolt of light shoots down the hallway at tremendous speed. All I see before me is dreadful destruction. Shinji and Ryder are gone. The bolt of light wasn't after us. It was probably a means of escape. My wounds hurt. I feel a hammering in my head again. The heat flowing through my body quickly fades. Sido. I don't hear Saber's question. My vision goes blank white. I'm having that dream. Maybe this is what death looks like to me. The closer I get to death, the more I keep seeing these images I don't want to see. I see motionless bodies, crumbling and disappearing. That moment when everyone desperately sought help, but none came. That was painful. It was so terrible. It hurt even to live. And I thought maybe just disappearing would put me out of my misery. Dazed, I reached my hand out. But not because I wanted help. I just thought the sky was so far away. That was my final thought, I think. And then I lost consciousness, and my outstretched hand fell to the ground. Or rather, it should have. A large hand grasps the smaller one as it falls. He rushed into the fire to save somebody, and found me. I remember that face. I remember the tears pooling in his eyes, how overjoyed he was to have found a living human being. He looked so happy. It seemed almost like he was the one being saved, not me. And then, he actually looked envious of me, who was on the brink of death. He even looked grateful for something as he rescued the strange child. It was a turning point in my life. The weakness I showed in accepting death became a strength, a desire to live. My mind, which had practically gone blank, was filled with the joy of having been saved in that moment. I tried moving my fingers with what strength I had left, so as not to let go of the man's hand, and then I finally passed out. The next thing I knew, I was in the hospital, and the man who saved me had come to visit. That was 10 years ago. From then on, all I ever did was follow in Kiritsugu's footsteps. The only thing I could think of was being like him. It's not because he saved me. I couldn't shake off the image of his face back then, and I tried to become the same thing. I've been striving for that ever since. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I dreamed I wouldn't notice. That's right, that I would one day I held to the hope, the dream that one day I too would be saved. If I could smile like Kiritsugu did back then.
New weapon data. Yeah, riders. Interesting description.
When I open my eyes, I'm in my living room. The ticking of the clock is awfully loud. It looks like I've been sleeping on the floor, and when I raise my arms, I notice the bandages wrapped tightly around both of them. It's dark out. I sit up. According to the clock, it's 10 at night.
Don't just say it's dark out like nothing happened, you ingrate. Can't you think of something better to say the moment you wake up?
Tosuke, you're here.
No, that's not it either. Is that the attitude you should be taking when I've been at your side nursing you this whole time? Just, like, shit, wake up, you fucked up big time.
Tosuke! I didn't know that. That's ungrateful of me. Sorry, my brain's a little wonky. I can't really think straight. But thanks. Guess I owe you one again.
Well, it was nothing. You were in pretty bad shape, so I don't blame you for still being a little hazy. So, does anything hurt? I think all your external injuries have healed up, but I don't know about anything internal. If there's anything wrong still, we need to treat it.
No. I just feel dull. Nothing's hurting. It's just that I feel like I'm floating. I don't know how I ended up here. I don't remember what I did today. Oh, right.
Sorry, that was my water bottle. I love all of the noises just making my PNG talk, by the way. It's like... Hold on. We'll wait for it to stop talking. Sorry, I am way too easily amused. Anyway.
Oh, right, Tosuke. How's the school? What happened to me after that?
It's okay. Don't worry about the others. Kide went to follow up at the school. He'll handle all the repairs for the hallway and everything else, so you don't have to worry about any of that. He's a priest, so he should do that much or risk the wrath of God.
He's doing that? So that means the school is...
It didn't become a major crisis. A lot of students were taken to the hospital, but none of their conditions seem to be life-threatening. They're being treated for malnutrition, and most will only have to spend 2 or 3 days at the hospital. Her ice impression is great. Oh, jeez. I believe we have stuff to look at for Ryder. Yep. Other Seal Blood Temple. That's quite the name.
Okay, that's a relief. Dissolving the bounded field took longer than expected, but I wasn't too late. The instant I relax, every last bit of strength floods out of me. I breathe out deeply, and I lean back against the wall. Does that mean Kotomine healed me too? I don't think even you would be able to heal so many wounds.
What are you talking about? You healed them yourself. It was the same thing as with Berserker. The way you heal your wounds is nearly miraculous. You really don't remember?
No, I don't know why myself. I was normal until I formed a contract with Saber.
Is that so? Maybe you're just descended from lizards or something.
How can you say something like that with a straight face? This is weird for me too, you know. It's like my body isn't my own.
I think it's fine. Whatever the cause, your condition is why you survived. That's twice now. Turning into a lizard would be a fair compromise at this point.
Are you enjoying teasing the critically injured guy, Tosuke?
You were critically injured. Well, anyway, you should thank Saber too. I'm not sure how or why, but it's all thanks to Saber that you're like this.
Oh. My brain finally starts working. There's something I need to do. I needed her. I called her, so she came, and she saved me. I need to tell her something right away. I stand up too quickly. Pain shoots through my body as I move, but I can't let that stop me. Tosuke, where's Saber?
She's in the dojo. I'm gonna get something from my room.
Tosaka heads over to the outbuilding. Ouch. My joints creak with pain. I grit my teeth and try to endure it as I head toward the dojo. I reach the dojo. Saber sitting in Seiza style, as if she's meditating. Shiro, you've woken? Saber notices me coming in and hurries to her feet, then rushes over to me. Sorry for worrying you. I only just came to. And Saber.
Do not dare sorry me now. There are many things I must say to you. You accepted an invitation from the enemy and left me. You tried to fight on your own, and you did not spare an ounce of consideration for your body. Do you understand that any one of those foolish decisions could have been fatal? You very nearly did die. Do you enjoy tormenting me like this?
No,
What is it? I will not be moved by any facile excuses you might attempt to make for yourself. Today is the day I will hear precisely what is on that mind of yours.
Saber comes at me with all the rage and force of a hurricane. She's so intense, I'm not sure how to explain it, but I'm kind of enjoying Saber being so emotional. I know, just let me explain myself. Let's talk, Saber. As you can see, I've healed. Shiro, are you alright? Yeah, looks like it. I'm alive for now. I see. That's a relief. Where'd that angry look from a few seconds ago go? Saber heaves a relieved sigh and smiles softly as if celebrating my recovery. It helps me understand that even Saber, stoic as she always is acting like this because of how much I worried her. I wasn't relying on Saber, but she still accepted me as someone to fight alongside. How stupid of me. I hadn't realized the extent to which she trusted me, and I couldn't extend the most basic of trust of just letting her fight. Saber. I speak up more comfortably now. I'm finally able to look her in the eye and it feels natural. Yes? What is it, Shiro? Sorry. I was an idiot. I bow my head.
What? Please lift your head, Shiro. I was only employing a figure of speech earlier. Yes, I was angry, but there's no call for you to apologize.
Of course I do. I'm your partner, and I owe you an apology. I'm sorry I worried you. As long as I'm with you, I'll never fight alone. Shiro, are you? Yeah, Saber. Please lend me your strength. I can't beat the other masters on my own. I need your help.
Are you admitting that you were mistaken earlier? Are you accepting that, as a master, you'll devote yourself to a support role, and will leave the fighting to me from now on?
Well, I still don't want to see Saber hurt. That's why I forbid her from fighting, and that's where I was wrong. Ever since I decided to fight with her, I should have just put everything I had into helping her. No, I don't think I was mistaken. If you're going to protect me, I'm going to protect you. I can't let you fight alone. Saber doesn't answer. The mood in the dojo turns frosty. I just can't let this go. I lift my head, thinking I'll just have to beg until she accepts my determination. But then...
You're too stubborn to change, aren't you?
Saber?
There's no need to respond, is there? I'm your blade. Who but I can...
I think they accidentally messed that up.
Who can I be but the one to help you, Shiro?
Saber extends her left hand. I can't think of anything sensible to say, so I shake her hand. Our handshake forms something almost tangible. It's been a few days since we first met, but it feels like we finally formed a real contract.
What's going on? Why are you two shaking hands?
Hey, why would she show up now of all times? Saber and I quickly let go of each other's hands.
Something's fishy. You two weren't hatching some kind of scheme without me, were you?
Who but I can help you is a little clunky but still valid.
Who but I can... Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. Sorry, for some reason it just wasn't parsing in my brain. I wasn't, like, reading it with the proper intonation. Who but I can help you? Yeah, of course, yes. I mean, it still worked. But, yeah. It just didn't
something. So the two wires didn't cross there for us, or yeah, or something was happening in my yeah. Anyway. Something's fishy. You two weren't hatching some kind of scheme without me, were you?
No, absolutely not. I was making sure Master is in good health before checking his pulse.
I'm dumbfounded. Saber just told a bald-faced lie. But why would Saber panic about this too?
Yeah? They got a weird way of checking someone's pulse.
Tosaka regards Saber curiously. In response, Saber starts acting even more suspiciously, probably because she's not used to lying. I need to help her out or this will get even more awkward. Hey, what do you want, Tosaka? Didn't you say you were getting something from your room?
Oh, yeah. Here, Saber.
Thank you. I thank you for your trouble, Rin.
Tosaka hands Saber a bag. Saber looks surprisingly happy as she takes the bag.
That's the last of it, so be careful. Forced summoning and not changing into your armor will shred your clothes to bits.
I'm sorry. It was so sudden that I did not think ahead. I appreciate you bringing me more of the same clothing.
Yeah, it's a simple design, so it's like a uniform. Kida keeps forcing such plain clothes on me. Not that I mind, since that outfit doesn't look very good on me. But why are you so fixated on this outfit, Saber?
Well, Shido mentioned that it looked good on me.
I'm not following all of this, but it seems that Saber's third set of clothes. I don't have any women's clothing around the house, so Saber's been borrowing clothes from Tosaka. But yeah, I'd really appreciate it if they had their girl talk when I'm not around. I am a guy. If it had been such a nice conversation until now too, but I don't really know what to do with myself when they get to talking about stuff like this.
Shido, you should just learn about how to wear cool clothes. You should just learn more about clothes, bro. Skill issue.
So not much happened afterward, and both Tosaka and Saber forced me to go sleep in my room.
Just like banishing. Get the fuck out of here. Go to bed, idiot. No food for you.
Okay. I may have regained consciousness, but I'm still severely injured. Ryder sliced my arms up so bad that under normal circumstances I've had to worry about whether I'd be ever able to use them again. Plus, I fell 3 stories, so I'm all broken and bruised. There's plenty I should be thinking about, but the two have agreed that the best thing for me to do right now is sleep so I can heal.
Tell me, but I made the food.
But I let Shinji get away, and I'll need to settle things with him as quickly as possible. He didn't hesitate to activate the bounded field. Even I know how dangerous it'd be to let a master like that roam free. Damn. This isn't the time for me to be sleeping. Things go blank, like a dizzy spell sweeping over me. The only thing that feels normal is my head.
I don't know about even that, buddy, but I'm glad you're feeling confident.
As soon as I lay down, my half-healed body just forces me off to sleep. Tomorrow. When tomorrow comes, I don't have time to rest like this. Even if my body isn't fully healed, I need to find Shinji.
Okay. Water. February 9th. You get the typo on the fucking chapter title? Aniplex! What is a skyscraper? Would you enlighten me? Could you tell me what you mean? Jesus Christ, dude. My fucking god. So, literally, hire a proofreader, please. Anyway.
I'm having a bad dream. My body, injured as it is, demands long, deep sleep. But my mind is still stuck replaying all that happened today, and won't let me rest peacefully. My body, still not fully healed, is burning, My mind is plagued with guilt. I think I'm crying out in my sleep. As I sleep, my dream drags on. How many victims were there? Tosaka said there were no deaths. But that might just be the official story. No way does someone come out unscathed after having their life force ripped from them. They could suffer any number of long-term physical problems in years to come, or even brain damage from lack of oxygen. Some students even had severe skin damage. Even if they heal, they'll likely have scars for the rest of their lives. My body hurts. I nearly died today. No, I did die today. A convulsion rocks my whole body. Bad luck for everyone who got sucked into this today. But you did well, Shiro. You stopped a catastrophe, and you did it by taking a wound that would normally kill you. There's nothing to feel guilty about. The pain tries to tell me to just go to sleep. No. I can't make excuses for myself. It doesn't matter. There was a disaster, and I just happened to be there. But I couldn't do anything. They're saying I saved lives. But I didn't save anyone, not one person. If only that had just been a mistake. If only it hadn't happened, then my mind would be at peace and I could sleep. I'm pissed off. It's absurd. My heart complaining like this when my body is already so weak. There won't be a miracle like that. Just wishing for a do-over because things didn't go well or were so terrible they should never have happened is pathetic. You can't take back what's already done. It's not possible and shouldn't be attempted anyway. So I can't just pretend all that didn't happen. There's only one thing I can do. Make sure I do everything I possibly can to prevent anything like that from ever happening again. That's enough sleep. I can worry about my body later. If I can move, I should wake up and hit the ground running. If my goal is to make sure no one is hurt, I'll need to push myself to the verge of death. I open my eyes. I take one deep breath, filling my lungs with air. The frigid winter air dispels my drowsiness almost instantly. I realize it's just past 6 in the morning. Habits really are extraordinary things. My body must have at least partly recovered, since I'm waking up at my usual time. Okay. I stand up and fold up my futon blanket. The instant I undertake even such a mundane task, intense pain spikes through my left shoulder. Yeah, guess I'm not completely healed. It's only pain, though. This is far better than what I felt when Berserker tore out my stomach the other day. When that happened, my insides felt like they were slush, and the nausea was far more intense than the pain. I head out to the hallway. The sunlight is muted by the gloom outside. It's cloudy. Looks like it's going to rain. Shiro, have you awoken? Yeah, I just woke up. You're up early. You're usually asleep around now. Yeah, Saber's not typically up so long before breakfast.
Shiro, I do not sleep because I want to. I've mentioned this before, but I only sleep until breakfast to conserve my magical energy. I'd appreciate you not suggesting that I've merely been sleeping in.
Why? I didn't mean for it to sound like that. I was more asking if it was okay for you to be awake so early.
Oh, were you? So you're saying that you find me being an early riser odd?
Saber sounds crabby. Maybe it's my imagination. Saber doesn't seem quite as reserved as usual. No, I didn't say it was strange. I was just wondering if it was okay. It's my fault that you need to sleep so much. So you don't need to sleep as much as don't you need to sleep as much as possible today too?
Of course, but I'm simply remaining on standby. I'm sleeping in anticipation of emergencies, so I do not think it's logical for me to sleep right now.
Sorry, my desk.
What do you mean it's not logical? We're not fighting anybody right now and nobody is attacking us.
Well, that is...
Saber's stumbling over her words. It seems like there's something she doesn't want to say. Well, whatever. There's no emergency, so you should sleep until the next time we go out. I'll call you up when breakfast is ready, so just save your strength until then. I'm gonna need your help all day today. I head to the kitchen.
Please wait, Shiro.
What? Do you have something else?
What did you just say you were going to do?
I hold my breath, barely realizing I'm doing it. She asks me something, but her eyes are preventing me from giving an answer.
You should be resting. Rin will prepare breakfast. Your priority is recuperating in your room and letting your body heal. If you do not understand this, then I will not hear your answer to my question.
Saber. Saber's being so stern because she's genuinely concerned about me.
Please return to your room, Shiro. You are the one who should be sleeping, not me.
Saber sees right through me and glares at me all the more intensely. But still, I can't let Shinji lose. No, I'm not going to go back to my room. I've rested enough, and there are things I need to do. Once we're ready, let's head out to town, Saber. We're going to catch Shinji, today.
Why? There's no particular reason we need to capture Rider's master today. If we're to fight, we should do it after your wounds have healed. It will not be too late.
You've got it wrong, Saber. If we're setting priorities, my body's at the bottom of the list. We don't have the luxury of waiting. You know exactly what Shinji's willing to do. We need to separate him from Rider before they make another bounded field. He won't be a threat if he doesn't have a servant.
So you are saying you do not want more victims, like yesterday? Is that why you are doing this? Not to defeat Rider's master?
That's not true. I'm going to hold Shinji accountable. To do that, we need to defeat Rider. And it's the right thing to do, to prevent more victims. That's the most important reason we have to fight.
I see. If that is Master's command, I will obey.
Find Shinji? Well, I don't really have a problem with that, but you're saying this because you think you have a chance at winning, right?
It's after breakfast. That's Tosuka's immediate response when I say that we can't just let Shinji remain on the run. You're asking me about my chances of beating Shinji?
That's right. I'll be honest here, if you're planning on going up against a master without a hope of winning, I'm gonna die laughing.
Crap. Now that she mentions it, I've really only thought about stopping Shinji. I haven't given much thought to the details, or any.
Emiya, are you serious?
Sorry. Laugh all you want.
Oh, wow. Sorry, that is really not funny.
That reaction makes it clear just how stupid I'm being. I want to curl up into a little ball and hide.
Saber, your master is talking nonsense. So, what do you think? Do you have a problem with fighting Rider?
I have no qualms about fighting Rider. I've already assessed her strength. And I believe Shiro has also gauged her abilities. He confronted her directly as well.
Oh, really? So Shiro knows how strong she is too?
Tosuka looks my way, her eyes curious. She obviously wants to know about how strong Rider is. True, I do have something of an assessment. Oh, maybe it's because I formed a contract with a servant, or maybe it's the power of the command spells. She may not be my servant, but I have some understanding of her abilities since I've seen her fight. Rider wasn't an especially strong servant.
Rider isn't as strong as Saber if they fight one-on-one.
Oh, Rider isn't as strong as Saber. If they fight one-on-one, I don't see Saber losing.
I see. So you do have a chance of winning. Shinji's not a mage, so Rider can't get any support from her master. So it'll come down to a duel between Saber and Rider.
Tosuka's right. As long as Shinji is a master, Rider has to fight on her own. Saber shouldn't be at a disadvantage, but...
Why the long face? There a problem?
Yeah. Listen, Tosuka. Even though Saber had Rider cornered, and Saber is way superior in combat, Rider managed to escape with Shinji. I think it was Rider's noble phantasm, the arrow of light that tore through the hallway. If Saber hadn't shoved me to the ground, that wave of destruction would have completely annihilated me. If that was Rider's ace in the hole, we shouldn't take her lightly, even if she is weaker.
So that means Rider is one of those types whose noble phantasm's more powerful than the servant itself. So, Saber, Shiro aside, you must have been able to tell what Rider's noble phantasm was, right? You should have some idea since it was deployed in front of you.
I must apologize. I was so intent on protecting Shiro, I was not able to determine what it was. Had I taken the time to do so, Shiro and I would have been caught up in it.
Caught up in it? Is Rider's noble phantasm a projectile?
It certainly seems similar to one. It can be likely classified as something close to your magecraft. That was not an anti-personnel noble phantasm like my sword or Lancer's spear.
It's close to my magecraft? That doesn't sound right. Your magic resistance is god tier.
Modern magecraft just can't hurt you. If there was a magecraft you actually needed to avoid, it would be... Yes, mystics would have to be nullified, with even stronger mystics. The only type of mystics that can penetrate my armor would be what you call true magic, or phantasmals of the divine realm. True magician? Are you trying to say that Ryder's a mage? No, I did not feel that much magical energy from her. She's Ryder. If there's a true magician around, it could only be Caster. Ryder's noble phantasm is likely something different.
Saber's answer gets a sigh of relief from Tosuke. I don't quite get what's going on, though.
Saber, is your armor that strong? You say only true magic can penetrate it, so does that mean that Lancer's Gaebolg is true magic? Yes, you're right. Lancer's Gaebolg is a curse, close in power to true magic. Rin, would you care to explain this to Shiro?
Oh, wait. Okay. Yeah.
Me? Well, fine. Let's just cut to the chase. You believe Saber can only be injured by true magic, right?
Well, that's not what I'm saying. But I just thought it was amazing that her armor is that strong.
Okay, yeah, that line was Shido, not Rin.
Of course it's amazing. All servants are heroic spirits, not just Saber. Not just Saber, you know. They're spirits, so they can't be harmed by ordinary means, and servants themselves are mystics. Only fellow servants, since they're also heroic spirits, can physically harm other servants. On the flip side, so long as we're dealing with a servant, they could wound Saber even if they grabbed something like a paper cutter.
So what you're saying is that Saber's armor isn't invulnerable when she's dealing with another servant.
Yep, but Saber is skilled at close combat, so there's no way she'd be wounded in hand-to-hand combat. The only other method would be to attack her from a long distance, like with a magecraft projectile. But Saber has, despite being a knight, remarkable magic resistance, so she can deflect most magecraft.
Sorry, I'm just checking a thing real quick. Okay. Just have to get these notifications. Okay, there we go.
Curses. Curses, the epitome of bad luck, can't touch her, while more direct intervention, like firing magical energy at her like arrows, also wouldn't work. If someone wants to defeat Saber, they'll have to fight her head-on and beat her that way.
Saber listens silently to Tosuke's explanation. Saber never interrupts her, probably because everything Tosuke is saying is true. The hell? That's like cheating. Someone would try to go up against Saber with magecraft because they can't beat her in single combat? But if magecraft itself is useless against her, what can they do? That sounds unfair.
Ah, ice. I got ice.
That may be true, but it doesn't mean Saber is unbeatable in hand-to-hand combat. Berserker's much stronger than Saber. Look at Saber! Dude, she's like, Berserker is much stronger than Saber, and even Lancer has a spear, which can be fatal. And we were just talking about Ryder having a noble phantasm that could beat even Saber, so we're not saying Saber's perfect. Even we have ways to defeat Saber. We just need to use magecraft that exceeds Saber's magical resistance, or borrow a weapon wielded by a servant to cut her head off while she's sleeping. Servants' weapons are spiritual too, so they should be able to hurt her.
It's an alarming example, but I get it. Wait, but hold on, Tosuke. We probably shouldn't be talking about things like this in front of Saber.
I see. So it's not that Ryder's noble phantasm was exceptional. Saber just went on the defensive because it was a servant that was attacking.
Oh, no, wait. That was Shido, probably. Yeah.
So it's not that Ryder's noble phantasm was exceptional. Saber just went on the defensive because it was a servant that was attacking.
You got it wrong. If Saber was focusing on defending, Ryder wouldn't be able to finish her off alone. If Ryder isn't a particularly exceptional heroic spirit, it wouldn't amount to much, even with her noble phantasm in the mix. Do you agree, Saber? You think Ryder's noble phantasm is unrelated to her abilities, right?
Most likely, yes. I believe it was an autonomous weapon that does not rely on Ryder's skill, and that it has an effect on the noble phantasm itself. It's either magecraft or phantasmal. Whatever it is, the intensity from the magic circle was overwhelming. I do not think many servants could survive a direct strike.
Really? By how much, quantifiably? If I were to describe it in your terms, I could rank it as perhaps A+. This is a matter of opinion, though, as I'm not certain. A+? That's one step below true magic. Whoa, I can't believe it didn't just blow the entire school to bits. It must not be a purely destructive noble phantasm. It may have originally served a different purpose. Maybe. But this is a problem. According to Saber, it's beyond an A rank in terms of raw power. That attack might be one of the strongest out of all the servants. Yes, it did seem like it was a noble phantasm that excels in both offense and defense. However, my noble phantasm is more...
Saber's face is indecipherable. I don't know what just happened. Saber doesn't look amused. Saber? Did Tosuka say something that worries you?
Huh? Oh, no, it's nothing. But I do believe it's inappropriate for a knight to ask another for their opinion of who's stronger.
She's acting strange. Saber seems embarrassed by her own actions and starts to mutter under her breath. Well, whatever. By the way, I thought I heard you say something weird. Something about Saber and Lancer being anti-personnel or something.
Do you mean an anti-personnel noble phantasm? Well, it's what the word suggests. My invisible air and Lancer's Gaebulk are armaments that are strictly used to defeat people. No matter how powerful the magical energy or curse it may possess, it cannot be used against something else.
Well, I guess that makes sense. Saber's invisible sword is definitely useful in battle, but that's only effective against people. If you chopped firewood with Saber's sword, whether you can see the blade or not isn't going to affect how quickly you can chop wood. It's the same with Lancer's Gaebulk. Even a cursed spear that always strikes the heart is just a sharp spear if you use it against a boulder or a house. I see. So that's why it's called anti-personnel noble phantasm. Which means Ryder's noble phantasm is...
It would be an anti-army noble phantasm. Actually, I heard from Father about this once. Certain noble phantasms are designated anti-personnel and others as anti-army. The simple way to understand it is this. An anti-personnel noble phantasm is like a gun with unlimited ammo, but an anti-army noble phantasm is like a missile you can only launch once. Ryder's noble phantasm may be powerful, but it probably has limited uses. At the very least, it doesn't generate a continuous effect like Saber's sword being invisible.
What? Hold on a minute. A gun versus a missile. There's no contest. Sure, Saber's invisible sword is awesome, but if she goes up against a ridiculous noble phantasm like that, she'll be dead before she can even swing her sword. So you're saying that if we're going to fight Ryder, we need to defeat her before she deploys her noble phantasm?
Most likely. You've got no chance if it becomes a battle of noble phantasms. If you're going to find Ryder and Shinji, you should at least keep that in mind. The biggest requirement is for you to defeat Ryder before she deploys her noble phantasm. The longer you draw out the fight, the more disadvantage you'll be at. Or you can defeat Ryder's master while I battle Ryder. He's not able to fight, so that might be the better plan.
So that's what we've come up with. Since we have no strategy to deal with Ryder's noble phantasm, we just need to defeat Ryder before she uses it. Whatever noble phantasms other servants have, we still don't want to have to deal with Ryder's. Thanks for the warning, Tosuka. We're going to find Shinji. But what do you want to do, Tosuka? Will you stay and watch the house?
Well, if you'd insisted, we could have come with you to look for Shinji, but I'll pass. Ryder isn't the only enemy. We can't forget that we teamed up initially to beat Berserker. So while you're out pursuing Shinji, I have something else to do.
Tosuka stands up with a frosty smile.
See ya. I look forward to hearing some good news.
Saber and I head out together, leaving Tosuka at home. It's 7:30 in the morning. The hilly road is extremely quiet. The road is usually packed with students going to school, but there aren't that many people around today.
I heard the school will be closed for a while.
I can't, actually, I don't know. I heard the school will be closed for a while. There may not have been any deaths, but a majority of students are still bedbound. Their symptoms are like severe malnutrition, so it should be a few days before they're up and around. But those are the lucky ones. There are still some whose injuries will last a lifetime.
I hear Taiga was among those sent to the hospital. Do you need to go visit her, Shiro?
Yeah, I heard Fujine is just fatigued. I was told not to worry about her and to just study at home. Before we left, I phoned the Fujimura house and asked how Fujine was doing.
I want to go visit, but I need to hold off for now.
So you're going to concentrate on investigating. That's fine, but how do you have any leads? I can sense the presence of servants, but only when they're nearby. Unless you have have a lead of some kind, it will be difficult to locate them.
Yeah, it'd be hard if Shinji were just sitting around doing nothing, but I know him and I don't see him just keeping quiet after what happened yesterday. Shinji's not the type to just sit back and take a beating.
So you believe Ryder's master plans to create another bounded field?
No doubt about it. He's like me. He can't provide his servant with magical energy. If Shinji wants to get revenge on me, he'll need a lot of magical energy, which means it might not be so hard to find him. So, rather than looking for Ryder's master, we're going to look for a bounded field. Yeah, we may not be able to detect the master, but we should be able to detect a bounded field of that scale. And we'll be able to pinpoint the site, too. We just need to find a big building that draws a large crowd.
This is a surprise. That's brilliant, Shido.
I do have a brain, you know. If I wasn't confident about finding them, I wouldn't be saying this. Yeah, I'm confident. The bounded field is one thing, but there's a point to us walking around like this, too. Shinji probably can't leave me alone any more than I can leave him alone. I head to Shinji's house, just in case. I have Saber check for Ryder's presence. She finds nothing. Well, Shinji's not the sort to just roll over and hide in his house after what's happened. Let's go. If Shinji's going to create a bounded field, it wouldn't be here. It'll be in Shinto. Let's check all the office buildings there. I call Saber over and turn to leave the Mato house.
Shido, this is Sakura's house, is it not? Since you're here, do you at least not intend to say hello? I believe we have enough time for that.
I am worried about Sakura. According to Tosaka, Sakura was just weakened and luckily wasn't injured beyond that. If it were up to me, I'd like to see her and take care of her the way she's always taken care of me. But I won't do it. As long as the war's going, I shouldn't see her. I don't want her to get involved in any of this. Besides, I can't possibly face Sakura when I'm about to head out to fight her brother. Should the worst happen, and I actually kill Shinji, I'll never be able to face her again. I shouldn't leave any loose ends like that. It's best for me, and I'm sure it's best for Sakura too.
I wanted to look this up, by the way, because I thought about it again a little while ago. But, while back, during a stream in Umineko, I believe, I mentioned at one point, during our streams, at the top of one of them, I noted that Kirie's voice actress, Miss Atsuko Tanaka, had passed away on, that was on August 20th of 2024. Now would also probably be a good time to mention that Miss Tanaka also voiced Caster in Fate Stay Night. Not that we've gotten to that yet, but I just thought about it again earlier, and I was like, oh, it would be good. It would be nice to mention.
We check every building we find. Of course, we start with the big ones, but so far, nothing. I wipe the sweat from my brow and force my leaden limbs to keep moving. I try to calm my labored breathing by just taking a moment to rest.
Oh? Shido, is there something Shido, this way.
Eh? Hold it, this is the park. There's still buildings we haven't looked...
Please let that matter wait a moment. This is more important.
Something must have caught her attention. Saber's tone is stern, and she pulls me towards the park.
Yes, I believe so, Cross Trash. I'm not 100% sure yet, but I think we probably will.
Hey, Saber, what's going on? Why are we here? There's nothing here. Even you know that.
Please, just sit on this bench. I will hear what you have to say once you've done so.
Saber's intense about this, so I reluctantly sit down. And then... For a moment, I almost feel faint. Huh? I hold my head with one hand.
My forehead is damp with sweat, and my breathing is labored even though I'm sitting down. Hey, wait a minute. Why would I be sweating like this in the dead of winter? This is weird. I don't know why I'm so exhausted. As soon as I say that, I realize what's going on. I'm not exhausted. My wounds haven't completely healed, so they're tingling. This is unreal. No matter how much I try, I can't get my breathing under control. My body feels heavy and my legs refuse to take my weight. I see you finally realized your condition, Shiro. Saber is mad. I don't blame her. I was the one who suggested searching for Shinji, but here I am sitting on a bench. Sorry, I'll get up soon. Just give me a moment. That's not what I'm trying to point out. Nothing seems to get through to you. I can see that Saber is mad. What I don't understand is why. Hey, Saber, you need to be clearer with me or else I won't know what you're trying to get at. If you do not know, there's no point telling you. Please just sit here, Shiro. If you will not rest on your own, then I shall join you. Saber sits right next to me. The bench is not that big. Saber's sitting close enough to me that our shoulders might touch if one of us leans over a little. Hey, wait, Saber! We don't have time to rest. We didn't come here to play. We don't have time to rest. We didn't come here to play around. We are indeed not here to simply loiter. Even in battle, you must rest. If you have a grievance, I suggest you air it after you've caught your breath. Well, you tell me to catch my breath, but sure, I'm totally worn out and I can barely breathe. But having her so close makes my heart go absolutely crazy and... Shiro, are you listening to me? You've been pushing yourself this whole time. What you must do now is try to loosen up and calm down. You cannot rest properly if you continue on distracted as you are. Yeah, but if she wants me to be calm, it'd really help if she kept her distance. I don't know how Saber feels, but I can't help but see her as a girl around my own age. Well, she may actually be younger, but she's still a girl. And plus, she's beyond beautiful. No guy could stay this calm close to her, and I'm certainly no exception. Shiro? Is it my imagination, or are you even paler than before? No, I'm not flustered or anything. If you say so, but perhaps you should lie down. Is there a place to lie down around here? Saber looks around. Oh, what are the odds of there just being some random dude lying across a nearby bench using his girlfriend's lap as a pillow in a park that's usually deserted? And Saber glances over at the pair of lovebirds. She's obviously thinking. Shiro, if you do not feel well, then you should lie. I'm fine. I just need to sit for a minute and I'll get better. Don't you worry about me. Nope, no worrying about me. Just leave me alone. I turn away from Saber and close my eyes. Anything to keep our eyes from locking. Think calming thoughts, Shiro. Now I just have to keep taking deep breaths and try not to think about Saber being right next to me. It took a night for the fire to die down. The searing, roaring red wall eventually disappeared. All that remained was a charred field, strewn with smoldering, blackened lumber. I remember that while I lay there on the ground. The sound of it reminded me of sparklers. The sky was getting cloudy. It should rain soon. That will help put out the fires. I could hardly even breathe as I lay there, staring dazedly at the sky. Charred remains hemmed me in on all sides. Burns cover almost my entire body. And there's an especially painful sensation around my chest. My chest is gouged out. I could probably touch my own insides. Oh yeah, I'd forgotten about that. I didn't collapse because I got tired. It's not that my numb body was trying to do me a favor by letting me rest. I collapsed because I was much too hurt to keep moving. At all. That's why I ended up just accepting it, calmly, no panic. I knew I wasn't going to make it. Everyone else was already dead anyway, so I wasn't scared. Staring up at the cloudy sky, I felt myself just sort of fading away. Yet, in the haze of fading consciousness, I decided that as long as I was alive, I'd try calling for help. Right till the end. Wait, something's off. I shouldn't be remembering this pain in my chest.
I jerked myself upright and tugged my shirt open to check myself over. Yeah, I figured as much. There's no wound. There's no scar on my chest. The respiratory distress that burn caused did almost kill me, but I didn't take some massive chest wound. If something like that had happened, even Kiritsugu wouldn't have been able to help me. But more importantly... Whoa, it's already night? Did I fall asleep, Saber? Yes, you slept deeply, so I did not wish to wake you. It seems to have helped, though. You've regained some of your color. That's not very nice. Sure, it might have been my fault for passing out, but you could have woken me up. I told you we don't have time to rest. But you must rest. And you did so for only about an hour, so it should not be a problem. It's just the benefit of hindsight. What would you have done if I hadn't woken up? Well, I do not believe our situation would have changed much, actually. I'd been about to wake you since the sun's setting and it's growing cold. I do admit I feel a lot better. I get up from the bench and start walking through the field. There's no trace of what this field once looked like. No trace of when it used to be a residential district. Nor any trace of when it was cast in that hellish red light. But for some reason I'm irritated that I dreamed that scene just because I slept here. Shido, is something wrong? No. I was just thinking that if I was going to rest, it should have been somewhere else. Too many bad memories here. Bad memories? Did you have some link to this place? Huh? Oh, right, I never told you. I used to live around here a long time ago. 10 years ago, actually. There was a giant fire. It burned down my house with my parents inside. That's when my old man saved me. Later, he adopted me. What? So that means you? Yeah. I'm not Kiritsugu's biological child, and I guess I'm not without ties to the Holy Grail War either. I heard that this place was the final battleground during the last war. It's kind of ironic to think that the survivor of this site turned into a master. I walk through the field. It's been 10 years, but it still seems like the ground hasn't recovered enough for even grass to grow. Maybe all the resentment of the people who died here seeped into the land itself. Shido, is that why you are so adamant about not allowing innocents to be harmed? As a victim of the Holy Grail War yourself, you're hoping to avoid creating any such other victims? Eh? Well... Now that she mentions it, I guess I can see people coming to that conclusion. Surprisingly, I've never thought about it like that. I'm not sure. You have a good point, but I think it's something simpler than that. 10 years ago, I was so happy when Kiritsugu saved me. I didn't feel anything else at the time, and I think I just aspired to be like him one day too. Yeah, I was just happy. Words can't even begin to describe what I felt when I called out for help and actually got it. But at the same time, the happier I was, the more guilty I felt. It didn't feel right, though, knowing that my wish was the only one to be granted. My old man saved me, but no one else was saved. They couldn't do anything about it. Everyone wished for salvation, but only my wish was granted. Only I was saved. And in exchange, everyone else died. And that's why I have to take responsibility. But I can't take back something that's already happened. If I want to do something for the people who died, I should focus on preventing what's to come. I will not allow another catastrophe like the one 10 years ago. If something like that ever happened again, I'd never be able to face the people who got sacrificed that time. At least that's how I see it. More importantly, we need to get back to looking for Shinji. I feel better now, and we need to hurry up and check the buildings we haven't gotten to yet. Besides, there should be fewer people around at night. If Shinji wants to attack us, this'll be the time. So if our plan's to be bait to lure him out, it's time to get to it. Let's go, Saber. Let's go back to the office district. Saber? What's wrong? Did you forget something? No. I was just recalling what happened this morning. I suggested you focus on healing your wounds before going out looking for Rider's Master, but you told me our priorities were mixed up. You mentioned the same thing yesterday. I've believed this for some time, but now I'm certain. You do not value your own life. It's like she just stares at me and lays it out, like it's a sin or something. You put others ahead of yourself. Admirable though that may be, you will one day regret doing so. You should value yourself more, Shido. Saber cuts past me. Let us go. Being here is clearly not good for you. Saber heads towards the office district. I try to call out to her, but I can't stop her. What are you saying? That's what I want to ask her, but the words just won't come. There's no way I'm not trying to help myself. That can't be true, but I somehow can't think of a single thing to say to argue with her. We make our way through the town after dark. It's a little past 8. The station is at its most crowded hour, and Saber and I stare at the map of the town. We've checked most of the main buildings around this area. Is there anywhere else we can go? Let's see. There's a factory a little further out from here. We should probably go check it out since people gather there. Not that factories are exactly Shinji's style. We do make conversation now, but it's still hard for me to look Saber in the eye. I think our conversation from earlier is still stuck in my head. Saber's acting like it didn't happen, which bothers me even more. What about you, Saber? Can you sense Ryder's presence? No, I cannot. I fought her once, so I should be able to sense her. An odd feeling prickles my skin. Even I can feel the wave of magical energy that washes over us. There's no way that Saber can't. Shido, I do not believe I need to tell you, but I know. Are they close, Saber? No, they are not close enough, but we are most definitely being watched. This wave of magical energy is likely an attempt to provoke us. If we're being watched, that means they've fallen into our trap. Releasing so much magical energy is an obvious attempt to lure us out. So, is this Ryder? My mind changes gears. The awkwardness between me and Saber and me earlier disappears. I'll track the source of magical energy. Please be careful, Master. I nod. The wave of bloodlust I feel stinging at my skin is coming from the direction of the office district as it slowly empties of people. Today of all days, maybe there will be nobody working overtime. Most of the lights in the windows of the building seen as the heart of Shinto are dark. There aren't many people on the sidewalks, and we have a pretty clear view of the building. I don't see anyone suspicious. If Shinji is anywhere, he'll be up ahead. Maybe in the park we just left. I feel the bloodlust growing more intense. Sorry, just checking something real quick. Okay, there we go. The enemy is nearby. Or more like... A chill runs up my spine. If I can even feel this aura of bloodlust, then we're probably already in enemy territory. Saber, be careful. Something's not right. You're correct. I do not believe they would attack us with so many others present, but it's difficult to be certain with this foe. It's best to be cautious. We both nod in silent agreement and make our way toward the park. It's probably best to ignore the oppressive sense of a knife being pressed to my throat. Shinji and Ryder are nowhere around the office district. If they're going to attack, it's probably going to be somewhere in the park, where there won't be anyone else around. Shido! Saber? I turn toward Saber. She rushes toward me like a bolt of lightning and blocks a blow aimed straight at my head. I look up. A massive building towers overhead. Clinging to the side of that building like some kind of spider is Ryder. What? Her hair is long enough to cover her entire body, her limbs supple and white. The masked woman is indeed our enemy, Ryder. She licks her lips as she stares down at me. The hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. There's no mistaking it. She came spiraling down from the top of the building, aiming to take my head in a sneak attack from our blind spot. Saber lands on the ground. In the time it took for her to rush in to block Ryder's attack, Saber summoned her armor. Saber, she's... I'll go after her. Please stay here, Shido. Go after her? How? Saber kicks off from the ground. She disappears into the sky with a glint of silvery armor. What? Ryder, clinging to the side of the building like that is absurd enough, but Saber leaping skyward in pursuit of her is just outright ridiculous. No, they're servants. Normal logic doesn't apply here. Like Ryder, Saber moves along to the side of the building, striking at her with dizzying speed. The two shadows clash and cross against each other. The sight of the two of them fighting overhead, darting along the building as they climb into the air, is like watching two fighter jets. All the while,
I'm just gonna, you know, stand around, wait here, you know, maybe get a hot dog, you know, get some water.
Yeah, I need to follow Saber.
I can't just watch him do nothing. The uneven footing prevents Saber from gaining ground on Ryder. The two clash in the air, rushing up to the rooftop. Oh, the rooftop! If Ryder came flying down from the top of the building, chances are Shinji is there. We have two possible ways to win our fight against Ryder. Either we defeat her directly, or we defeat her master. But whichever it is, it has to be before she deploys her noble phantasm.
Get Saber a glizzy. Now I'm just imagining like Saber wearing one of those like fucking like you know, the like, I forget what you call them, but like, you know, like the chug, like the beer chugging hat, like with the two cans affixed to the sides with like the big straw coming down from it.
While Saber's fighting Ryder, there's only one thing I should be doing.
Interlude. 10-1.
The two shadows climb upwards.
They continue to distance themselves from the ground, gaining more and more altitude. Neither needs proper footing. They just kick their way up along the wall. As it happens, they clash countless times, all before they ever reach the top. Were anyone watching from the ground, they'd probably think they were seeing a game of pinball, though I doubt they'd be able to follow the two with the naked eye. It's like a deadly circus act. The collisions are barely discernible, invisible to normal human beings. Saber had no desire to be part of this crazy circus act. She may have been a servant, but she can't fly through the sky. She might be able to run up along a building's wall, but that's it. This is no better than a free fall for her. She alternates between kicking off from the building before she loses momentum and slowing to let gravity take hold of her. It may be no exaggeration to say she's falling into the sky. Now that she started, she'll continue all the way up to the rooftop. And in that entire journey, if her opponent hits her, she'll be hurled to the ground. But it seems the laws of gravity do not apply to the enemy. To the opponent, Saber has to defeat. The streak of purple shoots across the side of the building in pursuit of Saber while Saber focuses on reaching the roof. Gravity has no hold on Ryder. She leaps around effortlessly, moving in and from all directions, up, down, left, right, to strike at Saber. Her long hair trails out behind her like a comet tail, and she looks like a snake wrapping itself around a log. Saber's feet touch the wall. She leans sideways and kicks the wall, aiming for the edge of the building. Saber suddenly shoots out at a right angle to her previous trajectory. Not one of the attacks finds its mark. Ryder is simply no match for Saber's raw power. Saber shakes Ryder off with a single kick, then kicks upward once again when she reaches the building's side. She aims herself upward. If Ryder is like a serpent coiling around the building, Saber is like a bursting spark. But it looks like Ryder might have predicted her moves. The distance between them remains the same. Ryder continues along the side of the building, not letting Saber open up any distance between them. She strikes every time Saber has to take a step. Saber fends Ryder off with her blade and jumps to put some space between them. Though she's able to fend off Ryder's coiling pursuit, there's only so much she can do in the air. Where before there had been no contest in their combat ability, they are now more evenly matched. Neither has an attack that can bring this to a close. No, Ryder is withholding her own deadliest attack. Every time Saber leaps at Ryder, Ryder fends off her attack, but never counterattacks. Ryder is only keeping Saber at bay as she makes her way to the rooftop.
Do you not intend to fight, Ryder?
Saber curses at her cowardly enemy. To a knight like Saber, a fight like this is as good as an insult. Such a thing should involve both opponents giving their all in the clash. By that belief, Ryder's actions are disrespectful.
It appears you do not like heights, Saber.
Ryder's voice is cool. She's right. Saber is clearly not used to fighting in the air. This is probably a first for her, actually. Knights are meant to fight on solid ground. They're not supposed to cling to walls like her opponent.
Your proud sword won't do you any good here.
But do not worry. I'll give you your rest soon. Ryder moves upward, her manner inviting. She set this whole thing up. Saber understands that, though. At the end of this circus, yes, Ryder's ideal positioning must be waiting up above. Ryder can't use her trump card so readily. which is why she's luring her prey to a place there will be no interruptions, so they can settle this with her ultimate attack. As soon as she reaches the roof, she'll be in a difficult position. If Ryder's noble phantasm is exactly what Saber thinks it is, she won't have any defense against it. But there's no turning back now. We just can't ignore Ryder, or her master. This isn't about defeating an enemy in the Holy Grail War. Saber must defeat Ryder here and now to protect her master, because she has no other choice. This whole situation must be absolutely dumbfounding for her. She's probably thought more than once about not wanting to push her master to do anything crazy. The two continue gaining altitude. Their rapid clashes ring out across the building as the battle approaches its final destination.
What final destination?
Bloodlines? New servant data. I assume... Oh no, not caster. Sorry, Ryder.
Okay.
I don't think it's any... Was that something that they just added for Ryder? Well, whatever.
Damn! Why does it only go up to the 40th floor? I rush up the stairs while I complain. I manage to enter the building from the back, but the elevator doesn't go all the way to the roof. I have to run up the remaining 10 flights of stairs. I climb the stairs as fast as I can. I'm not sure how long it's been since Saber and I split up.
Oh, it was E-Divinity. Okay, gotcha. It's just, I just didn't remember exactly what was there last time.
Probably less than 10 minutes, but that's too long. You never know how or when a battle will end. Even Saber's not perfect. She could make a mistake and get into trouble. So before that happens, if I can make Shinji use up his command spells, Ryder might stop fighting. The harder I run, the more my still healing body aches. Sprinting around the building, then up the stairs, has left me out of breath. But I don't slow down. No, I speed up. Something about this has me worried. I'm not sure why, but my chest hurts. It's not a physical pain. Something's warning me of danger ahead. Saber can't win. There's something on this rooftop that shouldn't be faced. I try to shake this feeling off and focus on climbing the stairs.
Apologies for going slightly longer than usual, by the way. But I did want to finish this section for a couple of reasons. Number one, again, I'm going to be incredibly vague, so obviously I'm not going to spoil anything for you guys. But number one, there's something that all of you probably really want to happen that we need to get to. And also, there's a very interesting piece of information that I want you all to learn. So that's why we're taking it to the end of this bit here.
So, the wind is strong. The moment I open the door, the city's nightscape fills my field of vision. Scorch marks pock the concrete, and at its center, at the heart of the burned, scarred rooftop, Saber is on her knees. Saber!
Siddle, why are you here?
Saber's shoulders heave with her labored breathing. The moment I rush to her, I notice something strange floating up above me. Or rather, the sheer overwhelming amount of magical energy forces me to take notice. What? I look up towards the sky.
Yeah, I know, Tommy. It's just that usually my length is I try to keep it at around 5 hours most of the time on VN streams, but Fate is just, it's just had too many things to get to that I wanted to get to. So okay, anyway.
I look up towards the sky. Flapping wings. I hear flapping wings. Something, a paler and more blinding white than the light of the moon, hovers over me. It is a legendary mystic I've only heard about in myth. The moment she reaches the rooftop, Saber confronts her opponent's true form. Saber leans on her sword, exhausted, and looks up. The white light rushes towards her. Saber unleashes the wind that shrouds her sword, using it to create an invisible barrier. She goes flying backward. Her attempt to block the onrushing Pegasus fails to even slow it down. The force of the impact knocks Saber back, slamming her brutally into the ground. There's no time to be lying down. Pegasus turns midair and resumes its glide without so much as pausing. She can't possibly brace herself. Her only option is to try to evade. Even if she manages that, the after effects of its passage will chip away at her defenses. If this keeps up, it will hit her eventually. The white light streaks down toward her. Pegasus sails far overhead and knocks Saber backward before sweeping back into the skies. Saber can't possibly reach it. There are no walls she can kick off of, not up here. Even if she could, there's no way she could actually reach Pegasus. Despite her disadvantage, Saber waits for an opportunity to fight back. Pegasus it may be, but it's a living creature, so she should be able to kill it if she can just get a chance. Her only opportunity for victory is if Ryder makes a mistake at the reins.
This is a surprise. You're tougher than I expected.
Ryder's voice comes out from high above. Saber grips her sword tightly as she looks up.
But is there any point to any of this? You have no chance of winning. If you're to disappear, I suggest you at least do it gracefully.
Ryder's voice is calm. Even so, I hear just the slightest bit of joy in it.
Oh, wait. Okay, that's Saber.
I expected you to have a phantasmal species, but I didn't expect you to have this, Ryder.
A phantasmal species. As the name suggests, it refers to creatures which exist within an illusion. Humanoids like fairies and giants. Demonic creatures like Oni and dragons. If they're considered mystics, that alone makes them superior to magecraft. It's the law of nature for mystics to be destroyed by other, stronger mystics. In the same way, magecraft grows in power with knowledge. Phantasmal species accumulate power from their longevity. Even if a human masters magecraft, the most they can accumulate is about 500 years worth of it. Take a species that's lived since ancient times, there's just no contest between that and a mystic that's only 500 years old. But it's been a long, long time since humans and phantasmals existed in the same world. The longer the phantasmals lived, the further it's distanced itself from this world. The only phantasmal species in the modern world are a scant few hundred years old. So Saber expected the phantasmal rider has as her mount to be only a few hundred years old.
You must be truly wicked if you thought to bring something from the age of the gods here, Ryder. Yes, I'm different from you all. That is, I was merely an enemy for you, and so now I can control only the poor things you people cast out in the distant past.
I see. I knew there was something twisted about you. So you are a demonic spirit rather than a heroic spirit.
Curse me all you want, doesn't matter. You won't be able to lay so much as a finger on my darling here.
The Pegasus rests its wings in the air. It's a giant arrow aimed at Saber's heart, ready to fire at a moment's notice. She glares at the creature and thinks. Pegasus itself is not a powerful phantasmal species. A typical Pegasus is just a phantasmal that can only match a demonic beast in power. Were that the case, it would be easy to defeat with Saber's invisible air alone. But it isn't the case. That Pegasus has existed since the age of gods, and has long since reached the level of a phantasmal. The horse is nearing the level of the dragon race, considered to be the strongest of all phantasmals. At the very least, its defenses are probably already at the level of a dragon race, since Pegasus possesses divine protection that exceeds even Saber's, whose magic resistance is unparalleled. The way it glides through the air, trailing massive amounts of magical energy, is like a castle wall bearing down on Saber. It can't be possible to avoid or repel something like that. But something else is odd here. Ryder simply summoned Pegasus, and it has no true name of its own. To Ryder, Pegasus is little more than, say, a favorite dagger, and that means she has yet to use her noble phantasm. Even in her dire predicament, the possibility of defeat...
Oh, yeah, we long since exited Shiro POV for a bit there. I don't know. Sorry, I'm just not used to them sliding out of him because he's so directly in POV all the time. Well, whatever. Even in her dire predicament, the possibility of defeat never enters Saber's mind. Instead, she thinks her chance will come when Ryder really starts to get serious. Whatever Ryder's noble phantasm may be, it'll have no trouble destroying a building like this. She just needs to focus on defending herself, on staying alive. Then all she'll have to do is cut Ryder down as soon as an opportunity presents itself. Yes. If only her master hadn't shown up.
What? I look up towards the sky. Flapping wings. I hear flapping wings. Something, a paler and more blinding white than the light of the moon, hovers over me. It is a legendary mystic I've only heard about in myth. A Pegasus! The identity of Ryder's noble phantasm. Could that be what scorched the rooftop and forced Saber to her knees? I see that Ryder is, as her class name suggests, riding a horse tearing across the sky. What the? I shift my focus from Ryder. I thought I heard something. Shinji! I know you're here! Come on out! I can't tell how strong Ryder is while she's on Pegasus. All I can tell is that white fiend has more magical energy in it than a few hundred mages could muster. No wonder the roof is a charred mess. That monster can destroy damn near anything around it just by running across it. If that thing charges up from in the sky, even Saber won't be able to avoid it. Quit hiding! I came here like you asked, so show yourself! It's a race against time. I need to defeat Shinji. If I defeat the master, Ryder will disappear. I hear laughter. Shinji must be hiding somewhere. Shinji! Do you see that, Emiya? That's the difference between my power and yours. Only his voice echoes. I fight down my impatience and try to focus on the sound of his laughter. Damn, the wind is so strong. I can't tell where the laughter's coming from. Sucks for you! This is what you get when you try to be all cool and act like it's all under control, dumbass! Now do you understand that you have to go for the kill when you have the chance? Shinji! Don't rush. Let him talk. Let him talk all he wants. The more he talks, the better chance I have of finding him. But I'm not like that. You and your servant are done for, here and now. But it's not like we're total strangers, you know? I still owe you one from yesterday, so I'll be merciful and kill you quickly. This is bad. Pegasus, still high up in the sky, tips its head towards Saber. The vortex of magical energy whirls faster as if it knows no limit. If that thing comes at us at full speed, it'll blow the entire roof apart. Don't worry, Emiya. You're a bit of a speed bump along the way, but I'll make sure those morons at school join you soon. And if you're still lonely after all that, I'll send Sakura to join you too. But you... Shinji! Go, Ryder! Take the woman first! Don't leave a trace! Saber! A white comet streaks towards us, and at that moment, a storm rages around me. Saber! What? For the first time, she forgets her enemy in battle. She's furious with her master for walking into this death trap, but she's also angry with herself for failing to anticipate him doing so. We switch POV. All those thoughts are cast aside now. What else can she do? Even now, even in the midst of danger, she can only see only concern for her well-being in his eyes. Sido. He's always been like this, actually. He may not have understood that she was an exceptional knight, but that's never how he saw her. It appears
playtime is over, Saber.
Ryder's giggling voice reaches her even now. Ryder touches Pegasus's neck with both her hands, and the beast's wings beat harder.
My noble phantasm is powerful.
Wait, hold on. Okay.
My noble phantasm is powerful, but it's not suitable to be used on the ground. If I use it, it will draw attention. With other masters still around, I could not do so readily. But up here, there's no cause for worry. Did you understand that I brought you up here because it suited me?
Something begins to form in Ryder's hands. It seems insignificant, really. A glittering golden rope.
Is that your noble phantasm, Ryder? Yes, distasteful though it is. My darling here is too kind, not fit for battle, and so I need something like this to get them in the mood.
Pegasus lowers its head. This feral nature is not inborn within the creature itself, but coaxed from it by Ryder's touch.
Begone, Saber. Even if you survive, your master has no chance. So long as your master dies, you will follow him. No.
It is the inarguable truth. Ryder's noble phantasm will utterly destroy the roof. If she hurried, she might be able to carry Shido away and escape, but Ryder won't stop at just destroying the rooftop. Her master's not strong enough to survive a collapsing building. Meaning, to protect her master, she will have to destroy her enemy, Pegasus and all. She doesn't have time to think about whether this is the right thing to do. Saber glances one final time at her master, still some distance from her. He's doing the best to fill his role simply by gritting his teeth and keeping back.
A wind.
The last of her hesitation fades. What is ahead no longer matters. All that matters is in this moment, and in it is this moment, and in it she must be her master's blade, and defeat the enemy they now face.
Go, Ryder! Get that woman first! Don't leave any trace of her!
I hear the jarring, grating shout. In that moment, Pegasus ascends higher and vanishes from sight. Pegasus flies up into the air. It's already lost its form. It rises up as if to shoot through the moon and then continues its arc by flapping its wings, powering itself down toward the ground. The blazing white comet streaks downward. It becomes an arrow of searing white light, but Ryder continues urging it on. There's only one target. It intends to annihilate its enemy entirely, and the isolated garden in the sky along with it. Arrow. She speaks his name. If a noble phantasm is the miracle that is released by speaking its true name.
Fung!
It is divine lightning.
A thunderous flash. There is no emotion in her eyes as she looks on.
You said nobody would see from this vantage, didn't you, Ryder?
The wind unfurls from her blade and becomes a storm.
I agree. There's no need to worry about destroying the ground from so high up.
The seal is broken. Layers of wind unfold from her blade. Her sword is finally visible. A storm rages before my eyes. The white light descends upon the rooftop. Saber, though she is the sole focus of that light, doesn't move.
Saber?
The raging wind. She is the source. No, not Saber herself. Her sword. I can't believe what I'm seeing. The blade should be invisible, but there it is. Like unwrapping bandages, the wind slowly coils away from her blade. A golden sword? The wind rages on. The multiple layers of seals peel away. The bands of wind dissolve into the air. She readies her now visible sword and turns back towards Pegasus as it dives towards her. Ryder approaches as a brilliant flare of light. Bellerophon is now large enough to engulf the entire rooftop and is only picking up speed to destroy us, building and all. The bridle of chivalry lights up the rooftop. Time stops. In the face of inescapable destruction, my mind goes blank. But the light is not coming from the bridle of chivalry.
Huh?
The light churns and builds upon itself. The light of Ryder's mount is brilliant, but it can't hold a candle to the purity I see in this one. Saber is holding the ultimate sacred sword that has collected the light of the stars.
Hex! Caliber!
single line of brilliant light. It's a blade of light, shearing through everything it touches. The beam of light destroys Ryder utterly as it cleaves through the clouds and disappears into the night sky. Most likely, if that sword had been used on the ground, it would have carved a trail of devastation through the city. Her sword is not unseeable. It simply does not reveal itself. It is the golden sword that captivates all who behold it, with the true name of surpassing fame. Excalibur, the sword of promised victory. A sword that is said to have existed in England, a sword wielded by the king who has become the very symbol of knighthood, the strongest of the servant's noble phantasms, sealed by several bounded fields. That is Saber's proof of her place as a hero.
So let's look at this. Yeah, that's not yet, but... Oh, nice. They have the Japanese name for it, too. Yakusoku sareta shori no ken.
Silence falls over the rooftop. The wind has died down, and not so much as a breeze whispers across the rooftop. I stand, dazed, in place. I can't approach Saber. I'm still too confused to act, or maybe I'm just captivated by her sword. My mind is racing, and I can't seem to think of much that makes sense. Why does she have that sword? That golden sword belongs to a famous knightly king. Everyone knows who. As I try to figure out how she came to have something like that, I realize my mind is doing everything it can to deny the simplest of possible answers. I don't need to be making all these assumptions. That sword's always been hers. And that's why her true name is so easy to figure out. The owner of that sacred sword can only have one name. Saber remains motionless where she stands. I should approach her, but my body won't listen. I've been told so many times that Saber is a heroic spirit, but now that I've seen for myself that she is indeed a great hero of the past, I hesitate to even get closer to her. Ah! I hear a shriek. Something is burning in the shadows. I turn to look. I see a burning book slowly dissolving into a pile of ash and... It's burning! My command spells are burning! I see Shinji cringing as he watches the book burn. Shinji. He must have realized how much trouble he's in now that Ryder has been defeated. Shinji turns and sprints towards the exit from the rooftop. Hey! He leaps through the door to the stairway. Wait! Shinji! I can't let him get away again. The moment I turn to pursue Shinji, just out of the corner of my eye, I see Saber collapse. My mind stops. Shinji's fleeing, and Saber has fallen to the ground. I should...
Rush up to Saber.
I can't leave Saber alone. Ryder is gone, and the book that has acted as Shinji's command spell has burned to ash. Shinji doesn't have a servant anymore, and he's lost his command spells. The contest is as good as over. Saber is my priority now. Saber! I rush to her. She's not holding the golden sword anymore. It's disappeared, and now there's just Saber lying on the ground. Huh? Saber is in bad shape. Beads of sweat trickle down her brow, and her breath is shallow, labored. She looks like she's got a fever. No way. Hey, Saber! What's going on? I call out to Saber nervously, but she doesn't respond. She's out cold. Saber... I touch her forehead. It's hot. I jerk my hand away. It's unnaturally hot. She's got to be running a fever of over 40 degrees. Saber, hey, pull yourself together! I call out to her, but her only response is shallow, anguished breathing. I don't know what the hell is going on. I don't know what to do, but I can't just stand around. I'm gonna take you home. I'll deal with any complaints later. I lift Saber up. She's so light. I knew that, of course, but now she seems even lighter. No, more than that, she's warm. That means she's still alive. Saber's still the person I've known all this time. I'm pissed with myself for even hesitating. Damn, what's it matter if she's a hero? No matter who Saber is, she's here and she's still warm. How much of an idiot was I for putting up this wall between us before? We're going home quick. Just hold still, Saber. I start running, Saber in my arms. There's no sense of triumph from this victory. All I feel is Saber in my arms, barely breathing. It's done.
Oh. It's done. I'm having her sleep in the Japanese-style room. She's not waking up anytime soon, though. Not with the state she's in.
Thanks for taking a look. I wouldn't have been able to treat Saber.
Well, I just took her armor off to make her more comfortable. There's really nothing to thank me for. Saber's not improving, so I didn't do much.
But still, I'm glad Tosaka was here. The moment I arrived home carrying Saber, Tosaka understood what was going on. It's been an hour. She tried telling Saber what she was going to do, then took her armor off.
So, what happened?
You went to go find
Shinji, and you came home with a wounded Saber. I know something happened. Care to explain?
I don't know how to explain. Saber's noble phantasm. I shouldn't disclose her true name. I can't decide on my own to reveal that. Ryder's been defeated. Shinji lost his command spells and dropped out, but Saber used her noble phantasm, then collapsed right after.
Saber's noble phantasm. I do want details, but I can let that go for now. Probably the least of your concerns at this point.
Why? What do you mean, the least of my concerns?
How was that unclear? You've got to have figured it out by now, that Saber's going to disappear.
What? She says it so calmly. Tosaka just casually brings up the one thing I've been trying so hard to avoid. Disappear? You're saying Saber's going to disappear?
Yes, Saber is almost out of magical energy. I don't know what sort of noble phantasm she used, but it must have burned through an incredible amount of magical energy. Saber's used up most of the magical energy she had. She's in so much agony because she's fighting so hard to remain here, even as she's on the brink of disappearing from the lack of magical energy. She's going to disappear because she doesn't have magical energy.
So you're saying that Saber is going to disappear even though she's not hurt?
Yes. Running out of magical energy is a more serious problem than a servant just getting wounded. Magical energy is how servants are able to give their spirit forms flesh. Without it, they'll disappear. Typically, masters provide their servants with magical energy so that doesn't happen, but you can't do that. That means Saber can only fight with her own magical energy. Once she runs out, it's over. You were told that from the start.
That is definitely what Saber said. She was fine before, and Saber said she could recover if she slept.
Only because she had an extraordinary amount of magical energy to begin with. And yes, there is still some magical energy left in Saber. She can probably recover enough magical energy to maintain her body without disappearing. But that'll be about it. Saber will need to fight as she is now. She absolutely cannot use her noble phantasm again. The next time she does, she will disappear.
She'll disappear if she uses her noble phantasm. Well, I wouldn't want Saber fighting like this at all. I don't ever want to see Saber on her knees in that kind of pain again.
Now do you understand? You have only two ways of getting Saber back to her normal state. Either the master replenishes the magical energy, or they have the servant collect magical energy themselves.
The servant collecting it themselves. That would mean killing innocent people, like Ryder. That's impossible. Saber would never do that. She said herself that she'd never do such a thing.
I figured as much. If she had to involve innocent people, I'm sure Saber would choose to let herself disappear. Then there's only one other option. If you don't want Saber to disappear, you'll need to provide her with magical energy.
If I could, I would have done that a long time ago. But I don't know how to give her magical energy. I can't do everything you can.
Probably not, and it's too late to teach you the magecraft to share magical energy. You're really not suited to be a mage, so it probably would take you a year to learn, and even if you learned it, you still wouldn't be able to use it. Well, a path should have been created between you and Saber during her summoning, so there may be a different way, but... Listen, if you want to save Saber, you'll have to make her attack people and then have her eat their souls, which I'm sure you know already.
That's the most realistic method, but it's...
I'm sure Saber would hate that, but if you just do nothing, Saber will disappear and you'll become a target for other masters.
Saber's going to disappear. I can't even consider that. I still remember the warmth of her body when I was carrying her.
Then there's only one answer. Use a command spell, Emiya. That should at least let you avoid the worst case here.
What she's trying to say is, I need to order Saber to kill innocent people. I can't say anything. I resent what Tosaka is saying, but there's a part of me that has to admit it could be one of our options.
I'll let you decide. Saber's condition might settle down if she sleeps, but she's at her limit.
Tosaka leaves the living room. I can't even lift my head. All I can do is listen to the sound of her footsteps receding down the hall.
And that, my friends, is where we are going to leave off for tonight. No, we should probably save it. We should probably save it. We'll get into it. And I mean, Crossjosh, you just asked, can we talk about her true name? Well, there it is. There you go. Artoria. But we'll actually play more next time. So by the way, you know how I mentioned at the very beginning of this stream series that I installed one mod to change the way the official localization translated a certain name because the way that it was officially localized, people fucking hate, and the fandom does not stand behind it at all. Well, this is what that was. Artoria is the common accepted fandom translation of the name. It is the one that makes the most sense. The way it is officially localized is, as Crosstrash is saying, Altria. The Aniplex and all these official English sources fucking localize it as Altria, which is a terrible, terrible romanization of the name. It makes no fucking sense. It's stupid. I stand by this forever and always. Altria's a dumb fucking name. So that's why I went out of my way to mod the game to replace every instance of Altria with Artoria. Thank you to the modder on Nexus mods who made this possible. You did quite a service to all of us. But anyway, there you go. Well, it's not just because Nasu made a dumb decision and stood by it, Ferris, but actually, as far as I understand it too, it's because he made that decision on like a split decision, like, you know, okay, how do we localize this name? And he didn't know English very well, so he's just like, oh, I reckon that's how you do it. They put it in a book. They put it in an official book, and then, because they put it in an official English language book, the name for the character got trademarked like that. So, it is in the US trademark system as Altria, so now, even though it sucks, they just have to use it because that's what they trademarked. It's so fucking dumb. It's so fucking dumb. Anyway, we're gonna stop there for now. But, yeah. Stick around because now we're gonna do fan art before we go. What an eventful stream, right, everybody? Hold on. I'll put up the chat window for right this second and then play a little bit of music in the background as well. But yeah, very eventful one. I'm sure that there are many thoughts abound. But I hope it was enjoyable. As I said, you know, Fate has its quirks, but it definitely gets better about those things as it goes, and I'm very happy that we're starting to get into some really cool stuff now. But yeah, I'm also grabbing the art. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm so glad about some of these pieces. Oh god, I haven't uploaded yet. You should do that real quick. Just let me know what platform you put it up on and I'll make sure to grab it. Yeah. This. Got this. Got this. Alright. Now
I'm gonna check the Discord server as well. Stream art. There we go. Got this. Got this. 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 God damn it. There's a specific meme that got more than a little bit of attention. I'm glad for it, but okay. I think that's everything on Discord. I know we're still waiting for that one, so just let me know where it goes, Moonprints, and I'll make sure to open it. But other than that, I think I've got everything up. Okay. I'm gonna start showing the art now. But Moonprints, just let me know whenever you get yours up and I'll pull it up on the side as well. But, yeah, let's go ahead and pull up the fan art tab. Wait for Dev. Okay. I will also make sure to wait for Dev too. But I will start showing stuff at least. Get that animation out of here. Just sit on the menu. Okay. Anyway, starting off with this from Chiyoko at Chiyoko Arts on Blue Sky. For tonight's stream, I drew Ryder in her very iconic pose. She sure is one mysterious servant. Yeah, well, it's nice to start off with a Ryder considering, we're not gonna see her in this route anymore. She's we're done with Ryder for now. So see you next time, girl. So I guess it's fitting that we had this. But as always, fantastic work, Chiyoko. I really like the bright purple highlights on this. It's very nice and shiny. Quite like it. Very, very good. Next up, also in Blue Sky. From Don Pon Pon. I barely know her, but I already love this little German child.
Me when I try to kill two people.
The giant eyes and the lollipop. The beanie hat on top of the other hat. Wait a minute, I just thought about that. That's actually so great. Oh my god, that's perfect. Oh, Jesus. This pretty much, like, nails Ilya's vibe. This is the most accurate depiction of her character that I have ever seen. God, this is really good. Thank you. And then, also submitted by Don Pon Pon, we have this. A table a day keeps the doctor away. The fucking... the fucking table meme. Shiro, can I have one of the tables on the table? Crunch. Delicious. Is this gonna become a thing? Just Taiga with the tables. I hope it does. I hope Taiga with the tables becomes a running thing. I think we should keep it going. I think there should be increasingly ridiculous scenarios for Taiga and the tables. I think it should get more elaborate. Oh, jeez. That's really good. Alright. Let me refresh the Blue Sky page just to make sure there's nothing on there before I move on to the next tab. Okay. Finally posted? Okay, cool. Where did you post? Ah, on Tumblr. I will make sure to get those in at the end of the Tumblr art then. Because we only have a few of them anyway. All right, so first of all, we have these couple of things from Dingo's Trash yet again. I love Kiritsugu's bum ass, absolutely useless father figure of a man, and I don't think I've ever drawn Kojiro before, but I had to draw him reminiscing about his rival Miyamoto Musashi. Kojiro, why are you trying not to laugh? That's mad disrespectful, bro. I appreciate the kind words and support. We'll get to the Kojiro one in just a second. Also, let me read this off real quick. Philip, with the 3, had missed a lot today, but I hope you all had fun. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for tuning in while you did. But, yay, more dingo art.
Remember, Shido,
that's pretty accurate to Kiritsugu. This is really good. I hate that. I kind of already thought this before, but, like, especially in your art style. I kind of hate that Kiritsugu is as hot as he is. I'm not saying anything about his personality. I would never say anything about his personality. I would, but like, just on a purely superficial level, why has he gotta be hot? It's just, it's not fair. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, this is really good, though. I really like this. I like this bum-ass man in your style. And then, we also have the Kojiro one. The fucking black bar over the eyes. Just the little sweat bead. That's really good. Your style is always such a delight. So fluffy and cute. And you just do such great expression work. Love these. Damn. really in your fate element here. I'm glad for it. Thank you, as always, for your wonderful submissions. Next, we have this updated chart from Deathbird. Here's the stream's update. R.I.P. Ryder. the like Joker, like fucking Shinji. Ryder dead, of course. Kojiro's here. Atropos, enemy of Shinji. That's really good. Lancer peeking out from behind Lancer. Very good, very good. The Sakutaro added to Saber's photo. That's cute. That's very good. That's very good. All right. Now, excuse me for a small window for a moment, but I need to drag this over so that I can get Moon Princess stuff added here. So, and you're gonna see all of them for just a second because I need to drag them all in. But I'll tab back in just a second. Okay, so yeah, there we go. But yeah, so this is your Tumblr URL is astrom00m00. Love this part of the story so much. RIP for Ryder though. So yeah, we have spray bottle Shiro, which I know many people advocated for in the chat while certain things were happening. I think it is more than deserved. Go ahead, spray his ass. Next up we have the Saber and Ryder. This is really cute. Your style actually reminds me a lot of like Ruby Quest, Nan Quest. Which, by the way, if you've not read Ruby Quest, Nan Quest, you absolutely fucking should because they're great comics. But yeah, I really like this style. It's very cute. And then this Ryder, which fucking rules. This is really cool. I really like this. The sort of like silhouetting going on. The Pegasus looks fucking awesome too. Like just, it's really cool. Like the sort of like general shape, but like the lineless sort of like color shading in there. Yeah, you did a really good job with that. I like that a lot. Very, very cool. Alrighty. Moving on to Discord. we have this doodle from Pining Tree from last week, or well, not last week, but like earlier this week.
Well, Saber, you can't follow me at school since you're not a student. I'm sorry, it's just because you can't enter your spirit form, so...
You're letting Saber sneak around school because of that?
It looks so sad. I could...
more Chris Saber. It's very funny. It's very fun and funny. I don't know. I like kind of got caught between both words there for a second. It was very cute. Atropos finally made the long-awaited Shinji die gif, and I mean, well, gestures my hands. Well, gotcha, Dav. But yeah, thank God we needed this. We definitely needed this. We'll definitely be getting a lot of good use out of this in the Discord, I'm sure. Also, more Pining Tree, Chris Saber. Oh, wow, Saber and Invisible Blade. Sure. The tiny pencil. Yeah. More Chris Saber. When the sexism hits the NB for dressing femme. A woman shouldn't be fighting. Are you misgendering me? The Rin in the corner. That's really good. Yes. Harmonia. Someone in the chat mentioned this meme and I had to recreate it with Saber. It's fucking Wimdy. The fucking Fox meme. That's really good. A classic, of course. We definitely needed this. Fantastic. I love that, just like the sort of nonplussed expression on her face too. It's very good. We have this doodle from Evie Curry. Oh hey guys, how's it going? The tables on the tables. And the apple on top of the 3 tables. Jesus Christ. The Taiga table meme. Already one of our best bits, I'm sure. It will continue to be this way. This is so good. They're just like, they're completely like dead ass expressions too. Fuck, I love that. That's really good. Oh man. King of the tables. Oh man. Next up we have a submission from Gloomy. It's a Sakura! I wub her. Trying out a new line style. Hope you all enjoy. Teehee. This is really good. I like this a lot. Very good, Sakura. Supplements the lack of Sakura that we got in this stream. Yeah, I do really like this line style. The sort of like thick, sort of like outline around it, and then the thinner lines on the inside is like actually pretty cool, pretty nice. I like that. Also the sort of glittery background, very fun as well. She's so sweet. She's so cute. This is a very good Sakura. Thank you, Gloomy. Next up, we have this also meme fulfillment from Eevee. The Saber with the gallon hat. Fantastic. Oh, jeez. She looks so silly. But it's perfect. It's perfect for her. I'm thinking about that one fucking meme art now. I'm not gonna show it on the stream because I don't remember who made it, and I would like not want to show art without the proper credit. But I need to find it anyway because I remember and it made me laugh so fucking hard. It's in Art of Saber. Yes, I have it on my computer. It's literally just an image of fucking Saber with a t-shirt, and like she says, Shiro, the Grail War is just a Fortnite ripoff, and her shirt just says Eat, Sleep, Fortnite, Repeat. This is fucking awesome. God. Alright. And then, last but not least, we have this this wonderful art from Dab. I will post it in the Discord later. I just want to try to find the source for it. But this is an Ilya from Dav, and oh, it's so adorable. Dav says, "What can I say? I was just captivated by her cute outfit and whimsical vibes." Which, yeah, true. Let whimsy into your heart. Let joy into your heart. I mean, don't even worry about the giant guy that I have that's going to kill you. Don't even fucking worry about it. Just have fun, bro. Just be whimsical. Be cool. Feed me sweets. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be so okay, man. Let murder into your heart. Yeah, this is a really good Ilya. I like this. This is very cute. Very good submission, Dev. Guys, it's okay. somebody should just make that meme with Ilya. The blood red filter, like splatter all around, like the impact font text. Guys, it's okay. Jeez. Well, let's run through them all one more time. Well, wonderful. Fantastic. This has been another biggin. I don't know how long the next stream is gonna be. Probably, I'm gonna try to keep it under what it was for these past few, but we'll see what happens. But yeah, I hope you guys are enjoying so far. We're not like at the end of Fate Route or anything like that by any means, but we definitely have gotten some good progress going. We have definitely made it a decent bit through. So yeah, we're gonna be getting some real interesting stuff next time, and I'm looking forward to it. Obviously, there will be a stream on next Tuesday as well. I mean, this will be on next Friday, but next Tuesday there will be a stream. I'm not entirely sure what I'm doing for Tuesday just yet. It's an off week, obviously, so it's not an Ace Attorney week. So I'll figure something out, I'm sure. We'll have fun with something. But I am thinking about trying to do something a little bit more casual, a little bit less intensive. Because I've been really working my voice for the past couple of weeks. But anyway, if you enjoy what I do, then I hope to see you there. And thank you so much for the donations, as always. As I said, I've been trying to stockpile for the move that we're trying to do in the next couple of years. So I'm trying to keep my head above water, not just, with rent and utilities, but also enough to save back and actually be able to do that, because I need to get the fuck out of this state, bro. I need to get out of Florida so bad. I cannot be staying here anymore. I need to leave. So I would appreciate any and all help that you feel it is within your capability to do. Please, obviously, don't if you can't, but if you can, I appreciate it. And yeah, I will see you guys on Tuesday and on Friday. Work continues on that Enna video. I think it's gonna be really cool. And other than that, yeah, I'll see you guys later. Bye!